You.
You're sick,
man. Sick.
You're sick.
I'm sicker than you.
You guys were live and
Are we
you're
live?
both babbling about your being sick. We kept
We're
talking.
both sick.
Yeah, everyone, before I wasn't going to invite AP because he told me the other day he was sick, and then he seemed fine yesterday, so I said, hey, join us, and then and then as soon as he comes, he's like, it sounded disgusting.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then IP was saying he's sick too, so everyone's sick.
Yeah. I woke up with a sore throat, but I'm getting better. So it's like a short thing, getting over it quickly.
Well, everyone's throats are about to be even sorer as we scream in rage at whatever arguments people are using to claim that Christians and Muslims worship the same God. Have you guys heard this claim before? Have you heard this idea?
And I'm so sick of it, but yeah.
Cameron did this crap, didn't he?
It's all his fault. He's ruined the ecumenical movement, trying to get people to work together. Everything, we're going fine. Everyone's working together. We're attacking Islam. We're attacking atheism. And then Cameron walks in and he's like, hey guys, guess what I'm going to do? And he just drops a bomb on everything.
Yeah.
But it must have been outside of this. I mean, it must have been independent from this whole Cameron thing, because everybody's all Christian Twitter is talking about it right now. All Catholics, Orthodox, Protestant, everybody's discussing this right now.
I think it's Cameron.
Cameron.
I think Cameron started it. Now, keep in mind, it's always an issue and it's always a discussion and so on. And I mean, it's something I bring up, like I brought up tons of times in the past in presentations and so on. Talk about do Christians and Muslims worship the same God? And I would say, well, it kind of depends on what you mean and where you're setting the bar. If you just mean we're all trying to worship the Creator or something like that, you could say, it's the same in that sense and so on. But you start getting down to details, you get to some serious differences and so on. So where are you gonna set the bar? Anyway, that's how it's been going for many years, and all of a sudden, here's what happened, everyone. Cameron's looking at everything and he says, we've got socialists and communists coming for us. We've got jihadis coming for us. We got all this woke stuff. We got all this LGBTQ stuff. You know what we need? We need a ton of division among different Christian groups right now. That's what we need. I'm going to say Christians and Muslims worship the same God. Come at me, Protestants and Orthodox.
I need a drink.
Cameron, you're driving IP to drinking.
I never drink too. I gave it up, and now I'm back to it. Way to go, Cameron.
He was
all clean.
Thank you, Cameron.
I was clean for 12 hours, and now
he was
back
12
to
hours sober, and Cameron Bertuzzi just kicked him right off the wagon.
Shame on you.
Now, AP.
Yes.
Good place to start here. You, instead of calmly saying, guys, I don't want to get involved in this big argument everyone is having, you instead declared war on Catholics who adhere to Vatican II everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's completely declared war. Let's see what we got here. Whoops.
What is?
What's that?
What?
This goes to trees.
A little weird thing. Weird dumb thing. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. AP, why don't you break down your points here? 32 reasons? Are you one of these guys that think that 32 bad reasons somehow add up to a great reason? Or are these all great reasons?
No, I mean, this is kind of like a summary of things that I wrote down. What I actually did is I wrote down one morning and sat down and recorded my ideas on why Muslims and Christians do not worship the same God. Then I transcribed those ideas. Then I sat down and worked on it a little bit. Then I sat down to summarize all of these things and put them in a list. And this morning I added a few more things and removed a few things. So I decided to just post all of them instead of recording a video. And yeah, these are my 32 reasons. And I was thinking of turning these 32 32 reasons into 32 theses and
Nailing them
nailing
too.
nailing them on the wall of the Vatican.
Yeah.
So
How
on
dare
the door of
you?
the Vatican, actually. So that's what I was doing. But yeah, so basically I listed several reasons why Muslims do not worship the same God, or why the Muslim God is different from the God that we worship. And this was more meant to be differences between our God and their God. My initial motive was simply to explain how, as an ex-Muslim, I know the God that I worshipped, and the God that I worshipped was very different in terms of how he was and who he was and how he acted and how he reacted and so on. And I have become increasingly familiar with the true God that we worship in Christianity, and I wanted to break down the differences. But the differences are not just do not just come down to how this God acts, but also where this God comes from. So, number one, you have the origins. You have God in Christianity is the God of Israel, revealed through his people. In Islam, you have Allah, who comes from pagan polytheistic Arabia with very questionable roots with Hubal and all that, and then Muslims try to tie that to the Abrahamic biblical God. Then you have the history. You have you have God comes together with the Bible. In Christianity, we have the entire history of God and his interactions with his people. In Islam, you don't even have the Bible. In Christianity, you have the continuous revelations of God eventually fulfilled through Christ. In Islam, you simply have Allah throwing down commands and being, oh, obey this, obey that, or else. You have in Christianity, God is personal, he is relational, he is loving. And in Islam, he is a tyrant. He doesn't have that very same kind that he has in Christianity. Do you want me to continue explaining each point, or what do you want?
Go ahead and read them through, man. You're about to nail these to the Vatican. You might as well tell people what they are.
Okay. Then there is a relationship issue. So God is a father who adopts us as children. Allah is a master. He treats people as submissive slaves. God does not deceive. In Islam, Allah calls himself the deceiver. Then there is the morality aspect. In Christianity, God's commands come from his unchanging good nature. In Islam, it is morality is basically just do this and don't do that, and you will get rewarded or you will be brutally punished. You have the free will difference. In Islam, everything is pure fatalism. Allah wrote everything down. You don't really have a choice. Then there is the divine image. God created all humans in his image with dignity and purpose. In Islam, this aspect is completely ignored. Although the Quran mentions Allah creating humans in his image, this is not really understood in Islam and comes nowhere close. In Christianity, you have God humbling himself and becoming man and participating in us and us relating to him, eventually him inviting us to himself. In Islam, you don't have any of that. In Islam, Allah is this distant tyrant. And there is this concept which is very, very, very significant in Eastern Orthodox Christianity, but also in Christianity in general, the theosis, divinization, which is outlined in the Bible, where God becomes man and becomes one of us, so that we can eventually partake in the divine, in his divinity, in the divine aspects, and all that. This is in Islam, such a thing is completely unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. Humans are simply lowly slaves that he tortures in the end, or that just obey him forever in submission. Then you have joy in worship in Christianity. I mean, you have it in the worship. In Islam, you don't really have joy. You simply are afraid of Allah. That's all it is. God has a personality. In Islam, Allah is just a tyrant who issues commands. God sends a mediator. God sends himself as a mediator. We have a mediator through Christ in Christianity. Allah just once again rains down commands and expects submission. God has proper lasting covenants that he doesn't break. In Islam, you once again have the master-slave relationship. In Christianity, we have the long, historical, extensive scripture, the Bible, eventually fulfilled in Christ. In Islam, you have this gibberish book that is the Quran, and complete disconnect from the Bible. In Islam, they call Allah simply Allah. He doesn't even have the name. In the Bible, God reveals us his eternal name. Then there is salvation through grace, faith, and atonement. Allah simply wants everyone to submit. There is no real grace or love or even atonement. Then there's forgiveness. God forgives through repentance and sacrifice. Allah forgives those who submit. There is no atonement. His trustworthiness. God is always faithful. Allah can change his mind and deceive at will. Ethics. God calls us to become like him in love, mercy, and goodness. Allah orders obedience or eternal torture, literally. The angels are personal messengers and ministers in Christianity. In Allah's angels are simply mindless record keepers. Sin breaks relationship with God in Christianity. For Allah, sin is just breaking rules followed by brutal torture and punishment. Once again, there's just really no depth to it. The sacraments. God gives grace through sacraments, baptism, communion, etc. Allah has no sacraments at all. There is music in worship in Christianity. There is joy. There is singing. There is joy. Islam bans any kind of music. The Islamic worship is incomparable to any kind of Abrahamic worship. Then the Sabbath.
I have a question
Sorry,
about that one really fast. I've heard that some sects of Islam don't ban music. Is that true?
Yeah, there are some Sufi movements and Sufi sects. They do incorporate some kind of musical things, but it is usually considered heretical by most Muslims. But some of them do indeed do stuff like that, and some Shiites also do things like that. But the general traditional Islam is just dry, robotic worship. That's it.
Yeah, it's going to come down to which sources you accept, and Muslims accept different sources and so on. So, the clear condemnations of various musical instruments and so on that I'm familiar with are in the Sunni Hadith. So,
That makes sense.
Yeah, and there's a Sabbath, which is very fundamental, a day for holy rest. It's also prefaced with God ordaining that as a day of rest himself. In Islam, it's just, well, there is no day of rest. Why would there be such a thing? Then the miracles.
The jihad never sleeps, so why would we rest?
Yeah, you stupid. The miracles, God's miracles serve his plan of love and salvation. Allah's miracles are just brute displays of power. In heaven, God promises a renewed world, perfect communion with him. In Islam, Allah is just a pimp who promises a brothel in the sky with sex, wine, and servants. Very rude, I know.
Very, very
Then there is,
Islamophobic.
Yeah. Then hell, God's judgment is just separation from him for those who reject him. In Islam, Allah's hell is an eternal torture chamber, which he gleefully describes for disbelievers. Then comes Jesus. Jesus is God in the flesh, Savior, Lord, Messiah. In Islam, Jesus is just a confused prophet with no cross, no resurrection, nothing at all. Messiah is completely meaningless. Then there are the holy places. God's story centers on Jerusalem, on Zion, on the temple. Allah's house is the Kaaba, which is a pagan shrine. It has nothing to do with Abrahamic religion.
Very bigly pagan.
Yes. And finally, there is the cross, which is God's ultimate act of love, while Allah completely denies the crucifixion, let alone having anything to do with it.
All right, so that was pretty much the most Islamophobic thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Very Islamophobic.
Thank you.
Very Islamophobic.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, and it is interesting here that there's the main divide here is between. It seems to be as far as this discussion is. I haven't. I've caught this claim from all kinds of different people in the past, but more recently, like on the debate, it's in the debate Cameron just had. It's Catholics versus Orthodox. It seems to be Catholics who are doubling down on this issue, and others who are having a problem with it. Although, to be fair, you'll have Catholics who reject the claim, and you will have non-Catholics who would say that Christians and Muslims worship the same God. But let's go ahead and see the quote in question here. Is this correct? I just searched for it.
Yeah.
This is correct. This is the correct
Yes.
stuff. Vatican Council, Second Vatican Council. But the plan of salvation also includes those who acknowledge the Creator. In the first place, among whom are the Muslims. Why are Muslims in first place? Huh? Because they say so. In the first place, among whom are the Muslims. These profess to hold the faith of Abraham. And so if this was all this said, they profess to hold the faith of Abraham, I would have zero problem with it. But if you go on, it says, and together with us, they adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day. Together with us. So Catholics and Muslims together. Catholics and Muslims together adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day. What's this other stuff? This is also Second Vatican Council. The Catholic Church rejects nothing of what is true and holy in these religions. She has a high regard for the manner of life and conduct, the precepts and doctrines, which, although differing in many ways from her own teaching, nevertheless often reflect a ray of that truth which enlightens all men. Yet she proclaims and is in duty bound to proclaim without fail Christ, who is the way, the truth, and the life. In him, in whom God reconciled all things to himself, men find the fullness of their religious life. The Church therefore urges her sons to enter with prudence and charity into discussion and collaboration with members of other religions. Let Christians, while witnessing to their own faith and way of life, acknowledge, preserve, and encourage the spiritual and moral truths found among non-Christians, also their social life and culture. This goes on. What is it? Okay. And then it goes on to other stuff.
Yeah, they keep going. They mention more stuff about Muslims there. The church also has high regard for the Muslims. They worship. Yeah.
They worship. Oh, okay. The church has also a high regard for the Muslims. They worship God. Okay, so that's where the worship is coming in. They worship God, who is one, living and subsistent, merciful and almighty, the creator of heaven and earth, who has spoken to men. They strive to submit themselves without reserve to the hidden decrees of God, just as Abraham submitted himself to God's plan, to whose faith Muslims eagerly link their own. Although not acknowledging him as God, they venerate Jesus as a prophet. His virgin mother they also honor and even at times devoutly invoke. Further,
I still wonder what that is supposed to mean, because I can't think of anything where Muslims actually devoutly invoke the name of the Virgin Mary.
The only time I can think of them invoking Mary is when they're like, "Oh, but we love Mary," and so they kind of bring her up in that context. But we love Mary more than you Christians.
So I really would like a Catholic to clarify what in the world this is in reference to, because I mean Muslims don't do that. So I'm not sure what this means.
Yeah, guys, we basically don't know what this means here. And guys, this is Vatican II. If this is wrong, what else is wrong? No, we don't know what this is talking about as far as Muslims devoutly invoking Mary. So we don't know what this is talking about. So if anyone knows, please explain. Further, they await the day of judgment and the reward of God following the resurrection of the dead. For this reason, they highly esteem an upright life and worship God, especially by way of prayer, alms deeds, and fasting. My goodness, man. What an awesome, awesome, awesome religion Islam is. Almost makes me want to convert. IP. I kind of IP too. I kind of know AP's thoughts on this because we kind of discussed it a little the other day. Anthony was here. ruining the entire discussion like every other thing he said with, but what about Calvin? But Calvin too. And we need Calvin. Calvin's the greatest. There was no Christianity before Calvin. And so...
We wouldn't even be here without Calvin. What?
And so we started off with too much cargo, so we got rid of Benedict Arnold, tossed Anthony out. So now you're here. What is your view on this question?
Well, first of all, I think this is an issue that we need to shut up about and move on. This is so silly.
And yet
this is a minor issue upon minor issue. Yeah, you asked me to be here.
The only minor issue is Muhammad.
You're the one who's like, come, let's talk about this. I wanted to talk about the alleged scientific miracles in the Quran, but you're like, no, we're going to talk about this issue. So that's why I'm here. Anyway, so I think I do recognize Catholics when I've heard them talk about it. It is kind of nuanced in what they're saying. There's a lot of nuance going on there. I think they're being strawmanned a lot. But ultimately, I'm not convinced by their arguments. I will say, though, that I've not spent a lot of time going into it because I'm annoyed by this whole conversation. At the end of the day, I tend to side with, you and AP, that it's not the same God. And I've used this analogy. Like, let's picture like a painting, like the Mona Lisa. Like Catholics, Orthodox, and Protestants all have the Mona Lisa. Maybe the Protestants and Catholics will disagree about the type of frame that should be around the Mona Lisa, the type of lighting, the hallway it should be in, these kinds of things, like these extra things. But they still have the Mona Lisa. Muslims, what they do is they come on and, if you read like Tom Holland's book, for example, The Shadow and the Sword, they take pieces of the Mona Lisa, they cut parts of it out, and then they fill in the gaps with their own pictures, their own issues. So like, I'll see Muslims say like, things like, we have a lot of agreement with Christians, but what they agree with on is like peripheral things. They reject atonement. They reject the Trinity. They reject the resurrection. They reject the fall. They reject all the essentials of what it is to be a Christian. So like they've taken like little bits and pieces of this beautiful painting and they've stitched them onto this monstrosity of a different painting. And then they took like a marker and they tried to draw in the rest based on their own design. And at that point, you can't say they have the Mona Lisa. They have bits and pieces glued onto their painting, but they don't have the Mona Lisa anymore. So that's the kind of analogy I would use for this kind of issue. I don't think they have the same God ultimately, and I don't think it would be correct to say that. And especially, I would agree a lot with what AP presented in his list. Those are good reasons to think that. My other question would simply be for them is,
one second. Just wanted to illustrate your point. Muslims are basically saying, look, we have the Mona Lisa. This is the Mona Lisa, everyone. We've got the Mona Lisa. Because this actually ties into arguments that are being used, right? But there's like the Mona Lisa. Imagine you actually had the Mona Lisa. You've got it hanging on the wall. And then someone comes along and says, look, I've got the Mona Lisa too. You see it? And you're like, that's not the Mona Lisa. That's not the Mona Lisa. And you're saying, okay, we're talking about two different Mona Lisas here. And then you get some philosophers that step into the discussion and they say, well, if you're both, obviously you're referring to the same thing. You're talking about the Mona Lisa. You're talking about the Mona Lisa and so on. So, obviously you're talking about the same Mona Lisa. And you're looking at that going, we are most certainly not talking about the same Mona Lisa here if they're saying that is the Mona Lisa.
Well, just take your painting and imagine if they had like taped some like bits and pieces from the actual Mona Lisa on that. Like maybe they like took a strand of like the hair and they just like glued it on there. It's like, yeah, you have bits and pieces of it, but you don't have the real Mona Lisa. And I would ask the simple question, like Mormons claim they also worship the God of Abraham, but the Mormon God is completely different than what Christians and Muslims believe. The Mormons believe that God was a guy on a planet. He got appointed to godhood. Then he got his own planet, which is Earth. And then we also get to one day be gods and have our own planets. And so, like Mormons can claim this stuff, but it's not the same God as Christianity. I think you need to hold to the essential core doctrines, especially the essential core doctrines about who God is. He is a Trinity. He is Jesus Christ who became incarnate. These things are very, very important to know who God is. And I have a hard time saying that other groups do worship the same God. Now, again, I'll caveat that with that I know that a lot of Catholics have a more nuanced view on how they look at this. I don't fully understand their position, though. I've tried, but I'm also incredibly bored by this subject at this point, and I think we all need to just move on and get back to important things like dealing with Islam.
No, we need to start a fight over everything in Vatican II.
Now, I want to
Yeah.
also, I want to actually today, because I read a little bit about this topic today, and I also want to have a little bit of nuance here, and maybe, I guess, I don't know, also in defense of the Catholic Church on this position, say a few things. Now, there is one very, very big problem. So I got here the Catechism of the Catholic Church. It's right here, Catechism of the Catholic Church. This
Yeah,
is
it does say that.
what
It's right on the cover, ladies and gentlemen. Don't deny
That's
it.
true.
what
That's true.
what Catholics are to study and read and learn when they want to enter the Catholic Church. And it says here in 841, it says the Church's relationship with the Muslims. The plan of salvation also includes those who acknowledge the Creator in the first place, amongst whom are the Muslims. These profess to hold the faith of Abraham, and together with us they adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day. There is no further notice, except it says that this goes to Lumen Gentium 16 and Nostra Aetate 3, which we just earlier read. This is problematic. If a Catholic just going into the church simply learns this and there is no other statement about it, what they will understand is, oh, so Muslims also worship the same God. Okay, interesting. So Muslims also do worship their God. Now, there are lots of explanations that the Catholic Church made about this, which I also learned later on, and I can credit them for that, and I want to mention some of those. Actually, in the year 2000, Pope John Paul II approved a declaration by the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, which was actually written by the Pope, by the Cardinal who would later become Pope Benedict XVI, the German Pope Ratzinger. He actually wrote a declaration called Dominus Jesus, so the Lord Jesus, which was meant to, it is a very long declaration, it is one written that is meant to clarify the Church's position on whether other religions and their forms of worship are acceptable or not. In that writing, it makes it actually very clear that while we can say on the surface that others also, turn toward the same God, there absolutely is no salvation outside Christ. And it also concludes, so this is a good thing. This is a very, very good thing. It also concludes that that there is absolutely, so here is the end of it before the conclusion. Thus, the certainty of the universal salvific will of God does not diminish, but rather increases the duty and urgency of the proclamation of salvation and of conversion to the Lord Jesus Christ. So this is actually a very good thing. In this writing, in this official declaration by the Catholic Church, it goes through this topic very, very lengthily, but then actually says that this does not in any way diminish the complete necessity that we as Christians have to go out and proselytize and convert these people to Christianity. So even if Muslims in some way or another worship the same God, we have an obligation to make them or to convert them to believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. So this is very, very well established, and I think Christians, should be a little bit relieved by that if they have a problem with the position of the Catholic Church. That said, the statements that Muslims do worship the same God are a little bit problematic, because if you can say that they do worship the same God, I feel like this is a little bit dangerous, isn't it? Because if you say they worship the same God, it's almost like a slippery slope. You could argue from there that, oh, okay, so they worship the same God. So is their form of worship then acceptable if we recognize it as worship? This opens doors to some really, really, bad places.
Yeah, the idea there is when you have a claim, and then you have to add a lot of commentary, a lot of nuance, and so on to explain what you mean. Guess what? When people are spreading your claim around, they're not sharing all that nuance and so on. And so they're just sharing the claim. And the claim taken without all that is likely to be seriously misleading and to have some bad repercussions. So Yeah, might want to think about it. All right, so we're going to jump into this debate. We'll take batch. There's a lot of people sending super chats because a lot of people have thoughts on this. We'll take batches of a couple of super chats and then go back and forth between that and the debate. Let's see. IP rejects the teaching of the Popery. He must be a member of the Prot-Orthodox Alliance. Also crazy how people in Pakistan get milk from male goats. This is all.
Just remember, there are pro-choice Catholics. Not every Catholic has to agree with Vatican II. So everything I've said, I've checked over to make sure I'm not giving away any denomination aspects.
You hear this, everyone?
Anything I'm saying is
you hear this,
actually
everyone?
telling you if I'm Catholic or not.
We finally have a test that's going to say, okay, is he rejecting the teachings of the Catholic Church? And then he's clearly in some other category, and he's like, oh, but even Catholics can reject the teachings of the Catholic Church.
Yeah, you can disagree with things that have come down and how they're supposed to be interpreted. And so I don't see this as too much of an issue. But I mean, again, I've been very clear. The church I attend, I don't agree with everything they say in their catechism, in their own, profession of faith. I'm a mixed bag. You're not going to be able to figure out my denomination by what I say on theology.
That's it. I'm going to call your priest and tell him about this. So.
Yeah. No, this is interesting.
Don't call my imam.
Yeah, so what IP is saying is, no matter how much he agrees with or disagrees with any branch of Christianity, you can draw no conclusions about his allegiance to anything. Okay,
pretty much.
Good to know. Answer is no. Catholics worship Tawhid. That's true. Of course we worship the same God. We worship a militant, pagan, 7th century Arab deity, don't we? Oh, wait. AP, IP, D Wood, you are all non-tulip Christians. Yeah, I'm a 0-point Calvinist, everyone. Therefore, do you agree that Allah of Islam resembles the God in which John Calvin believes, souls predestined to hell, no free will, divine determinism? I would say in terms of determinism, you definitely see the parallels and so on. But I would say the main difference between Calvinism and Islam would be the God who's determining things. So you have God determining all these things, but you have a very different kind of God determining things in the two.
Yes. Let's be fair.
Let's see. My favorite difference is that God loves us as our father, but in Islam, Allah is not a father. That's true. Not a father to anyone, not a father in any sense.
Allah says, I ain't no father to nobody.
Yep. Allah's got 99 names. Father ain't one. In retrospect, was it wrong policy for the Carter and Reagan administrations to fund the Afghan Mujahideen in their war versus the atheist Soviet Union? No idea. And you're talking some weirdly off-topic stuff. Yeah, guys, the idea is the United States said, we want to stop communism. Who's going to stand against the communists to the death in Afghanistan? These jihadis will. So let's back the jihadis. And then later on, the jihadis say, we will attack you too.
There is also the aspect which is, in retrospect, you could say, okay, it led to some really catastrophic consequences. But just because it led to some catastrophic consequences, it doesn't necessarily have to mean that it was altogether wrong. Mm-hmm. Not saying it was right.
Yeah, and lots of times you don't know what's going to happen 30 or 40 years later. So,
yeah.
Yep. Let's see. I think that is very clear. The deity of the Quran is ontologically incompatible with the deity of the Bible due to Allah making multiple explicit polemics against Jesus as deity. I cannot adore Allah. What you're saying there is would be the kind of natural position of someone who's confronted with the idea that Christians and Muslims, Jews, we all worship the same God and so on. When you have these clear differences, like Allah is specifically defining himself as not what Christians believe, but there is a response to that. Namely, you can be referring to the same person and be completely wrong about someone. Like, again, the example I used the other day, I said, I know AP pretty well. His wife knows him better than I do. Someone who only knows him because they read some tweet would know significantly less about him. And they may even have a completely false belief about AP. They would still be talking about AP if we start talking about AP. And they're like, hey, you know that tweet from AP? And I was like, yeah, I know that tweet from AP. And they're like, yeah. And they might believe all kinds of false things about AP and still be talking about AP. So anyway, we're about to get into some of this. Karen says, wow, fantastic list. Well done. She's talking about AP's 32-point thesis to be nailed to the door of the Vatican.
Thank you.
And here we have
tomorrow.
Galatians 1:6-9 makes it clear that even if an angel preaches a different gospel, it's accursed. That's true. I don't think Catholics would disagree. No, they're not going to. Catholics aren't going to disagree with that. But there's a difference between saying Islam has the same gospel and Christians and Muslims are worshiping or adoring the same God. So we'll see. We'll see. In other words, you could believe that Christians and Muslims worship the same God, but believe that Muslims need to be corrected because they have a false gospel. And then here we have Allah needs a mate to have a son, not all powerful. Yeah, so Allah would be dependent. And here you go. Abu Bakr says, AP, as a Catholic, I endorse your 32 theses. Bravo. So
what?
He
can't be a Catholic. He agrees with AP.
He can actually help you nail the theses to the Vatican. Awesome.
So this guy gets to be Catholic, but if I say I don't agree, I'm therefore confirmed not Catholic. I love this.
I make my decisions based on what will cause the most chaos and division. So yes,
that's what you do. That's what you do.
All right. All right. Let's go ahead and watch the beginning. We'll probably. I was going to say we'll watch the opening statements and not interrupt, but I'm assuming we're going to have to interrupt to explain like philosophical terms and stuff like that, or share thoughts. So we'll just interrupt whenever we thought. Anytime you guys want to stop it, you'll stop.
Hey guys, welcome to Capturing Christianity. Tonight we are asking the question, or really answering the question in debate form, do Christians and Muslims worship the same God? I've got
Look at Cameron with this grin on his face. Ha ha! Now my plan to cause maximum division at the worst possible time is coming to fruition.
Dr. Trent Doherty, Dr. Christopher Tomaszewski. I've got Jay Dyer and Father Ananias with us tonight. And the format for tonight is mainly open
so I know two of these guys.
Yeah, me too.
Actually, I only knew of the four debaters. I only knew Jay like by sight. I knew Trent Doherty from his writings. Not familiar with the other two guys, but this is Catholics on the left here and Orthodox on the right. That's right.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, this guy has
easy to remember. Looking at it, just look at a map of Europe. And the Catholics are on the right side of Europe. If you're looking at a map of Europe, and the Eastern Orthodox are on the right side as well. So Catholics are on the west. If you're looking at a map, the Orthodox are on the east. Easy to remember.
Or you could do it like this: the Orthodox are the ones who are on the right side of history, on the right side of things.
dialogue. But we do have some opening statements at the very beginning of the show. So there's going to be 10 minutes for each side. I should mention, we've just lost. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Got to have him because he's got the coolest beard. And that, I have to say, is a very, very Orthodox beard.
Ananias, his video dropped out for a second. We're back. So each side is going to have 10 minutes. Dr. Trent Doherty, Dr. Christopher, they are on the affirmative side. So they are Catholic. They are answering this question in the affirmative. So they've got each 5 minutes for an opening presentation. Then we're going to turn it over to Jay and Father Ananias. They've each got 5 minutes for their side. And then we're just going to go to open dialogue. And then toward the end of the show, if we have time, we'll do some Q&A with you guys. So with that said, we're going to jump right in. Oh,
what'd you say?
You forgot to say that they are on the right side.
Oh, yeah.
Last thing I'll mention before we get into the debate is we are going to, I've got bios for each individual debater, presenter here. I've got that linked in the description of the video if you want to learn more about.
Quit talking so much and get to the debate, Cameron.
Today. So let's go ahead and now turn it over to Dr. Trent Doherty for his 5-minute opening statement.
This is the guy that challenged Jay to a fight, right?
Yeah.
IP, you were here. I was pointing out, like, I've read stuff by Trent Doherty in the past, and so awesome stuff, brilliant, brilliant stuff. So then I see the first video clip I ever see of him. He's like,
I know.
Why don't you got any boxing skills, bro? Huh? How about some MMA skills, bro? Why don't you come and face me in the gym, bro? And I'm like, wait a minute. It's hilarious. Oh boy,
I hate everything.
Like, dude, you don't understand. Like, I had zero clue what he looks like or anything. I just remember reading his stuff. But that would be like, you know, like imagine reading Planaga all your life, and you finally see Planaga in a video, and he's like, "Yeah, why don't you come say that to my face so I can knock your teeth down your throat, bro?" And you'd be like, "What? Wait, what the heck? What?" Anyway, it's funny stuff.
All right.
By the way, this, I have to say, this is all probably part of Cameron's plan. Behind the scenes, he was like, "Look, you should challenge Jay to a fight. That'll really, really, really help spread this around."
Oh, wait. This is his presentation?
What?
Of course they do, duh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's how philosophers argue. We go, duh. Of course they do. Duh. Anyway.
That's kind of weird.
Great.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the mighty, the brilliant Trent Doherty.
So in the fall of 1990, as a young evangelical, I went to Liberty University
You just have to toss that in.
to be the research assistant
Back when I was a stupid evangelical, now I'm a Catholic.
for Dr. Norman L. Geisler. And he has since passed away, God rest his soul, but he was one of my main first mentors. And while there at the Liberty Center for Research and Scholarship, I worked on a number of books with him. One of which was Thomas Aquinas, an Evangelical Appraisal, subtitled, "Should Old Aquinas Be Forgot?" Another one.
Wait, this is decades ago. How old is he?
50.
He's in his 40s, 50s, something around there.
I have no idea. I'm just
I read. Hang on. Let's go.
Was called Answering Islam, that was co-authored with a student of his that was a former Muslim. And
I read Answering Islam in prison. So that was 90s. So if he's talking about he was doing stuff back then, that's a long time ago.
for the research for that book, we had to read the Quran cover to cover and take notes on 3x5 note cards. Yes, this is the fall of 1990. And so I had the opportunity at that time to read the Quran cover to cover, which I had not really anticipated. And I have read it, not cover to cover since then, but I've returned to it occasionally, and I've even had studies on it with some good friends of mine, one of the groomsmen that was at my wedding. And
Worst book ever written. But, dude, you understand you've only got 5 minutes, right? Anyway.
what's clear from the Quran is it's obvious.
I don't mean Answering Islam. Answering Islam is one of the all-time best books about Christian apologetics dealing with Islam. The Quran, however, worst book ever.
That Muhammad encountered Christian and Jewish preaching in Arabia. I think everybody's pretty much agreed that he probably didn't have an Old Testament or New Testament scriptures. I don't know, doesn't matter. But he clearly encountered their preaching and teaching. And the Quran explicitly states that Jewish and Christian scriptures are revealed by God, albeit incomplete, and that Muhammad came to complete that narrative. And it talks.
I don't think it's relevant. I'm not sure I would say it like that. The Quran, the position of the Quran is basically Allah sends different prophets to different parts of the world, to different groups who speak different languages, and the last people to receive the revelation were the Arabs. And so once Muhammad was sent to the Arabs, now everyone had their prophet, and everyone is supposed to judge by the scriptures revealed in their language. You're still supposed to believe in all the scriptures and all the prophets. So you believe in the scriptures of the other group from the other land and so on, if they're sent by Allah. But what you're supposed to judge by is what's revealed to your group in your language. So I guess you could technically say the previous scriptures are incomplete because Allah still had revelation to give to the Arabs, but it's not like the Quran is saying that the Torah and the Injil are deficient and they're lacking something. Not the position of the Quran.
About Adam and Noah and Abraham and Joseph and many other biblical individuals. And in the course of doing this, the Quran mistakenly attributes many mistakes to Jews and Jewish Christians in both in the details and in the interpretation of their own scriptures. So, for example, the Quran says that Noah had a son that refused to get on the ark. And it says that Aaron didn't make the golden calf. And the biggest and most central disagreement is that it says that Jesus didn't die on the cross. He just appeared to die on the cross. And in these places and others, what I want to note two things. First, Islam disagrees with the biblical narrative. Okay. Secondly, Islam is wrong. It's mistaken. The Quran gets it wrong. There are these disagreements, these contradictions between what Islam teaches and what Christianity teaches, what the Bible, what the Quran says and what the Bible says. And in that disagreement, it is my firm belief that the Quran and Islam are mistaken and that Christianity and the Bible have the correct view there. But notice two things, and we'll jump into the slides. And I've actually forgotten what these slides say. So when I see these slides, it will be.
You had to send Cameron slides for 5 minutes. You go through 3 minutes, and you don't remember your slides. I'm just messing around. I don't know.
Reminding me of what they say. But notice two things about this story. By every extant semantic theory of reference is fixed by causation and context. All right. That's how reference gets fixed, by causation and context.
Guys, there are, everyone who's watching, there are times when philosophers are using terms that are difficult to understand and difficult to grasp, and you have to spend a lot of time and use lots of examples to understand them. There are other times when it sounds like they're talking about something difficult, but they're actually not. So, like reference fixing, that sounds like some complicated thing. Just as far as what you need to know for purposes of this discussion, you have words that you speak, and somehow those words refer to other things. Like if I say, this is a cup, I have a word cup. How does the word cup or mug or something like that come to refer to this? Basically at some point in history, someone decides to call this a cup or a mug, and then this gets passed on to other people and so on. And now the word refers to the cup. So that's about all you would need to know about the concept there.
And in the origin of the Quran, the origin of the foundation of Islam, there was clearly back and forth interaction between Muhammad and his early followers and whoever it was that wrote down the Quran, and Jews and Christians that were preaching the gospel, preaching from the Old and New Testaments. Okay, next slide. Okay, so that leads to the first argument for the affirmative, that Muslims and Christians worship the same God, the semantic argument. Premise one: if the Quran originated in the context of furthering the biblical narrative, then its terms pick up their references from that biblical narrative. This is a straightforward consequence out of every reasonable semantic theory. Premise two: the Quran did originate out of this context of furthering the biblical narrative. That's just a historical fact. QED. So the consequent of premise one follows.
So from premise one and premise two, he claims that the conclusion, Christians and Muslims worship the same God, follows.
Well, they reference the same God.
I reject.
I'd like to see the rest of the argument. Yeah.
That's argument one. That was the argument.
That's the whole. What's the conclusion I'm trying to see?
The conclusion is Christians and Muslims worship the same God. I think that's what he means by QED.
Yeah, I don't think that follows from the premises.
And plus, I'm not sure it does either.
Isn't his conclusion just isn't it just that it references the same God? I think that's just his conclusion here.
Well, but he's saying with QED, he's saying, therefore, I've proven the point, which the claim is that Christians and Muslims worship the same God. I wouldn't say. I mean, you're not even referring to what was the actual topic on the screen? Do Christians and Muslims worship the same God?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, I just don't think it. I don't think it gets to that
Oh
conclusion.
yeah, no,
from
it was
just
on the
this one.
screen. Topic is, do Christians and Muslims worship the same God? I don't think you get there from this, and I would also reject premise one.
I mean, like, just think of this in like a roadmap issue. Like, so you could say like, my directions pick up on let's say you have like directions to get to the supermarket, and I say, well, I'm going to give you even better directions to get to the supermarket, and then you end up at like the garbage dump. That doesn't, just because my intent was to further to help get you to the supermarket by giving you better directions, that doesn't mean I actually got you there. So I don't think this actually gets to the conclusion from what he's presented there.
David, why do you disagree with the premise one?
I think it's incomplete and misleading. Let's look at this. If the Quran originated in the context of furthering the biblical narrative, so if Muhammad is claiming if Muhammad is interacting, so this is what he was just talking about, that the context of the Quran is that Muhammad is in some sort of interaction with Jews and Christians about their claims and their scriptures and so on. And so this is relevant as far as like, if the Quran is talking about Jesus, okay, if you're responding to a Jewish claim about Jesus or a Christian belief about Jesus or something like that, if you're talking about Jesus, what's the context? Oh, you're talking to Jews and Christians? Okay, you're talking about the same Jesus. Even if you say things that disagree with Christians, you're talking about Jesus. And so what he says here, if the Quran originated in the context of furthering the biblical narrative, so assuming that Muhammad is saying, hey, I'm adding revelation to your biblical narrative as I'm having these discussions with Jews and Christians, watch the rest there, then its terms, the terms are using like Allah or something like that, Allah, Jesus, so on, then its terms pick up their references from the biblical narrative. Meaning, if Muhammad's having interactions with Jews and Christians, then the terms he's using are picking up what they're referring to from Jews and Christians. That's partly true, but terms like Allah were around before Muhammad even existed. And they had a pagan context. That's why I said this would be incomplete. So guys, I mean, think what he's saying here. Hey, if there's a context where Muhammad's interacting with Christians, then the meanings of the terms he's using, the references are being taken from that source. Well, that's not the only context. Muhammad is in a context where he's interacting with Jews and Christians. He's also in a context where he's interacting with pagans and polytheists and so on. And that's what he's raised in. My point here is you can't say, oh, when Muhammad's talking about God, he has to be talking about the same God that Jews and Christians are talking about because he's having discussions with them. He's also having discussions with pagans about Allah. So does that mean he picks up the meaning of the term from pagans? Right? In other words, there's multiple contexts here. You can't say, hey, the references are picked up from this context when there are multiple contexts, and Muhammad clearly is picking up things from the pagan context.
I was going to say I got a better analogy. If you let me nerd out here for a second, are you ready for this, David? Think of
it's just like in Star Trek. No, sorry.
No, I'm not going to go there. I'm obviously going to Lord of the Rings. Okay. So think of the Lord of the Rings, a great story, beautiful story. What comes along with Amazon Prime? The Rings of Power. That's like the Quran. It tries to go back and fill in the gaps, but it gets a lot of things wrong. It has the 3 elven rings created before the One Ring. It has Isildur and Celebrimbor living in the same time period. It has the attack of Aragion happening before the Dark Lord reveals himself before he makes the One Ring. There's all these problems with it. It's claiming to be the same story, but it clearly is not. It's a messed up, nonsensical monstrosity that we all should just reject. And so, they'll claim this is like a continuation of Tolkien's work. It isn't. And all of the fans know it's not. We all reject it. And we go, this is not Tolkien. This is not Tolkien's world. This is a monstrosity. So... yeah, that's what I think of. That when he brings this kind of stuff up, I'm thinking of the Quran. Like, it claims to be a continuation of the Jewish scriptures and the Christian scriptures, but it isn't. It gets so much wrong. There, nerd rant done.
Okay, so let me give everyone an example following that one without all the nerd stuff. So once you, if you were to reword premise one so that it actually gets things, it gives you the full explanation. You'd have something like Allah is part of the polytheistic pantheon of Arabia. They worship multiple gods and goddesses. Allah is one of their gods. Allah has, daughters, Allat, Alusa, and Manat, and so on. And Muhammad comes along and he says, hey, this, one of the gods, is the only god. All the others are fake or there's something else. But they're not the creator God. That's Allah. And then Muhammad is in interaction with Jews and Christians saying, hey, this God is the same as your God. But you look at the descriptions and a lot of them sound a lot more like a pagan polytheistic God than they do like the God of the Bible. So clearly Muhammad, he takes one of the gods of the pagan pantheon and then says, hey, I'm going to strip away the polytheistic stuff and then just say, this is your God. And the conclusion that we're supposed to draw is, therefore, we're talking about the same God, because it's when you talk about picking up their references from the biblical narrative, it's kind of like adding some additional reference from the biblical narrative to an already pre-existing pagan concept of a deity. And so the conclusion is, therefore, you're talking about the same God. Why? Because Muhammad comes along and he says, hey, this is one of our pagan gods. I'm getting rid of the other gods. This is the one God. And since this is the one God, this is the one God that you guys are talking about as well. And this God is the same God you guys worship. And Trent says that since he's picking up that reference from the biblical narrative, therefore, they're talking about the same God, because keep in mind, the reference is like something like God of the Bible or God of Abraham. And he's saying, yes, this is the same God, and so on. So guys, just think about this for a second, because there's some serious problem with this. There's some serious problem. But did you want to say something?
No, I'm gonna explain this in very simple terms once you're done.
Okay. I just want to explain serious problems with this reasoning here. So one, it's incomplete. If you wanted a full picture, it's an already pagan concept that Muhammad then, in his interactions with Jews and Christians says, hey, this is your God. If you think that is legitimate, not in the sense of getting to the truth or that we are therefore, all getting to God or all paths lead to God and something, just if you think that's enough to show that Christians and Muslims are worshiping the same God, think about if the scenario had been different. So again, Allah has three daughters, Allat, Alusa, and Manat. I think Manat is the goddess of destiny. So suppose instead of saying Allah is the one God, suppose Muhammad said that Manat is the one true God. The goddess of destiny is the one true God. So suppose instead of saying Allah, Muhammad had said Manat is the one true goddess. There's only one goddess, and there's only one deity, the goddess Manat, who's the goddess of destiny, and this is the goddess of Abraham and the goddess of the Bible. This is what Jews and Christians are worshiping. I do not see anything in his argument that would not lead you to conclude the exact same thing, namely that Jews and Christians would be worshiping the same God as the people who worship Manat, the goddess of destiny, right? The same thing would follow. You take a pagan concept and say to the Christians, hey, this is your God, and therefore we say we are all serving this. I mean, we're all worshiping the same God. Does that actually follow? In other words, I think Trent would have to say yes. I think he would have to say, well, yes, if he had this totally pagan goddess, Manat, the daughter of Allah, and he walks in there and says, hey, Jews and Christians, this is your God, and this is the one we're going to worship, then you'd all be worshiping the same God. He would just be wrong about certain things. Muslims would be wrong in their beliefs about Manat, but they still would be worshiping the same God. They'd be referring to the same God and worshiping the same God. And that's just weird, because guess what? You wouldn't even need to divorce Manat from the polytheistic framework. You wouldn't have to do that. The same reasoning would follow. In other words, if Muhammad had remained a complete polytheist, and he walks around, he's talking to Jews and Christians, and he says, hey, you know, we've got a goddess Manat. That's the God of the Bible. That's the God of Abraham. You'd say, well, they're wrong about the polytheistic stuff, and they're wrong about the details of Manat, and they're wrong about the characteristics of Manat and so on. But since they're claiming this is your God, Jews and Christians, then you all worship the same God. Even if it was a polytheist talking about a female goddess of destiny, you'd have to say you're worshiping the same God. The Muslims are getting a lot of details wrong when they're talking about their God. Guys, does that seem weird if you were a polytheist and you had a goddess of destiny and you said, that's the God of the Bible, therefore that would mean that you're all worshiping the same God? That just sounds really, really, really weird to me. And it follows from his argument. In other words, if that had happened like that, he would be using the same argument right now to claim Christians and Muslims worship the same God, who, according to Islam, is Manat. You could use the exact same argument. So, again, look at the premise. If the Quran originated in the context of furthering the biblical narrative, that would happen even if Muhammad was a complete polytheist and even if he was proclaiming Manat as the God of Abraham. It then picks up the reference from the biblical narrative. In other words, he says, hey, this Manat, you know what? I've concluded that this is a continuation of the biblical narrative. Then you conclude premise two, I'm not disputing. The Quran originated in the context of furthering the biblical narrative. And he's saying the conclusion follows from that. What's that mean? It means that if Islam were claiming Manat, the goddess of destiny, one of our many goddesses and gods, is the God of the Bible, and you'd have to say, following this reasoning, that we all worship the same God. Even if I didn't know what was wrong with that argument, I would think you got a serious, serious problem claiming. If your argument leads to that conclusion, which is obviously seriously problematic, even if I didn't know what the problem was, I would say there's got to be a problem there because that is absolutely insane and absurd.
Now, here's the thing. I'm just going to make this very simple. We have demonstrated this again and again and again, David and I and others as well. So Trent's point here is if the Quran originated in the context of furthering the Bible, pay attention, originated in the context of furthering the Bible. Let's analyze that. David just explained it. Did the Quran actually originate in the context of furthering the biblical narrative? No, it didn't. The best I could give it is that it starts out from a completely polytheistic pagan starting point, and then starts through syncretism taking on biblical things and incorporating them, adopting them, or appropriating them, stealing them, and then claiming that they are actually part of the very same God, of the very same religion. That's the best. That's the most I can give. That's the most charitable that we can be. That is literally what happened. Islam did not start within the context of the biblical narrative. Islam started out within polytheistic Arab paganism, and then took over Abrahamic stuff and claimed it for itself. Let's continue. Then its terms pick up their references from the biblical narrative. So we already demonstrated just now. We can happily expand on that the first part of the premise one is not true. Therefore, the second part completely collapses. Premise two: the Quran originated in the context of furthering the biblical narrative. We just explained that it actually didn't. So very, very, very simple. The entire argument here is built on the absolutely false claim that the Quran, which means the revelations of Muhammad, the prophethood of Muhammad, originate within the context of furthering the biblical narrative. The very clear as day fact, is that Muhammad's revelations, so-called revelations, did not originate in the context of furthering the biblical narrative. This goal was only added later on. Therefore, the entire argument here has collapsed.
I mean, someone was bringing up Acts 17 in the chat, and I want to address that really fast because, like, well, wasn't Paul doing the same thing in Athens when he went to the how do you say that word? Areopagus or something like that. Yeah, that's it. And he says, well, weren't they doing the same thing? He was trying to make connections. Well, the difference is that he says, I found an altar with this inscription, to the unknown God. To the unknown God. This is different because they're saying we made an altar to a God we know nothing about. Meanwhile, the Muslims say we do know things about God and we can say things about God, and they're wrong things. So they're saying there's a known God and it's the same as the biblical God. No, these are contradictory things. That's my main issue with this whole argument.
And false premise. So guys, look at the conditional. If the Quran originated in the context of furthering the biblical narrative, then this is definitely where it picks up its references from. The Quran originated in multiple contexts, and as AP was pointing out, we know those. We know that the references that are being picked up actually came before the interactions with Jews, before, definitely existed before Muhammad is claiming to add revelation to the biblical narrative. So you can say that the biblical narrative caused modifications of the terms Muhammad was using. So the idea here is, guys, it would be like saying the book of, let's say the book of, let's say the Gospels. The Gospels were written during a period of Rome, the Roman Empire having conquered the nation of Israel. Therefore, it picks up the meanings of its terms from the Roman Empire because that's the context. Well, that's not the only context, guys. That's not the only context. You have other contexts. Namely, you have an entire religious context that came long before the Romans came and invaded and so on. Why are you saying you would get it from the Romans and not from the religious context that was already there? So, yeah, well, I would reject premise one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And therefore, you haven't proven your conclusion until you clean up. That's the cool thing about arguments, guys. You can have a problematic premise and then just modify it and correct it and so on. So I'd be interested in seeing what the argument is if you corrected the premise. But guys, there is an underlying important idea that Trent is appealing to here. And the underlying important idea is if Muhammad's having discussions with Jews and Christians and they're talking about God, and hey, you think God is like this? Hey, but here, God this. Remember when God did that? It sounds like they're talking about the same God, even if they're getting some details, even if they have some different details and so on. How are they even communicating and having this discussion if they're not at least attempting to talk about the same God? So that's the underlying important point. The argument doesn't follow until he fixes his
That is the very important thing. That is where things can actually get complicated because, so I was thinking about this earlier like this. So we are here. Let's say above us, there is the one true God, right? So we can say we worship our one true God. I could point at a different group to my right that also worships one creator God, but they have nothing to do with us, nor do they claim to worship the same God. They worship a different God. So they're over there worshiping their own creator God who does not exist. So ours is the God that we truly worship. And then over there to our left, to my left, we have Muslims. The Muslims are different from those other people on the right. The Muslims do claim that they also worship the God that we worship. Right? They also claim that they worship the God of Abraham, the God who sent these revelations, the God who sent these prophets, and so on. So they see what we worship. So they say, hey, whatever you guys worship, we are actually worshiping that too, but we are doing it the right way. You're doing it the wrong way. So this is where it gets complicated. When it comes to these other guys, we can say, no, they don't worship the same God. They worship a different God. When it comes to the Muslims do refer to our God and do claim to worship our God. But the thing is, they didn't start out from a starting point of actually being within a framework of worshiping that same God. They started out from a completely foreign, pagan, polytheistic place, and then slowly adopted our narrative of worshiping God. And now they claim to be worshiping that same God with their own corrupted, completely messed up, and false understanding of our God. So when we now say those guys don't worship the same God that we worship, we can't really equally say that Muslims also don't worship the same God that we worship. They at least try to worship the very same God, but they don't actually worship. And I guess this is where the complication occurs, like on what both sides mean when they say Muslims do or don't worship the same God. But I guess we can all establish one thing, which is that Muslims at least claim to worship the God that we worship, right? We can all agree to that.
Mm-hmm.
But we would argue that they don't actually worship that God.
Well, I mean, some told me they don't because they like, you worship a man, we worship the real God. So like, I've heard Muslims saying, no, we don't worship the same God.
Yeah, and that's part of my reasoning. If you ask me, do we worship the same God, then I would just think about a situation like, okay, if I ask a Muslim, do you worship the triune God, who's Father, Son, and Holy Spirit? They're going to say no, right? So why am I going to say, no, you are worshiping that God. You're just wrong about some of the details, but you are worshiping that God. Hey, look at this stupidity. Mud Ahmed says, Injil is gone because fools, man changed it and lost its originality. So you have translation, not original book. Look at this. When you have translation, sorry, Mud Ahmed, we have the Torah and the Gospel in Hebrew and Greek, which is what they're written in, just like you have the Quran in Arabic, and we have translations, just as you have translations. So if we don't just have translations, but if you think translations are a problem, you've got translations. I have probably 15 different translations of the Quran. Injil is gone. That's weird because Allah says that Jews and Christians are still reading the Torah and the Gospel. It's Surah 7, 157. Allah says it's not gone. You contradict Allah. You says man changed it. Allah says no one can change his words. That's Surah 6, verse 115, Surah 18, verse 27.
Well, man is more powerful than Allah. So.
Mm-hmm. And lost its originality, lost it, and yet Allah commands us to judge by it. He commands Christians to judge by the gospel. And Muhammad in Jami at-Tirmidhi says that Christians have the gospel. So this is what's just amazing. It's you don't just contradict our religion, you contradict your own, and it never seems to bother you guys. Very, very, very weird religion, man.
I got a question. If Ahmed is referring to the Greek, and going to try to claim Jesus spoke Aramaic, why was Jesus given the Injil, which is a transliteration of a Greek word for gospel, Evangelion? So if he's claiming that the Greek is a translation, well, why does the Arabic of the Quran say he was given a Greek document that has a Greek title? I don't get it.
Yeah, Ahmed, what is the gospel? What is the Injil? Please explain to us what the Injil is and why it is called Injil. Go ahead, man. Come on.
Yeah, and what's amazing is some of these guys they're so slow and so brainwashed by dawah, they don't even understand when you're making the point. It'd be like, for anyone who's watching, it'd be like if someone came out and said, "Ha ha, you stupid people! Friedrich Nietzsche never spoke German. That's dumb. How can you believe that he spoke German? Let me quote you his book, Die Fröhliche Wissenschaft." And you'd be like, "That's a German title. That's a German name for a book. Why would he be using a German name for a book if he didn't speak German? What is wrong with you?" That's what you guys are saying. You're saying that Jesus had a book called the Injil, which is the Arabic transliteration of the Greek word Evangelion. And so Jesus brought a book with a Greek title, but he didn't speak Greek. Oh, that's a corruption. What a religion, man. What a religion.
Why don't you use the real word, the gay science? Why don't you call it that?
Okay, so this is argument 1, ladies and gentlemen, which suggests that there is an argument 2, argument 3. Let's see what happens.
1 minute.
But he's got 1 minute, so.
Left. Okay, next slide. Disagreement.
Argument 2. I'm familiar with this as well, the disagreement argument. Cameron's been posting the disagreement argument Premise 1, Islam and Christianity disagree only if they are referring to the same entities, predicating properties of the same subject. Premise 2, Islam and Christianity disagree, so the conclusion follows: Christians and Muslims worship the same God. We'll let him break it down, but I'm going to have a problem with this as well.
Argument. Premise 1. We disagree only if we are talking about the same thing. If we're talking about two different things, we don't disagree. But we do disagree. Therefore, we must be talking about the
Can you disagree about whether you're talking about the same thing?
same thing. Next slide. So this is actually the biggest slide. Like, so what if we're talking about the same God? Absolutely nothing follows from that. Absolutely nothing follows from that, because the distinctive between Christianity and Islam isn't there are differences with respect to the doctrine of God, but it's Jesus Christ and his saving power and his acts, his virgin birth, sinless life, atoning death, powerful resurrection. That's what sets Christianity apart from Islam. And so there's just no negative consequences that follow. Absolutely zero soteriological consequences
Look, he's got burn on there.
follow from the affirmative to the question that
And that's
Jews
time.
and Christians and Muslims worship the same God.
I mean, this was so
I'm
bad.
not
There you
Why,
sure.
why would he?
I'm not.
This was so bad. Well, why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he sit down and make a proper argument if he wants to have this conversation? This was just.
He did. He said,
it's one
burn
thing to-
and fight me, bro.
It's one thing to disagree on this topic, but I expected him to actually sit down and give a proper argument, man.
I'm not even sure I fully get the second argument. I feel like I'm trying really hard to steel man. I just don't know if I can.
I get the second argument. Let me see if I can get to it.
I get it too.
Right there. Yeah. It's what I was saying earlier about Jesus, right? If I'm saying Jesus died on the cross and you say, no, Jesus didn't die on the cross, then we're disagreeing. We have to be disagreeing about, we have to be talking about the same Jesus if we're disagreeing, because if you said, hey, there's some guy who didn't die on the cross, I would say, so what? There's most people haven't died on the cross. Most people in history didn't die on the cross. What's your point? If we're actually disagreeing and I'm saying, yes, he did, and you're saying, no, he didn't, you're talking about the same guy and you're saying different things about him. So the claim is, even if Christians and Muslims are saying different things about God and we're disagreeing and we're saying, no, he's our father, and you're saying, no, he's a father to no one. If we're having this disagreement, then we're talking about the same God, and we're just, someone's wrong. But if you were just saying, if you were talking about something completely different, it would be like, you're not, I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't care. You're talking about something else. I don't care what you're talking about. You're not talking about what I'm talking about. So that's kind of the idea. If Christians and Muslims are disagreeing about God, Jesus, and so on, then we have to be talking about the same things. Because if we're talking about different things, we wouldn't be disagreeing.
Paul.
Yeah, I don't know if that follows. I mean, like, and I've thought about this with regards to the Gnostic Jesus. Like, if you read about Jesus in like the Gospel of Thomas or the Gospel of Judas, like I have always kind of thought like that's not the Jesus of the Bible. That is some weird philosopher who's an aeon from another dimension. It's because they explicitly reject the God of the Old Testament in these various Gnostic groups. And I always thought like this is nothing like Jesus. This is a completely different Jesus. And so I don't know if that necessarily follows. And I've never really intuitively thought that that would work in this case. I can make another analogy. Like if I'm talking about Thor, yeah, you know Thor. He's mentioned. He's one of the gods of Norse mythology, and you go, oh yeah, he's from Asgard. I'm like, yeah, he's from Asgard. Yeah, he's where he fought his sister Hela with Hulk, and then they escaped on the big ship, and then they flew away and fought Thanos. I want to be like, oh, hold on. I'm not talking about the Marvel character. I'm talking about the deity from Norse mythology, and you're gonna Norse mythology, and you're gonna be like, oh yeah, it's just the same reference. I'm like, okay, but like, there's so much differences now. You could say that one character is based on the other. Sure, it's based on it.
The one
sure did.
The one's based.
Thor is based. You can clip that now.
You see him in the movies. He's so based.
But I mean, like, it's they made up a whole new character, just sort of just borrowing elements from the older Thor, but it's completely different. It's like someone is like painting, like going back to the Mona Lisa. It's like someone is looking at the Mona Lisa, painting their own version. It's not the Mona Lisa what they're painting. They're trying to mimic it.
Yes, it is.
When it comes
It
to
is.
Islam, they're doing a horrible job.
In your faith. Hang on. Watch this. Prepare to be humiliated.
Uh-oh. I feel like there's just a lot of leaps there. I just can't get on board with this argument.
Yeah. Oh, there are some leaps. There are some leaps. Hey, look. Now, look, I even said Mona Lisa on it. Therefore, we have to be talking about the same Mona Lisa.
The very funny aspect about this is also that, so he says Islam and Christianity disagree only if they are referring to the same entity. So his whole point here, his whole conclusion is that they are referring to the same entity. Well, I can agree that they are referring to the same entity when they say that we worship that God. But do they actually worship that God?
Yeah, let me give an example along those lines. So, matter of fact, let's use completely different examples here. If I said this little pagan goat here is Cameron Bertuzzi, and you say, no, that's not Cameron Bertuzzi. I watched Cameron Bertuzzi. I just saw his live stream. We just saw him earlier in this debate. This is not Cameron Bertuzzi. Say, hey, well, if we're disagreeing, then we're obviously talking about the Cameron Bertuzzi, the same Cameron Bertuzzi. There's a sense, going along with what there's a sense in which, okay, we are talking about the same Cameron Bertuzzi because we're talking about Cameron Bertuzzi. But if I said, this is Cameron Bertuzzi, and when I'm talking to him, I'm talking to the same Cameron Bertuzzi who talked to you, that you talk to when you're on his show. Guys, do you see something wrong with that? Like, we're disagreeing about whether this is Cameron Bertuzzi. And if we're disagreeing, therefore we're talking about the same Cameron Bertuzzi. And if we're talking about the same Cameron Bertuzzi, then when I'm talking to this Cameron Bertuzzi, suppose we worshiped it or something like that, that if I were to worship this Cameron Bertuzzi, I'd be worshiping the same Cameron Bertuzzi that you would worship if you were on a show and you decided to worship him. Does that follow? I think Trent would have to grant it. I think he would have to grant it, given his argument from reference and so on in the disagreement. I think he would have to grant that and say, yeah, and you're wrong about the details of Cameron Bertuzzi. Whereas I'd be looking at this going, if I'm saying this is Cameron Bertuzzi and I'm talking to Cameron Bertuzzi right now, and you're actually talking to Cameron Bertuzzi, like, because you're in the room with him right now, and you say, well, because of, reference and disagreement and so on, therefore I'm talking to the same Cameron Bertuzzi right now. I would say you obviously have a problem with your argument, even if someone can't spot. Even if someone can't, by the way, guys, that is one way to evaluate arguments. You can learn fallacies and things like that and be able to spot problems and reasoning. But one way to do it is just to kind of change the ingredients and run the exact same argument with different ingredients and see if it leads to conclusions that are obviously ridiculous. And I would regard it as obviously ridiculous to say that if I call this Cameron Bertuzzi, I'm talking to the same Cameron Bertuzzi that you talk to if you're on his show. But following Trent's reasoning, I think you'd have to say, no, that is the same one. I'm just really, really wrong about him. Weird stuff. Let me do a poll. Let me post a poll right now. So here's your chance to vote, guys. Did Trent's arguments show that Christians and Muslims worship the same God? Did Trent's arguments... So keep in mind, I'm not even asking you if you agree that Christians and Muslims worship the same God. You can agree with something and still think that someone's argument didn't prove it. But he gave two arguments. Keep in mind, time is short. If you gave him 30 minutes, he might be able to flesh all these out and so on, or add other arguments. But go ahead and answer. Did Trent's arguments show that Christians and Muslims worship the same God? You guys can vote. While we take some super chats. Then we'll check the results.
By the way, before you vote, guys, you should know that the correct answer would be no.
Why are you trying to sway the vote, man? No, it's not even unbiased and reliable.
Oh no.
All right, so we'll take a couple super chats while people are voting. And then we'll see what happens. And by the way, if you're Catholic and you're saying no, actually you could be a Catholic and and agree with Vatican II and still think that his arguments didn't show it. You could think, oh, he should have used this other argument or something like that. Or you might agree. And I tried to point out, I tried to be fair. There is, in both arguments, there is an important point about reference. And if you're talking about something and you're communicating and so on, there's a sense in which you must be talking about the same thing to be communicating. And there's a sense in which if you're disagreeing about something, then you kind of have to be talking about the same thing if you're having a disagreement about the properties of the thing and so on. But yeah. So anyway.
Do they therefore worship the same God? No.
Take a couple of super chats. Let's see. AP forgot the most important difference. Allah can't poop and so can't eat. Probably just doesn't get enough fiber.
This is true. That's what the Quran says.
Well done, AP. Allah is nothing but a ruthless, perverted brute. Absolute savage. Sounds like a pagan god, right? Number 30. Well, I forget what your number 30 was, AP. Check it out. Well, they actually inadvertently attribute a lot more divinity to Jesus than they know. He's not just a confused prophet in Islam. Yeah, they do attribute some things to him, which don't sit well with their
word
claims.
of Allah. Yeah.
So they grape and unalive Christians as the Quran prescribes because they worship the same God as them. Oh, I was wondering why they do the things they do. Yeah, I think the Muslim claim and the Trent Doherty claim would be that they're disagreeing with us and saying that we got some things wrong and therefore we have to be subjugated, but we're still talking about the same God.
Powerful nonsense.
AP should make a pamphlet or tract with his 32 reasons God does not equal Allah.
I am going to nail it to the door of the Vatican. I already said it.
Yeah, how many times you got to say it?
My 32 theses will be nailed to the door of the Vatican.
You know, to be funny, because we live in a modern world of technology now, and so you like nail an iPad with all this stuff written out to the door.
That'd be funny.
That'd be funny. Could be a push to the one world religion, Chrislam, coexist, Abrahamic faith house, many other things converging like digital currency, transhuman, etc. I have to say, I don't think that's what, I mean, I don't know what's behind Vatican II or something. I don't think that that the people in this discussion, so Trent and the other Catholic guy and Cameron and Jay and the other Orthodox guy, I don't think that anyone is just trying to push one world religion in this.
And I will also, especially people like to make such claims about entities that they or organizations or groups that they dislike. I would absolutely reject any claim that the Vatican has an ulterior motive here. I think it's quite clear that the Vatican is trying to pursue what they think is the right thing, the truth, and so I wouldn't describe any evil intention or anything like that to them at all.
Still
David's
waiting.
like, no, Catholics are all evil.
Still waiting for the IP is Catholic jokes. What do you mean? He rejects Vatican II. He rejects a clear claim of Vatican II. So he is at best a terrible Catholic.
I can neither confirm nor deny that I'm Catholic without further authorization from my superiors.
Without further authorization from my superiors at the Vatican. AP, make it 39 reasons because IP is Anglican.
Nice.
That's the new one. That's what they're trying now. Like last month, they were all saying I'm Catholic. Now they're all saying I'm Anglican. Next month, it'll be Orthodox again. And then it will be Lutheran. And it will be Presbyterian. They rotate through these.
No, it's funny. It's like people who can kind of read other people's faces and expressions and stuff. And you wait for the reaction, right? You just keep saying different things until they go, you go, ha ha, I got you, right?
Don't worry, AP knows my denomination.
Yeah, I do too. I do too, but I'm still under prison rules of no snitching.
I told people, I mean, if you want to get in touch with me and you want to somehow, do me favors or pay me enough money, I can tell you.
And then I'll just deny whatever you say.
IP, don't take it personally that Bob kept calling you Matthew at NAPC. He's the worst when it comes to it. Was he calling you Matthew?
Yeah, the whole time. He just said, Matthew is up on stage. I'm like, where? What? Behind me? I'm like, who's this guy?
Hey, that's funny. That's actually a situation where calling you by a wrong name and clearly referring to the same person, just with a wrong name. That's funny though. Let's see. What's next? Changing crusades to jihad? Yes, they're the same thing, everyone. Any chance that Vatican II was politically driven? I refuse to believe it's true. I have no idea what the background is, but I mean, you can read it. It sounds like people who are, hey, look, you got Muslims are bowing down. They're proclaiming monotheism. They're rejecting polytheism. They're talking about Jesus and so on. So it's clear that they're talking about the same things. They've just got some things wrong. It's not like obvious. That's not like absurd, like saying 2 plus 2 is 7 or something like that. It's not that kind. You can see where they're coming from. And I don't think you need to read some ulterior motive into this, like, they're trying to get this done or something like that. You could see why people would say that.
Exactly.
Let's see, we'll take a couple more and then we'll check out the poll. Well said, AP. Jesus relational, Muhammad transactional. Yep.
Yep.
Transactional. Christians point to God. Muslims get a null pointer exception. Very, very, very mean stuff from everyone. Seems context is saying as long as they do, in fact, hold these good and true things and are ignorant of the gospel, then they do. So Vatican II can be right, yet few, if no Muslims, fall into that definition.
Yeah.
Holding the good and true things, so from the things we were reading earlier, and are ignorant of the gospel, then they do. So Vatican II can be right, yet few, if no Muslims, fall into that definition.
Yeah.
It's I was saying the other day, there's like there's an entire range of perspectives on this, but so you're saying you could say Vatican II is right about someone who hypothetically met all these characteristics, but Muslims actually don't. It's not an accurate description of Muslims. I'd have to check it out more, but IP seems to agree. How do you feel about the Catholics rejecting the Trinity in the Old Testament, namely the theophanies, to defend these ideas? I don't even know what Catholics say about Trinity in the Old Testament.
I was trying to go back to what I don't think that they reject that. I don't know what this person's getting at.
Yeah, we're not sure about what Catholicism teaches,
and
not sure whether you're talking about particular Catholics or like official Catholic doctrine. I don't know, but if I would be surprised if official Catholic doctrine said that the Trinity is not in the Old Testament. You can say not clearly proclaimed or something like that. But if you believe in the Trinity, you have to believe that God was a Trinity in the Old Testament, right? So, yeah, I'd have to. Not sure about that. Me and David are going to visit the men of El Zut.
I'm pretty sure that's not true. That's not what the Catholic
Church.
Yeah.
Roman Catholics define God different from true God. There are specific attributes that differentiate God from true God. If Muslims and Christians worship and adore the true God, then they both worship the Trinity. So you're saying there's a distinction between the true God and God. Let me go back. Well, if you're saying the faith of Abraham, and you say with us they adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day, you're clearly talking about the one true God and not just some generic God.
That's the funny thing. So in those
texts,
texts,
hang on. Why did the names come back?
I don't know. That's weird.
Isn't that weird?
Oh, that's interesting.
Did it come back everywhere, or did it just not change on my channel?
I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe they decided it was gay, so they brought it back.
I thought they said it somewhere that they switched. No, matter of fact, I saw them. They said, yeah, we switched to. Guys, see it? So you see the name there, searching deeper, but then there's also it switched the other day, and I saw YouTube posting that They like that better. They're going with that because those are unique, whereas a name, it could be the same. And so if you really want to know who people are, you got to go with these @ searching deeper 795432 or something like that. Anyway, Searching Deeper says, "Wow, now I'm very shocked at the Roman Catholic Church. I now doubt if it is a Christian church. They make it sound like Muslims are saved. This is what happens if you aren't sola scriptura. No wonder West is confused."
The Catholic Church does not say that there is that Muslims are also saved, or that there is also salvation for them. As I said, for any clarifications of this, I would recommend reading the declaration called Dominus Jesus, which was published in 2000, approved by Pope John Paul II, written by Cardinal Ratzinger, who later became Pope Benedict XVI. And so it makes it very clear that while people might be... So it basically says other religions are false. There's only one true religion. However, those other false religions might contain certain things that might be truths, and might have, through distorted means, gotten certain true aspects about the true God, for example.
Which I would agree with.
Yeah, so as the Catholic Church, we can hang
on, and to be fair, and Paul said the exact same thing. Paul said the exact same thing in Acts 17, that you guys even know some of this through your own religion. You know some correct things. Sorry, didn't want to. Just wanted to show you had the Apostle Paul's stamp of approval there in what you're saying. Go ahead.
Powerful. So the Catholic Church there says that these religions, as much as they might be false religions, might have true things, and the Catholic Church recognizes that there might be truths in those false religions, and those true things in those false religions are appreciated. However, it does conclude absolutely that there is an immediate and absolute necessity for evangelism, and and salvation is only within the one true Church of Christ, and there is no salvation outside of Christ. It also says, by the way, in the declarations of Vatican II, it clearly does say that nothing ever diminishes the declaration of the Nicene Creed, that there is only one true God, who is described exactly as in the Nicene Creed, and that there is only one true Catholic and Apostolic Church, and that there is no salvation outside of it. So the Vatican is quite clear on that. I wouldn't conflate any of these discussions with anything like that.
Yes. So much for your sola scriptura argument. You'll need a better argument.
Yeah.
Let's see. Here's an actual argument. Christopher Tucker says, if we point to an apple on a tree, I say a fruit, you say a metal. One of us is right, the other wrong. Both see an apple. That's the Catholic view. And that's the problem with the argument. So I'm not even saying that this shows that the Catholic position is wrong. I'm saying this argument is bad because Anthony pointed this out when we were talking the other day. It's begging the question. Because you're assuming in this you're all talking about the same apple, and you're concluding, oh, see, we're just talking about the same apple. You can say different things. You can say wrong things and still be talking about the apple. Okay. Our question is whether you're both talking about an apple in the discussion, right? So just think. If you didn't know, in other words, if you're not there both pointing, say, we're talking about that thing, right? We're talking about that thing hanging on the tree, right? If you had no clue what you guys are pointing to, and one guy says, hey, I'm over here and I'm looking at something, it's an apple. And another guy says, I'm over here looking at something and it's metal. Would you conclude that they're talking about two different things? I would until I had a really good reason to think they're talking about the same thing and one of them is just wrong. I would think they're talking about two different things. So,
of course, David would.
If I would. I would. Take a couple more and then we will jump back into the next opening statement. Church Father C. Arius worship the same God. Church Father C. Arius worship same God. So, I'm not sure what you're saying there. David, I emailed you a link to an X-Post. Please show the viewers. This totally blew my mind today. I saw you. I just looked at it. You're talking about Muhammad and Muhammad's relationship with Aisha, and then someone responded and said, so what is a child, or something like that. Oh, define a child. Kind of not our topic right now to be going through, so not going to be pulling it up, but I don't know why that would blow your mind. We hear that all the time.
What do you mean, child?
Yeah, we hear that all the time. Let's see. I see a bit similar to Cain and Abel. Abel, Christians, makes the proper sacrifice, and Cain, Islam, makes the improper sacrifice and becomes murderous, but they are both sacrifice to the same God. Once again, begging the question, you're assuming they're talking about the same thing. What is your basis for saying that when Muslims are talking about that they're talking about the same thing? That's what you could give a million examples like that, right? Like, again, I could say this cup is blue. You could say, no, that cup is red. We're clearly both talking about the same cup, and I would say you're wrong for saying that the cup is red. But if you didn't already know that and you're trying to make an argument, and one guy is saying, hey, I'm looking at a blue cup, and another guy says, I'm looking at a red cup, I would assume they're talking about two different cups. Right? I wouldn't assume that someone is wrong. I would assume that they're talking about two different cups.
And I don't think this analogy works because both Cain and Abel have the same reference. There's the same God as before them. They're just doing the wrong practices. This would be better analogous to like if Muslims believed in the triune God, believed that Jesus was divine, but they didn't get baptized. They didn't partake of the Eucharist. They prayed to a cube in Mecca. Okay, same reference, just wrong worship, wrong thing to do. Cain is doing the wrong thing, but he has the right God in view. So this analogy doesn't work. It's a false analogy.
Yeah, here's Thomas and to anyone else who's using this point. You're making a valid and important point. However, the point is only valid as a response to a particular argument. The particular argument would be, hey, if I'm talking about God and you're talking about God, and we describe God differently, and even in ways that like I affirm an attribute and you say, no, that's not an attribute, that if someone's saying, therefore, we're not talking about the same God, then you can bring up, wait a minute, you could be talking about the same thing and someone could just be wrong. Just like you could say, you could believe that AP here, you could say, hey, AP is 7 feet tall. I would say, look, I know him. I've stood beside him. He's not 7 feet tall. You could say, no.
Why are you giving away my secrets, man?
Yeah. You could say, hey, I was measuring my screen and comparing it with the bookshelves, and I used an app and it said he's 7 feet tall. And I said, look, you're wrong about him. Okay, we're clearly talking about the same AP. So if someone is saying that describing someone differently or even saying false things about it means you're talking about two different beings or something like that, okay, that's when you bring this in as a response. You say, no, you can be talking about the same thing and even be contradicting each other in your descriptions and still be talking about the same thing. It's just one person's wrong. Okay, that can be the case. That does not show that Christians and Muslims are worshiping the same God. It simply shows that if a person's only argument is, well, we've got a different description, therefore it can't be the same God, it doesn't show your argument. It's only a response to an argument. And so we still need to see more as far as why this would be why you would.
But can you quickly clarify that you neither confirm nor deny that I'm 7 feet tall?
I neither confirm nor deny that AP is 7 feet tall. We don't want any jihadis to have any accurate information about him. Ben Shapiro had a diss track on Nicki Minaj, and he charted #1 on Billboard. When is AP going to release his diss track on Candace Owens?
Tomorrow.
That's a good point. Tomorrow. They all deny that Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is God. So no, I'm Catholic and don't accept this lovely lullaby. Yahweh is not Allah. Ooh, gonna tell the Pope about you? Ooh. 2 Corinthians 4:4, Allah, the God of this world, i.e. Satan. Yeah, think about this. Suppose you had devil worshippers and they say, we worship Satan. And then you're talking to the devil worshippers and they said, oh yeah, Satan is the God of Abraham. And we worship Satan and you worship God, the God of Abraham. But we're saying Satan is the God of Abraham. Would you then say you're worshiping the same God? You see what I'm saying? These things lead to some weird things. You can't be a Catholic and reject an... Ooh, look at this. You can't be a Catholic, and this is a response not just to IP, but to some of the Catholics who said they reject the claim that Christians and Muslims worship the same God. You can't be a Catholic and reject an ecumenical council. IP, may God grant us the same zeal for him that the Roman Catholics have for the God of Muhammad. So this is a non-Catholic thing. Yeah, that would be funny. Hey guys, in life you need to find a wife who looks at you the way the Roman Catholic Church looks at the God of Muhammad.
That's pretty messed up. Yeah, no, my
They're saying
understanding
adore. They're saying adore. Anyway, sorry, good.
My understanding too is that Catholics are, ought not to reject what an ecumenical council says, which would be the case here, but that there might be some nuance to the topic.
Yeah, it can be nuance.
Yeah, no, I get the point, and I can always see it. And if you include all your caveats and exactly what you mean and stuff like that, I can say, okay, kind of in that sense, yeah. The problem is, it's just it will inevitably lead to tons of confusion if you go around saying Christians and Muslims worship the same God, because there's no way everyone's going to share that, or even most people, or even, I mean, it would be a tiny fraction of people who are sharing that and including accurately all the nuance and explanation and commentary and so on. So
that's what they do.
All right. So what did the poll turn out to be? I asked, did Trent's arguments show that Christians and Muslims worship the same God? We played his arguments. Now there's more to the debate, so he, I'm sure, defends those arguments and so on. But as far as his opening statement, 86% of people said no. His arguments don't show that Christians and Muslims worship the same God.
That's very rude, man.
It's very rude, and I say possibly racist. I'm going to end that poll. Then we're going to check out the next one. By the way, IP, you don't go as late as me and AP do, so just let me know when you need to cut out and go get your beauty rest.
Oh, I need to eat. It's not that I need beauty rest. I need to eat dinner, because over here it's only 6:53 p.m. I've not eaten dinner yet, so probably in a little bit I'll just start getting hungry and cranky. And you don't want me on here when I'm cranky.
Just eat a Snickers, man. You're not yourself. Hey, we should do some. What?
I was gonna say that just made me think, like, is maybe that's the problem. Muhammad's God didn't eat a Snickers, and that's his problem. That's why he's not the God of the Bible.
Hey, you should have a thing where you're like throwing this big tantrum about Christmas being pagan, stuff like that, and you're like enraged, and someone says, "Hey, man, come on, you're not yourself," and hands you a Snickers, and then all of a sudden you're like Wes Huff or something like that. I don't know, someone super nice. Okay, guys, so we had Trent's opening statement, and now they're going one side. It's going to be the other Catholic guy right now, right?
Yeah, it'll be the Catholic guy.
Okay. Okay, so it's both and then both. Okay, all right.
We do disagree. Therefore, we must be talking about the same thing. Next slide. So this is actually the biggest slide. Like, so what if we're talking about the same God? Absolutely nothing follows from that. Absolutely nothing follows from that, because the distinctive between Christianity and Islam isn't there are differences with respect to the doctrine of God, but it's Jesus Christ and his saving power and his acts, his virgin birth, sinless life, atoning.
I'm playing this again because look, he has to clarify. You have to add all this clarification that, hey, when I say worshiping the same God, I'm not saying that we're describing God the same way, and that the doctrines of the Trinity and the Incarnation are not important, and that we don't have to evangelize them and so on. Burn in your face, and do you want to fight?
Death, powerful resurrection. That's what sets Christianity apart from Islam. And so there's just no negative consequences that follow. Absolutely zero soteriological consequences follow from the affirmative to the question that Jews and Christians and Muslims worship the same God.
So there you also have your answer
Right,
to this whole speculation, and he clearly says that even if we agree that Muslims worship the same God, we still completely affirm that they need Jesus Christ and that we need to evangelize to them. So that's the position.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move now to Dr. Christopher.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
If you had more slides, I was wondering, would it be more beneficial if you had more time and then we also had a little more
Nah,
time?
I think
Okay.
that's the last one. I think that's the last slide.
Oh, okay,
Are
never
there
mind.
other slides? Yep, there we go.
Confusion. The Islamic and Christian conceptions of God are super different. A, no, they're not. It depends on what you mean by super different. B, so Lois Lane's conceptions of Clark Kent and Superman really are super different, essential properties, yet both Clark Kent and Superman refer to Kal-El. So that's the point some other people were making. Hey, if you can be wrong about something and still be talking about the same thing. So that's another. That's actually a good example. I made the same point when we were talking on Sunday with Anthony here, and I was pointing at. I used Mark Twain as an example just because that's the one I remember from philosophy. If you talk about Mark Twain and Samuel Clemens, they're the same. They're the same person. You could, in theory, like suppose Samuel Clemens is your neighbor. As a matter of fact, suppose he writes you a note one day and it's like the worst written note you've ever seen in your life. You'd say, my neighbor Samuel Clemens is a terrible writer. You'd be wrong because he's Mark Twain. His pen name's Mark Twain, and he's possibly the best American writer that we've had. But he's a very good writer. So anyway, you could describe someone completely wrongly and incorrectly and be talking about the same person. What were you saying?
I don't know if this analogy works because we know from reality, like both from the story, Clark Kent and Superman, there are no contradictions. They necessarily are the same person. So there's no contradictions between the characters. It's the circumstances that make it appear there are differences. That's not the same with the God of Islam and the God of Christianity. There are definite contradictions that they cannot just jive and be the same, different aspects of one God or something like that. Like this whole thing assumes that this whole analogy assumes that both Clark Kent and Superman, like Lois Lane is actually seeing real qualities, real things about this person two different ways. What we're saying though is that there are clear contradictions, and what Islam is getting even the Catholics are saying this. Islam is getting a lot of things about God completely wrong. Lois Lane is not getting anything wrong about Clark Kent or Superman. She's just seeing two aspects of the same person. So again, I don't think this analogy really works.
Yeah, the issue here is one, you have what something actually is, and then you have whatever something is, that's what it is. And then you have beliefs or claims about that thing. People's beliefs or claims can be wrong, even if they're talking about that thing. So anyway, as IP pointed out, if Lois Lane is talking about Clark Kent, and then you say, and Lois Lane thinks that Clark Kent can't fly, isn't strong, doesn't have heat vision or whatever, you'd say, well, she's wrong. But that's because we know the story and we know that Clark Kent is Superman. You can't say that's like God in Islam and Christianity without begging the question, because that's what we're talking about. Are we talking about the same person and someone's wrong, or are we talking about two different beings? Anyway, now we've got... Cameron just called him Dr. Christopher. He called him Dr. Christopher because his last name is Tomaszewski. It looks like Thomas Zewski, but Ed Komaszewski is spelled the ending is spelled the same, and that's Komaszewski. So I think it's Komaszewski. Cameron, Dr. Christopher Tomaszewski. What?
I'm just going to say one thing, which is that because we know how the Islamic conception of God came into existence, and how the Islamic religion came into existence, you and I can agree that Muslims don't worship the same God because they don't even they didn't even start from the same starting point. So their God necessarily relies on the very corrupt foundation, the non-Abrahamic foundation that it started out of. If Muslims at some point openly declared, or if Islam fundamentally at some point openly declared, okay, we did start out from a wrong point, and therefore we adopted these things. However, we now abandon those things and we now worship the God of Abraham, but then still got it wrong. I would then say, okay, they do worship the same God in some way. But in this state as it is, it's just there is no way.
The issue here is so again, you kind of this example. No, matter of fact, if he's using this as a response to the obvious objection, hey, we're describing God differently, therefore we're talking about two different gods. If he's using that as a response to that, it's a good response. No, that doesn't show that you're talking about two different beings. You could Lois Lane could describe Clark Kent completely differently from Superman, even in contradictory ways, and still be talking about the same person. She just doesn't realize it. That would be a response to that point. But again, you can't use this to actually show that the God of Islam and the God of Christianity are the same God, or that Christians and Muslims are worshiping the same God. Because think, again, that would be begging the question, why? Imagine you said, hey, I just saw a very powerful being from Krypton. He has superhuman strength, he can fly, and so on. And he's wearing blue, and he's got this S-looking thing on his chest and so on, and a big red cape. And another guy says, I know this really strong being from Krypton, and he's flying around, and he's got superhuman strength and laser vision and stuff. Wow. But he's dressed, he's saying that he was a military general, and he's really mad, and he wants to... If you kept going through the details, eventually you'd say, wait a minute, you're both talking about really powerful beings, and they're both from Krypton and so on, but it can become clear, one of you is talking about General Zod, one of you is talking about Superman. They're different beings. They share a lot of things in common, but they're different.
This feels like a nerd session, man. Like, what is this example?
He brought up the Superman thing, man. And if you don't know General Zod, then you just got problems, man.
Clark Kent.
All right.
This is actually a reply slide, a pre-reply.
Okay.
So no, that was it. The whole
And again, I agree with this point as a reply. It is a good response as a reply. It just some people. I don't think Trent is doing this, but some people use it as their argument, and it doesn't work as an argument.
5 minutes. Take it away, Tomaszewski, Dr. Tomaszewski.
Yeah, go ahead and start sharing your screen. I'll pull it up whenever you're ready.
Do you want me to share it?
Yeah, share your screen.
Got it.
Come on, man, share your screen. What's up?
What I have here?
Oh, Cameron to see. What's up,
There
Cameron?
we go. All right, it's up and ready.
fancy.
So whenever you start, I'll start my time.
He has fancier stuff. Christians and Muslims obviously, keep in mind, he's saying, obviously worship the same God. I don't know. What was it, like 88% who said, no, that was just claiming that Trent's argument didn't prove that. So, but I think I think most Christians who actually know something about Islam, if you ask them, I don't have any actual statistics. I think most Christians would say, no, we're talking about same God, but I don't know that. I don't know that for a fact.
And yeah, feel free to begin.
Okay. Right. So I guess I agree
In other words, I would object to obviously here.
with Trent, right, that this isn't actually a hard question. Christians and Muslims obviously worship the same God, and there's no good theory of linguistic reference or intentionality according to which they do not. As
Oh my
Trent,
goodness! Can your font get any?
alluded
What do you
to
got? A
as well,
one
I
font
want
there?
to try to qualify immediately here by noting what I'm not saying. I am not saying that there's any grace or salvation in the Islamic religion whatsoever. I'm not saying that any Muslims whatsoever are saved. Everything.
Guys, get the point? Because we keep mentioning this, but you have to pack all this clarification. It's like you understand that in saying Christians and Muslims worship the same God, it's like you understand that is going to be seriously misleading. So you have to explain what you're saying and what you're not saying. So I don't know. It's like you're saying, you guys obviously understand that when you say Christians and Muslims worship the same God, people are going to draw all sorts of conclusions about that, and some bad conclusions, some seriously bad conclusions, which is why you guys have to add so much clarification every time you say it.
Well, to be fair, you know what Osho said, right?
Oh yeah.
He said, but the people.
Consistent with the thesis that every Muslim who has ever lived is in hell. I'm not saying that there are any good reasons to be Muslim whatsoever. I'm not saying that anybody could be saved without explicit divine faith in both the doctrines of the Trinity and the Incarnation. I don't think they can, as a good Thomist. I'm not saying that Christianity and Islam are merely distinct revealed extrapolations of some near philosophical monotheism established by natural theology. I'm not even sure what that claim amounts to. I've seen it going around. I totally reject it. I am also not saying that all monotheists worship the true God, right? So this isn't just a claim about all monotheists. I think there's something special about Islam, as with Judaism, that makes it the case that they worship the same God as Christians.
I got a problem with that, at least as far as Trent's arguments. Again, I think you could run Trent's exact same argument and use it in a polytheistic polytheistic context and say, hey, I believe in 50 gods, but this God is the God of Abraham, and we worship this God, and therefore we worship the same God because it's the God of Abraham. I think you could run the exact same argument. So I don't even know why you'd be insisting on monotheism.
I don't think, for example, Mormons worship the same God as Christians. Okay.
Wait, what?
Wait,
What did he just say?
Yeah.
What
Holy
the
crap.
heck? Wait.
Whoa, dude. Hang on. We all see a problem there, right? Namely, his argument just undermined Trent's argument, because Trent's argument was, hey, when you're where a term comes from, where does it, what's the context in which this term arises? Well, Joseph Smith is drawing his terminology about God and Jesus from the surrounding Christian context, and therefore he would have to be saying this. He would have to be talking about the same God and the same Jesus, even if he's saying things that are wrong. That's Trent's argument. I don't know if he's going to be arguing something different here, but if you say Mormons worship a different God, I have zero clue how you would say Muslims don't worship a.
Yeah,
this completely undermines Trent's point here. So
yeah. It just seems like there's now a double standard going on.
In your face, Trent! You just got wrecked by Christopher Tomaszewski. No, Tomaszewski.
I thought they would have said Mormons do worship the same God as Christians. That's what they were going to say.
I don't understand what they're saying at this point, because again, I said you could run Trent's exact same argument even if you're talking about polytheism and stuff. So yeah, as far as their argument that they're using, how a word comes to refer to something and so on, and theories of reference, I don't see how you would conclude that Mormons have a different God.
That's the thing. Like, I was being as charitable as possible and acknowledging that I guess I can understand that in some sense you could say Muslims worship the same God. While I don't agree with the conclusion, I understand where they're coming from, and you could say it in some sense. But in that sense, you would also have to apply that to Mormons. How do you not?
Yeah.
I don't even get it.
No, it doesn't make sense now. Now I'm completely thrown off. I don't even know what to think anymore.
I am seriously confused. I wish I could read all of his points. I wonder if I can actually pull it up in the original. We'll have this on the screen, but if I need to read anything, I can read it. All right, let's go.
How can you possibly clarify that? There are some people who are saying, well, but no, it's because Mormons believe in infinite gods and many gods. I don't care.
So maybe you could let me.
Is one of those the God of Abraham?
Yeah.
Do Mormons believe in the God of Abraham? If yes, then they're referring to the same God. And if they're wrong, you say they're wrong about everything. They're wrong in their descriptions and they're wrong about all these other gods, but they're talking about the same God of Abraham. I don't know how you avoid that given what these guys said.
Yeah. So I think what they're trying to say is the Mormons are just technically kind of atheists in a lot of their beliefs. They don't believe in an infinite, eternal creator like Christians and Muslims do. They believe that God, our God, was a guy on a planet, and he got appointed to godhood, and then he gets his own planet, and then we're going to get like that kind of things if you're a faithful Mormon. And there's just an infinite chain of gods going back, and it's all just people on planets. They all had a beginning. So I guess you could say there's a huge ontological difference. But on the other side, if you're going to bring in those ontological differences between the God of Mormonism and the God of Christianity, you got to do the same with the God of Islam, who's not a trinity, who's got two right arms, who's got two right hands and a shin. And I mean, there's all sorts of ontological issues that are now going to come up. So yeah, this is a double standard ultimately.
And also the historical difference, the reference, the starting point difference. Remember the first argument that Trent made, which is that that if it originates within the context of furthering the biblical narrative, for example, we can establish that this is not how Islam originated. We can, however, completely establish that not only did Mormonism originate with, picking up and restoring and furthering the biblical narrative. It also directly grew out from a Christian environment and a Christian culture. So if you want to say that one of these worships the same God, and you have to pick one, it would have to be Mormonism, not Islam. I don't even get it.
Yeah. Yeah, because even Mormons conclude the Bible as like scripture. Like they use the King James. I mean, it's, oh boy, yeah. This creates all sorts of new issues that I didn't even think about.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm wondering how much Dr. Tomaszewski knows about Islam, because it's one thing if he understands all the weird stuff.
They both don't know anything about Islam.
Okay, because that's a possibility. So it's a situation where if they knew the details, they wouldn't be like, oh yeah, Mormons not same God, Muslims yes same God. Because I mean, just think about it. If you hear about Islam and you hear how Islam is portrayed, it's just we worship the one true God and so on. You think, oh okay, well that's good. When you get into the details, pretty weird, creepy stuff. But let's see what he's arguing here.
I don't think, for example, Mormons worship the same God as Christians. Okay, so
it's got a one font here, a one font. I actually pulled it up here so I can read stuff. Oh, okay. So this slide is about. He's going to explain it, but this slide is more examples of how people can describe something differently and yet be talking about the same thing, or describe something that they don't know about or don't fully know about and be talking about the same thing.
Just a little bit of a quick primer on common sense about reference and intentional action, right? We use words to refer to objects in the external world all the time, and we do so even under circumstances in which we know very, very, very little about the external object in question. For example, Jack the Ripper refers to a serial killer responsible for a series of murders in the Whitechapel area of London in 1888. It doesn't matter who you think Jack the Ripper is, how tall he was, whether he had facial hair, how he committed the murders. You could get all kinds of things wrong about him. Nevertheless, the term Jack the Ripper.
What?
I like this guy now. He talks about serial killers. My favorite topic.
Oh, I was thinking I thought you were talking about Jack the Ripper. You like Jack the Ripper. I was like, gosh, just messed up. Yeah, so guys, get the point.
I'm more of a Jeffrey Dahmer kind of.
Yeah. Well, who isn't? So guys, there are all kinds of theories about the identity of Jack the Ripper. Like there are actual suspects. People believe, I believe it was this guy who traveled to the UK during this time and so on. They actually think this, like they say, it was this guy. This was Jack the Ripper and so on. Well, guess what? You could be completely wrong about the identity, or you could just have no clue what the identity is. And yet everyone could be talking about the same Jack the Ripper. They know who Jack the Ripper is, the guy who did all these killings.
Succeeds in referring to him, whoever he is. The largest pair of twin primes refers to the largest primes of the form P and P plus 2, if there is any such largest pair. Nobody even knows if there's such a largest pair, but if there is, it still succeeds in referring, the term the largest pair of twin primes succeeds in referring to that pair.
So a twin prime is where you have a prime number and then like two more is another prime number, like 3 is prime and 5 is prime. And so those are twin primes. And people just don't know if there are infinitely many twin primes. It just like goes on, like it never ends, or if there's some highest twin prime, and that's where there are no more twin primes after that. Guess what? You could still talk about twin primes, even though people don't know, at least no one, as far as I know, has come up with a proof one way or the other, but it's unknown. You still understand what a twin prime is, and you could say there is one person can say there are an infinite number of twin primes. Another person can say, no, there's a highest twin prime, and therefore there's a finite number. Someone could be wrong, and yet we all understand what a twin prime is.
And finally, Jesus of Nazareth, right, refers to a first century Jewish preacher born to the Virgin Mary in the Roman province of Judea. It doesn't matter if you think he's God or not. It doesn't matter.
You see, Catholics say it doesn't matter if you think Jesus is God.
how many of the narratives in the gospel you think are true of him, so on and so forth, it succeeds. So what follows? That it's fairly easy to refer to things, including to God, even if you get a lot of things wrong about the object of your reference, and even if you get a lot of things wrong specifically about God, including whether God subsists in three distinct hypostases or whether Jesus of Nazareth is one of those hypostases. And so it's easy to refer to the true God. It's also fairly easy to worship the true God because worship is an intentional action like reference. There's no good reason to think that having the correct intentional object for worship is any harder than having the correct intentional object for reference.
So there he's saying it's easy to refer to something like God, and he sees no reason to think that worshiping something, as far as what your intention is, he doesn't see any reason to think that it would be more difficult to worship something, even if you're wrong about it, than it would be to refer to something, even if you're wrong about it.
Notably, though, and here's another thing I'm not saying it's fairly easy to worship the true God worthily. Or validly, to use Gavin Ortland's term. I think a sufficient condition on reference to and worship of the true God would be referring to and worshiping the unique, transcendent, immaterial, personal entity who created all things, all that exist apart from himself, ex nihilo. Classical Muslims affirm this description of God, so they succeed in referring.
Not even sure about that.
This is the most boring thing I've seen in my entire life.
No, so he says a sufficient condition on reference to and worship of the true God, referring to and worshiping the unique, transcendent, immaterial, personal entity who created all that exists apart from himself, ex nihilo. It's not clear that Allah creates all that exists from himself ex nihilo. There are some things that apparently just always exist there. And immaterial, I don't know. Allah has actual literal body parts.
Right. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, so...
The uncreated foot of Allah.
Well, I mean, think of it like this, though. If he thinks the Mormons don't worship the same God, and one of his reasons would be because he is a physical man who became a god, would he also have to reject Muslims for the same reasons, because their God has physical body parts similar to the God of Mormonism? Like,
this is the funny thing. There are some people in the chat who said, "Well, obviously Mormons can't be seen in the same way, because Mormons, they don't worship the God. They worship different gods. They worship endless gods. They worship infinite." Dude, it doesn't matter. It absolutely does not matter. The way that Trent Doherty just qualified it and came to the conclusion that Muslims worship the same God that Christians worship, you would also have to argue that Mormons worship the same God, because why? They're talking about the same God that they ultimately claim to worship. They just have disagreements about this one God, right? This is argument number 2. And argument number 1 completely applies to Mormons, not to Muslims. So Mormons absolutely do claim to worship the God of Abraham. And even more so than Muslims and even Jews in the same way. Yeah. So there is, if you're going to say, "Oh yeah, Muslims totally do worship the same God, even if we disagree with him," but Mormons don't worship the same God because they have different views of him, you are contradicting yourself.
Yeah, here's my issue with this, and it sucks that it's hard to see on the screen because the font is small. But
that's my other issue. What? Why couldn't he make the font smaller? This is like too big, man. What is this?
Yeah, it would be funny. It would be funny that should be a debate trick. You like everything is so small, no one can read it. And you're like, and here's all my proof right here, which I'm not even going to go into, but I've decisively refuted my opponent's point. That'd be awesome. So here's the issue. Following Trent's argument, if we go with Trent's argument, it would be, like, I think, indisputable that you would say Mormons and Christians worship the same God from Trent's argument. As far as Christopher's argument here, I'm looking at, he's saying, hey, a sufficient condition on reference to and worship of the true God is referring and worshiping the unique, transcendent, immaterial, personal entity who created all that exists apart from himself, ex nihilo. And I think what he's saying is this is sufficient to say you're talking about the same God, but Mormons don't believe that about God, and therefore Mormons aren't worshiping this God. Muslims do believe this, and therefore they're worshiping the same God because they're meeting this sort of core, these core requirements. The issue there is, how's it not kind of arbitrary what you're listing as the core requirements of talking about the same God? Why not put triune there? Why not add triune in there? You could toss triune in there. Yeah. So one, we already pointed out, we're not. Put it this way: definitely not all Muslims would meet that requirement. Some Muslims would meet that requirement. There are other Muslims who their entire sects of Islam would have problems with this definition.
Right.
But suppose all Muslims adhered to this. Well, what if Muslims just said all powerful? You say, a sufficient condition for saying that we worship the same God is you believe that God is all powerful. Okay, well, I believe God is all powerful. They believe God is all powerful. Therefore, we're talking about the same God. You can put anything you want on your list. So why are you listing just the things that you think line up with Islam and not the things that make a difference when you could easily put very important features of God and put those on the list and say, therefore, Muslims aren't. So anyway, my point here is you just made the entire thing arbitrary. What are you going to put on your list of sufficient conditions to say that you are talking about the same God? So you're saying these, and if we go ahead and grant that Muslims believe this, then you'd say, okay, Muslims are worshiping the same God, but Mormons aren't, so they're excluded. Okay, why don't you put some things that Christians, Muslims, and Mormons all agree on, and therefore we're all worshiping the same God? If you could just say it, if all you have to do is list it, and so you could do that. You could put requirements that would make Mormons worship that would make us say that Mormons worship the same God. All you have to do is put some different things on there. Or you could add to that list even very important characteristics of God or features of God according to Christianity that would mean that Muslims don't worship the same God. So, I see some problems here. But let's go ahead and let him finish.
Doing it
1
therefore
minute.
and worshiping him. It doesn't take more than that. It's just really easy, right? Moreover, we have a number of theological affirmations that this is the case from Paul in Acts 17:23 through 25, where he says, right, that he preaches to the Athenians the unknown God that they worship. Right. Okay, we have an affirmation from Gregory Palamas himself telling.
Well, hold on. With Acts,
his fellow,
what's that?
With Acts, I sort of addressed that. Again, the difference is with Acts, it says that you worship the unknown God. You don't know anything about this God. I'm going to tell you who he really is. Muslims present a God who is contradictory to what we see in the scriptures, to what we see in Christian doctrine. Mormons do the same thing. That is why we could say they are not worshiping the same God as we do. If someone comes to you and says, I worship the unknown creator, no one knows who he is vast, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's Jesus. Let me tell you more about him. Because I'm not going to if I start teaching him about Jesus, about the triune God, he's going to learn all this new stuff about God that is not going to contradict what he already believed when he was worshiping this unknown creator. When you do the Muslims, they're going to be like, no, you're saying things that already contradict what we believe about God. And so that's where the problem happens. That's why Acts 17 doesn't work.
Yeah, I would say, I don't think you can prove what he's saying from Acts 17. Mm-hmm.
Orthodox believers, right, to watch not to suffer anything like these ill-minded Muslims, not in regard to their reverence of God, obviously affirming here that they do indeed reverence God. And finally, from the living patriarch of Moscow, I know we have here Muslims and Christians. Everyone is inquiring to the same God, a creator, and in answer to that, we are getting God's real help. So even contemporary Eastern Orthodox patriarchs believe it.
Hey, he's quoting Orthodox guys?
Yeah, to say, look, even your patriarchs believe the same thing.
Wait. Because this is weird because everyone's been flipping out on Jay because apparently he quoted a bunch of Catholic stuff to argue that, to say, hey, your own sources say that Christians and Muslims don't worship the same God. And then people said, oh, that's lame. But anyways, Christopher doing the same thing here, but just in reverse. We'll see.
This. Okay, and I'll save my last slide for rebuttal.
All right. So Jay, when you're ready, we'll go ahead and share your screen. And just keep in mind you've got your microphone muted. There we go.
All right, so Jay's presentation is going to be Dogmatic Fails, Clear Contradictions on Generic Theism and Papal Magisterium. Okay, guys, I'm going to do... So we just had the arguments from Trent, and then we had Trent's opening statement. We looked at that. And then we had Christopher's opening statement. I'm going to do a poll right now. Keep in mind, we're not even asking whether you agree that Christians and Muslims worship the same God or disagree. We're talking about the arguments. Did the arguments show what they're trying to show? So I'm writing, did Christopher's arguments prove that Christians and Muslims worship the same God? Starting that poll now. We'll let that run for a couple minutes while we take a couple super chats. What's up?
By the way, I want to point out, if you're going to vote, the correct answer would be no.
Why do you keep ruining it, man?
Oh, sorry.
Ruining everything.
Sorry.
Gosh, what's wrong with you? Shameful, shameful, shameful. Let's see. Allah is the greatest of all deceivers. In other words, not my God. In fact, that is the devil. Yeah, that is an interesting feature of Allah, when the way he describes himself sounds exactly like Satan sounds in the Bible. The father on the panel outclassed all parties involved. Let us be more like him. Well, we will see. We will see. Here is some real jizya scraped off of Muhammad's coat himself. This is disgusting. AP, keep your fans to your own channel. Serious question. Do you usually submit sources for your opening statements for debates? They trash Jay for not doing that. You can request that, but no, that's not normal. It's not normal. It's not normal. It's something that I think is going to become more relevant just because you have people who completely misrepresent sources, like IP. You're familiar with Daniel Hakikachu, who habitually misrepresents what sources say, either because he doesn't understand them or because he's just reading the abstract and not understanding the article and just making things up, or he's being deliberately deceptive, but he's consistently wrong. And that's a problem going into a debate if you're talking to someone that you know is dishonest with sources. In that situation, I think I could see saying, hey, we know you are habitually dishonest in how you represent sources. So if you're going to be using a source in this debate, send it ahead of time. That way I know what you're talking about in case you lie. So in that, I can see that as something that's needed for in the future, specifically for people who habitually misrepresent or lie about sources. But with that said, I think that's very rare to say, hey, submit everything ahead of time or something like that.
I think that's a very strange thing to attack Jay over. I think
that's weird.
It's one thing to say, look, we have very charitable and serious people on both sides. How about we share our sources in advance and discuss them and then prepare for a very fruitful conversation and all that. And then you would expect somebody to share it. And if they don't share it, you're like, oh, apparently they're not interested in a proper discussion. They just want to have a gotcha moment. I would understand if the other side was, known to be very charitable as well. But as we have seen from the debate, I don't want to trash talk anybody, but the the Catholic side wasn't necessarily very very noble in their attitude about it before, during, and after. So
well, hang on. One second. To be clear, I haven't seen anything critical of Christopher, so I don't know about Christopher. Trent.
Yeah, I'm speaking generally. But if Jay says I would rather not share my sources in advance, I'm not sure why you would attack him over that. That's like you should.
It's not a requirement. People can do it, and there have been. I have done that. I know Mike Lacona's done that, where people actually. It depends on what you're looking for in a debate. If you want to say, hey, I mean, there have been situations where people share their entire opening statements with each other ahead of time, because that's sort of a situation where you want to make sure people are getting the best information each of us has and the best possible responses and so on. So that can be done, but both parties have to agree to that. If someone says no, then That's not on them to share everything ahead of time. So, yeah, I don't think that would be a good criticism. Evident from thousands of ex-Muslim testimonials where Muslims desperately searching for Allah, then Jesus showed up in their dreams. What do you mean is evident? That Christians and Muslims worship the same God, and so they're searching for Allah, then Jesus shows up? Or you mean Jesus is different from Allah? I know what you're saying is evident.
I wouldn't use this as evidence for anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
Been watching Sam Shamoon all day. Radicalized now. Ric Flair. Woo! Quick question. Who said we on Big Up? Oh, who's, what do you mean? Whose side we on? Big Up, fellas? I definitely lean towards the Christians and Muslims don't worship the same God.
So you're on
Me
the
too.
Orthodox side. Just say it, man.
Yes, I'm Orthodox, you see. This is for the Rings of Power reference, which is possibly the nerdiest thing that's ever been said on this channel.
Hey, I made your channel so awesome. You're welcome.
The God of the Kaaba and Muhammad's family is Hubal and Baal. Yeah. Hubal, I think, is the Arabic version of Baal when they brought that deity in. But there's disagreement about whether Allah and Hubal were separate deities or whether Allah was like a title of Hubal that then became separated later on when Muhammad starts preaching and so on. So, but yeah, there's some pagan origins to consider in all of this. Do you believe that Aristotle believed in God? Well, he believed in
A God.
Listen,
in a God, just like Muslims do, and just like Christians do, and so on. So, in that sort of generic sense, in Aristotle's sense, is he believes in a first cause, who for an unmoved mover, and so on. So, what are you saying, IP?
Yeah, I just did a video about this, replying to a Mormon on this issue, because he was trying to say the God of the Christians is the God of Aristotle. And I brought up this issue in 1277, where the Bishop of Paris banned some of the teachings of Aristotle. And this is, but he didn't ban them because he was anti-science. He banned certain aspects that Aristotle taught that limited God's omnipotence. And his whole point was, we don't want to limit God's omnipotence. We should be able to explore all the options when we're doing natural philosophy. We shouldn't be limited by Aristotle. So I made the point here is that, Aristotle did believe in God, but it was not the God of the Christians. So, I was already arguing this a month or so ago on this whole issue. So, yeah, Aristotle believed in God, but he didn't believe in the God of the Bible, though. So
so you started all this stuff?
Differences.
You started all this stuff, and then Cameron is just reacting to you. I apologize, Cameron. IP is the one who decided to cause massive division.
I'm the real problem. I was going after a Mormon. A Mormon was saying the God of the Christians is the same God as Aristotle. And so it seemed the Mormon was saying, we don't worship the same God. You guys worship the God of Aristotle. And I was saying, no, we don't. But you're right. We don't worship the same God anyway, at least for that point.
Joe Heschmeyer from Shameless Popery, I like that channel name, has a good explanation on this. It's not that we don't worship the same God. Rather, Islam's concept and misunderstanding on the nature of God, Rome has spoken. Yeah, we understand that's the position. The position is that Muslims are wrong about a lot of details, but they're talking about the same God. And the alternative is they're wrong because what they're saying about God doesn't even qualify as talking about the same God. Satan wants to be worshipped as God. And yet, if you are talking about Satan and saying you worship him, and it's in the context of discussing things with Christians and Muslims, according to Trent, you would have to say you're talking about the same God, and the people who refer to him as Satan are just got some details wrong. We have to accept Surah 65:4 was sent by Yahweh. No, not even if you agreed with the argument. No, not even if you agreed with the argument.
That's not what they're saying.
What are they saying, AP? Are they not saying that?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so they can say, no, that didn't come from God, but when Muslims are worshiping God, they're worshiping the same God as us. They're getting things wrong.
So the Catholic position can completely and fully agree here that Muslims have a corrupt religion, that they received or that they got corrupt so-called revelations, that Muhammad got things wrong and made things up and so on, but that they refer to the same God and therefore they somehow worship the same God. So they're not saying that the same God actually sent them those true revelations and all that. So these are two different points.
1 John 2:23, no one who denies the Son has the Father. He who confesses the Son has the Father as well. Is this not case closed? No, it's actually
Nope.
not, because they're saying, yes, have as far as like relationship with the Father and the Son. They're not saying, the Catholics aren't saying that you have the Father and the Son. They're saying you are, whether you, even if you're not aware of it, when you're worshiping God, you're worshiping Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. You're just wrong. You're just wrong in the detail. Again, it would be like the example of if you knew Clark Kent and you're talking to Clark Kent, you don't realize you're talking to Superman there. You don't realize there are all these things that you don't know and that you're wrong about, and so on. So that's the idea. Take like 2 or 3 more, and then we'll jump back into Jay Dyer's opening statement. Sahih Bukhari, Volume 5, Book 59, Hadith number 661. Circling around the Kaaba, same pagan practice of circling around a stone. Muslims worship a pagan god. Yeah, the context is paganism. I had to try really hard to find this stream. Wouldn't come up despite subscriptions and multiple searches. Therefore, sending some support for this important work. Ex-Muslim follower of Jesus here. Awesome stuff. Awesome, very awesome. If Christians and Muslims worship the same God, so did the branch Davidians. Yeah, because those claims were formulated in the context of discussions about the Bible. Who else loves hearing AP say "our God"? Beautiful.
I love it. Yes. I wonder though, like when it comes to like the Catholics, are they just saying this just because it's in Vatican II? And they're just finding a way to defend it, or are there good reasons for why it's in Vatican II?
Yeah, I do wonder that. In other words, when you have a philosopher like Trent Doherty, and he's defending the claim, is it basically he has allegiance to Vatican II and then looks for philosophical reasons to defend that position? Or is it like totally separate? In other words, if Vatican II never existed and the Catholic Church never said anything about this, would he still be making the same argument just based on ideas of reference and so on?
Here is the thing. If you ask them, they will say that this has been the Catholic Church's position all along. So they will claim, I think, Cameron, if you're still here, you can probably confirm that. But Cameron and Trent and the others will also claim that that this is nothing new, that this is clarified only in Vatican II, and that this was generally the historical perspective as well. Although people would dispute that, and I would personally dispute that as well, because we have writings from Catholics from a long time ago where they refer to Muslims as pagans and as infidel people who fight those who actually worship God and so on. But I would say, even if they don't want to say it, it kind of looks like they're doing this because it's in Vatican II.
Interesting. Here's an interesting one. Sorry, but the Eastern Orthodox Church, this means UAP.
Careful now.
Sorry,
Careful what you
AP,
say now.
but the Eastern Orthodox Church, of which you are a cathuman, agrees with Vatican II in your face.
No, they don't.
Well, you've got the timestamp here. Go to timestamp 42 minutes of video exposing Jay Dyer by capturing Christianity. If you are correct, nobody worships the same God because even Eastern Orthodox disagree with each other. Okay, I don't need to go to the timestamp to know that this argument is problematic, because I've already said, and I said this on Sunday. They're basically 2 extremes. There are 2 extremes, right? One, you could go to one extreme and say anyone who worships anything is all worshiping the same thing. And therefore, if you worship this little goat and I worship the God of the Bible, well, we're all worshiping the same thing. That's meaning you just take all content out of whatever you're worshiping and say that as long as you're worshiping something, you're worshiping the same thing, right? In other words, there's no requirements for saying that we're talking about the same God. That's one end. The other end, the other extreme would be any difference in belief means you're talking about a different God. In other words, if all 3 of us agree that God is triune, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, that he's all powerful, that he's all knowing, that he's omnipresent, and we go down the list of everything we agree on, and I say, I think God healed me of my cold last week, and these guys say, no, God didn't heal you of your cold, your immune system did that, then we're talking about a different God. We're talking about a different God, right? So That would be the other extreme. Any sort of difference in belief means you're talking about a different God. Look at what you just said, James Scott. You're saying if you reject one position, if you reject one extreme, then you're on the other extreme. No, you could have any position within those two extremes. You could have any position within those two extremes. In other words, you could say, as a matter of fact, Christopher did this. He said, here's a list of features that I would regard as qualifying you as worshiping the true God, right? You're saying this, and this. And we said, well, why not add more? So even he's saying, hey, if you're not talking about this, I don't think you're worshiping the true God. And that's why he said Mormons don't qualify. So point is, and guess what? That's different from Trent's position. I think Trent would have to, given his argument, he would have to say, no, Mormons are worshiping the same God. You can have a variety of positions between the two extremes. And you could say Muslims aren't worshiping the same God, because you could take Christopher's list and just add triune to it and say, okay, Muslims aren't worshiping the same God. So it's what are you putting on the list? What are you putting on the list? But you can't say, well, if you reject the Catholic position, then you have to say we're all worshiping different gods.
Yeah. If you want to make the position that certain Orthodox patriarchs, for example, made statements that seem to be in agreement with this Catholic position, that wouldn't be a very good argument. There is absolutely no ecumenical council, nothing that is expected to be accepted as true by Orthodox Christians, which says that Muslims worship the same God, or that we are supposed to regard everyone who claims to worship the same God as worshiping the same God.
Wrong. He says the Eastern Orthodox Church agrees with Vatican II. So in your face, said it right there. It's literally said it right there in the super chat.
Destroy.
Do this one, and then we'll jump back into Jay's opening statement. Imagine we're a Shakespeare fan club. Someone else comes along with a book poorly imitating him and getting it all wrong, and they say our books are corrupted and they're the true Shakespeare fans. Yes, you would say that you're all talking about Shakespeare. Thank you for proving the point of Trent and Christopher. All right. Wait, let me just take a screenshot of this poll. This ended at, I'm going to end it now, but 87%. So the question was, did Christopher's arguments prove that Christians and Muslims worship the same God? 87% said no. In your face.
This is why I like our live streams, man. This is why I like our audience, because they always give the right answer. See,
they do. Yes.
Oh, hang on. Hang on. I have to screenshot that because it just switched to 86%. So somehow, in the space of a couple seconds, the argument got better. Weird stuff. Ending the poll now. If you didn't get to vote, better luck next time. All right, let's check out Jay's opening statement here. Dogmatic fails.
Cool.
All right.
When you're ready, I'll start the 5-minute timer.
All right, I'm going to take a different course. I'm going to have to go fast because there's a lot of slides. I'm going to leave FDA for the semantic theory reference, and I'm going to take the course of pointing out that Roman Catholic magisterium itself has already stated in the past what the correct view of Islam is that we would agree with. And today, Vatican II's documents contradict those previous statements. So I'm going to show that very quickly and very clearly. If we go to Pope Urban II calls for a crusade, the Council of Claremont in 1095.
There's no reading that.
Here, the Muslims are referred to as the infidels that worship demons. And this is the beginning of this turbulent relationship
infidels
from a crusade
demons?
perspective. There is an earlier reference to extirpating them by Pope Sergius. 12th Ecumenical Council says that in terms of the, quote, Abrahamic faith, Lateran 4, 12, 15, Jews, for example, are not brothers in the Abrahamic faith because they are seen also as being heterodox, filthy, and like the Saracens, and are in fact supposed to wear different things in public, and that Christian princes, in fact, should suppress Judaism and Jewish power. Now, they keep this in mind because today we're talking about whether Jews, Christians, and Muslims all refer to the same, quote, God. It doesn't appear to be the case. And in the Middle Ages, they thought this way in this. And I understand that people are going to say, well, but Thomas teaches natural theology in the Middle Ages.
I find it so funny that
Roman Catholic theology is guided by...
What are you saying?
I find it so funny that Jay just went for the most hardcore. bad stuff from the Catholic history. This whole thing of dressing religious groups in different ways is something that is in the Christian world found in the Catholic world, and it is kind of a messed up example of discrimination. But I think the first example that he actually brought there, which is where they refer to Muslims as what was it, as pagans who worship demons. I think that reference there, Cameron later and others had a problem with and said that it's actually a mistranslation.
Which one?
Because it actually says the first reference that he brought, which says that Muslims are described as pagans who worship demons. The actual Latin text there says that they are servants of demons. And Cameron says that is different because it doesn't say they are demon worshippers. It just says they are servants of demons. But if you actually want to read read the text, it seems that it's quite clear why the translation "worshippers of demons" was used, because it uses the pagan, the pagan, barbaric, infidel Muslims as opposed to the faithful Christians who believe in the all-powerful God and all that. So it describes, it opposes, it contrasts the faithful Christians who believe in the all-powerful God with the pagan Muslims who are faithless, who are infidels, and who serve demons. So it seems to indicate there that they actually don't worship God, and that they do worship demons.
In other words, you're saying Jay was correct and Cameron is wrong.
I would say that Jay was correct there, yeah.
We have from Shannon Draper, if, as David says, people who don't know anything about Islam should shut up about Islam. Where did I say that? Where did I say that? If, as David says, people who don't... Why do I say this? Why do I say this every time? If, as David says, people who don't know anything about Islam should shut up about Islam, should people who don't know anything about Catholicism shut up about Catholicism? You'd have to refer to what I was saying. I don't believe people have to shut up about things. But if you're going to use a claim in an argument, and in your argument in a debate, you're saying things, you should make sure that what you're saying is correct. So yes, if you are talking about Catholicism in a debate, you should know what you're talking about.
Yes.
And if you don't, if you say something and you're wrong, then it is completely fair and legitimate to correct you and say, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yes.
So, hope that clarifies things. Back to Jay.
It's magisterium. That's what Catholics are bound by. It's not an academic guided faith. It's actually a magisterial faith. The Fourth Lateran Council calls for a crusade, the Fifth Crusade, and to abandon this duty results in excommunication. So if you do not fight against the Muslims, you are then excommunicated.
Duty.
The Fifth Crusade, 1217, Pope Innocent III again does a papal bull, Quia Maior. Muhammad is in fact Antichrist. The religion of Muhammad is Antichrist, and thus the deity referred to here is in fact not a correct worship. The word was worldly worshipped, but in fact, in the 15th Ecumenical Council, Pope Clement V said that the blasphemous public worship of Islam must be forbidden by Catholic states and Catholic kings, and if they don't, they are guilty and might be excommunicated. This offense should be completely removed. So notice the public worship is not congruent. There we go. Council of Vienne again calls the Muslims faithless enemies of Christ, unclean and blasphemers. Pope Calixtus III, 1455, says that it is his job to extirpate the diabolical sect of the reprobate faithless Muhammad. So again, what are we contrasting that with? Well, fast forward to Vatican II, after the ecumenist revolution in the Roman Catholic Church, Nostra Aetate 3 says that Muslims adore the one God living and subsisting himself, merciful, all-powerful, the creator of heaven and earth. No, he's not the creator of heaven and earth. Jesus is the creator of heaven and earth, according to biblical theology. If we go down to Lumen Gentium 16, we have the same statement that Muslims acknowledge the creator and profess the faith of Abraham, and the one merciful God who will judge mankind on the last day. No, Jesus is who judges mankind on the last day, and Jesus is the creator. And also notes that in Hinduism, apparently with a capital G, proper God there, Hindus find a meditation that leads them to a flight to God with love and trust. I need the next. Can I? Here we go. Biblically, how do we have this? Psalm 95, the gods of the nations are devils. So the references there do not attain to God. In 1 Corinthians 10:20, the gods of the heathens are devils. The sacrifices are offered to devils. St. Fotini is the archetypal schismatic, and this is great because the Samaritan Unitarian religion is a great example of what we're talking about here. What about our Unitarian faith? Do we have any examples of this in the Bible where divine revelation reveals with this? You worship what you do not know. So I can grant that there is an abstract conceptual knowledge, but Vatican II talks about knowing, adoring, and worshiping. And so the generic abstract sense of a conceptual idea of who God is not what is relevant to this debate, and precisely is what is the problem for Vatican II. So Jesus says again to the Pharisees, you worship what you don't know. The Pharisees say, well, we have access to the Father. We refer to the Father and God himself. He is our Father. Jesus says, you do not know him. So the true sense of know is to know in this sense, and they do not attain to that. In fact, Jesus says in the Old Testament, it is the I am that is Jesus. Jesus says, I am the one in the bush. It is not a Unitarian God. In fact, Abraham believes in the Trinity. Islam is premised on Arian and Nestorian beliefs. And so just as the Catholic Church condemns classically Arianism and Nestorianism as failing to obtain any kind of significant worship that gets you anywhere, and this is the key problem, this is not an intellectual issue. This is actually an issue of spirituality. How much?
That's time.
What? Oh, so here you can see specifically the rejections. And 1 John 2:23 says that if you do not have the Son, you do not have the Father.
All right, now let's move to Father Ananias. And
I do think that was a good point about not having the Son, not having the Father. I think that was a good point.
Yeah, and what it means is not everything is simply referring. Not everything is about mere reference. So you could even say, yeah, you're referring to the same God, but that doesn't qualify as having the Father or having the Son and so on. So the question is, what would the requirements be for worship? So as far as Jay's argument, what is Jay's argument? Is Jay's argument basically, hey, I'm talking to two Catholics here, and even you Catholics yourselves, you've had this in your sources that they're not worshiping the same God, and Vatican II came later and changed it, and it's wrong, and it's clearly wrong. Is that basically the argument? Is that what you guys got?
Yes. Yes, that's what he's saying. He's saying that the Catholic Church was actually originally correct about this, but then Vatican II came and corrupted it all.
All right, so there would kind of be 2 points. That would be, one, they got it, your own like former popes and so on, or whoever's in charge, agreed with what I'm saying, that Christians and Muslims do not worship the same God at various points until recently, when we had Vatican II, and because of an ecumenical agenda, they changed and they're wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to do the poll here. Did Jay's arguments prove that Christians and Muslims don't worship the same God? Did Jay's arguments prove that Christians and Muslims don't worship the same God? Here again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying whether you agree with Jay or you agree with Vatican II or whatever you agree with, just what do you think the arguments showed so far? And then we've just got one more, and that's probably all we'll get through because we've been going for a while.
By the way, before you answer the poll, just kidding.
All right. Did Jay's arguments prove that Christians and Muslims don't worship the same God? All right. Take a couple more super chats while people are voting, and then we'll check out the last one here. Keep up the good work, gents. Jesus is the only way. IP from a young earth creationist. Love you, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good to hear. Yeah.
That you see, it's young earth creationist. It's a different God from IP's God. If you believe Muslims worship a different God, doesn't it follow that when they say God did not become a man, they are making a true statement? This is where you get into the disagreement issue. If you believe Muslims worship a different God, doesn't it follow that when they say God did not become a man, they are making a true statement? I think the position would be your God doesn't even exist. So, yeah, you could say, of course, your God didn't be. You could say that to a Muslim. Say, hey, Allah did not become a man. Okay, well, Allah's not God. He's not a real God. So,
Right.
Who cares? Yeah. But the underlying assumption here is, hey, when you are talking to Muslims, you're saying, hey, wait, God became a man. They're saying, no, God didn't become a man. You're having a disagreement. Therefore, you must be talking about the same thing. Because if they were just saying, hey, we've got some different God, and he didn't become a man, you say, oh, I don't care about your God. My God, the God I believe in, did become a man, and so on. Anyway, let's see. Aliens versus Predator movie doesn't mean these two stories were always tied. That was a retcon by a later writer. The Quran is a retcon that says Hubal equals Yahweh.
Powerful.
It is a retcon. That is a good way to describe it. I'm not saying that one cannot wax philosophical on this, but when Aaron pointed to his golden calf and said, tomorrow is a feast day to Yahweh, were they all worshiping the same God? No. The effects of that day proved it. And I'm guessing the response would be, well, yeah, they were. If you were to call a golden calf, if you were to make a golden calf and call it God, then you'd be talking about God, but just worshiping God completely inappropriately. Something like that, I'm guessing. You have millions of Muslims uncompelled to search for the truth of Jesus, Trent, because they think they worship the same God and they don't. That is the so what. Sorry, I freaked out a little. That would be another thing if Islam's coming along saying, hey, our God and your God is one. Now we're going to spend all our time attacking your God, but our God and your God is one. Do you really want to just grant that real quick, because they say it?
Nope.
No.
There is only one truth, regardless of peeps get it wrong. God still knows one's heart. You know not what you worship. John 4:22. Christians are called to let all know the truth. FYI, not Catholic. And yet you're defending popery here. Hey, IP, what debate topics are you offering for the Bless God Summit?
Depends on who we can get as an opponent. I'd like to continue debate, like, which is better for humanity, Christianity or Islam, Christianity or secularism. Depends on who the debate opponent's going to be. Ruslan's not found anyone yet, but hopefully we can get that set up soon. I'm just thinking about my debate I have this coming month on which is better for humanity, Christianity or Islam, which will be on Rattlesnake TV, I think on like the 22nd. So I'm just thinking about that right now.
All right, we'll take two more, and then we'll check out the last opening statement here. Last month, Filioque. This month, Lumen Gentium. Next month, going to be leaven versus unleavened bread in Eucharist. Someone hates apostolic churches. Yeah.
When was there a big discussion about Filioque?
I don't know, maybe I bet Cameron started it. And next month, he's going to start this other thing. Sketch Therapy says the chief Allah of the Kaaba is Hubal, known as Baal, known as the great deceiver Satan among Christians and the great deceiver Allah among Muslims. Well, but if Muhammad comes along and says that's the God of Abraham, then you have to conclude you're worshiping the same God. Just a fact. Look, here, Brady, I think Brady posted this before we talked about it, but wouldn't they have to say Christians and Mormons worship the same God with that reasoning? With Trent's reasoning, absolutely. With Christopher's reasoning, no, because Christopher said, here are the attributes that would be required for saying you worship the same God. Actually, one more real quick. FYI, Jay asked Cameron and Trent if it would be better to give more than 30 minutes for opening statements. They had 5. 4 opening statements to get through them without rushing. Trent and Cameron declined. Yeah, I have to say, if people really wanted to flesh out their arguments, they'd need a bit more time. 5 minutes seems a bit short.
It was pathetic.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see. Okay, here we go. What is the
Hey guys, it's been like 3 hours. I'm gonna bow out now because I need to eat some food.
You're good. You're running.
running.
You're terrified. You're terrified of the powerful Eastern Orthodox
Popery.
arguments.
Oh yeah, Eastern Orthodox. That's where we're at. See, I can't even stay track. I'm out.
All right, man.
I'm gonna. All right, I'll see
Yeah,
you Thursday
yeah.
on my channel. We'll do Islamic dilemma stuff. You're coming to AP, of course, right?
Okay, yes, I am.
Wait, what's that? Thursday on your channel? Did I write
Yeah,
that
you
down?
said what? You should have written down. It's like you said. It's like
No,
when you write.
sometimes I forget to write stuff down. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, yeah, Thursday,
let me
4
see.
p.m. Eastern.
Let me see. Oh, Thursday the 3rd. Yeah, I have live with IP. What time is it? You said
4 p.m. Eastern. Because
Oh,
it's gonna
that's
be
good
when
to
Jay's
know
gonna
because
be-
I had it on my schedule. I would have assumed that it is 8 p.m. my time. So you're saying 4
No.
p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, because Jai and DOC need to be awake.
Oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Let me put that down because if you had not told me that right there or reminded me, I would have assumed it was 8 p.m.
Nice.
4 p.m. Okay, got that. That is all squared away. Yes. Islamic dilemma stuff. Going to be very based indeed. All right, man. Catch you later.
See you later.
So we have, did Jay's
Finally,
arguments...
man.
Yeah, finally we got rid of the Lord of the Rings fan club. Let's see. According to the poll, did Jay's arguments prove that Christians and Muslims don't worship the same God? 76% say yes. So I don't know. I actually don't know. I actually don't know, basically, if I don't know if, like, people who are watching just naturally are going, you obviously don't worship the same God, man, the way Allah is described. And therefore it's kind of an uphill battle to get over that. And that's why we're getting the numbers. Or if there's just way more like non-Catholics watching right now than Catholics, and that's why it's going on. Or if people are just looking at the arguments going, Jay's arguments were significantly better than Trent's and Christopher's. I do not know.
And we're doing anti-Catholic propaganda here, so I mean it's natural that this is happening. But
wouldn't you expect all the Catholics to show up and be enraged, think, "How dare you challenge the Catholic Church?"
Well, they are embarrassed to be Catholic in public, so.
Oh yeah. So they're probably pretending to be Protestants.
Yeah.
Well,
So I would say, as much as I agree with Jay's position, I wouldn't necessarily say that his opening speech proved that Muslims don't worship the same God. What he did do, he made a good case to argue that Catholics used to also hold that Muslims don't worship the same God. And I'm sure if he had more time, he could have fleshed out the other aspect as well.
Yeah. So the idea there was, you could believe that Christians and Muslims worship the same God and yet think that it's irrelevant what the Catholic Church has said. In other words, you could say, well, the Catholic Church is made up of a bunch of human beings, and they'll get things right here and get things wrong there. So that is not a decisive case. However, when he was arguing biblical points, I mean, they have to debate these things, obviously. But if he had a point from the Bible, then that would be significant.
I mean, if I was there in this debate, I would just need 2 seconds of opening statement, and I would just say no. That's it. Case closed.
Yeah. That's how I would do it too. I would just go, no. Now, what do you want me to do with the rest of my time?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Now we have, hang on, what is this guy? They called him, I think they said Ananias.
Yeah. That's Father Deacon Ananias.
Let's see. Where did it go, man? Oh, here we go. Father, Dr. Deacon Ananias. Is that deacon as a position or deacon as a name?
It's a deacon as a title.
That would be 3 titles: Father, Doctor, Deacon, Ananias.
So, you have a problem with that?
No, you have a problem. All right. Ready to check this out?
Yes.
It does
let's
not
do it.
have slides.
What?
Let's do
I'll
it.
just put everyone full screen up here.
Thank you. When you're ready, Trent and Christopher and everybody. Okay, following the dogmatic proclamations of Vatican II and the last 2 popes' declarations on the matter, Roman Catholics have affirmed that Muslims and Christians worship the same God, despite Islam having serious errors concerning who and what God is. Much of this is due to Roman Catholicism dogmatizing what is known as natural theology. It's important that I define what's meant by the Roman Catholic version of natural theology, which is different from what Orthodoxy calls natural revelation. For the West, the project of natural theology, which is distinct from natural revelation, developed and arguably came to its climax with Thomas Aquinas. Natural theology is typically defined as being what the human mind, by the light of natural reason alone, can know about God apart from revelation. For Aquinas, as with most natural theologians, there's the implicit belief that certain truths about God can be known and demonstrated by reason alone.
Just want to make sure everyone understands what he's saying. He's going to be going somewhere with this, but he's talking about natural theology. So you have your theology is normally you're talking about like, hey, we read the Bible and we do theology based on things Scripture says and so on. Natural theology, I'm sure a lot of you or most of you are familiar with this. Natural theology is what can you learn about God from the natural world apart from revelation. So even if you never had the Bible, you never had any revelation, what could you learn about God? And so this would be, you can learn that the universe was created. You can learn that the creator must have been powerful, intelligent, personal, and so on. You could make these kinds of arguments just from the natural world apart from specific revelation. So he's going to be going somewhere with the idea. And he said, didn't he say they dogmatize natural theology or something like that?
Yeah.
I don't know what the point is, but let's see.
Without depending on divine revelation. Natural theology, therefore, makes an essential distinction between the nature of faith and reason, a distinction that depends on certain epistemological assumptions concerning the nature of knowledge in general. Therefore, in arguing that we Christians do not worship the same God as Muslims, I focus specifically on epistemological assumptions and critique their version of natural theology from epistemological grounds. I will argue that their version of natural theology erroneously assumes what Richard Swinburne calls the rational core doctrine. I will argue in the form of a modus tollens the following, that...
Oh, 1 second. One second. Oh.
What was this, man?
Christian Gadfly was saying, let me on, let me on. I said, okay, you can come on after IP gets all hungry.
I wanted to say that I'm the real apostate prophet.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That's why I wanted to come on. I just wanted y'all to know that I'm the real apostate prophet.
Yeah, guys, that's a joke, but think about that, right? He says he's the real apostate prophet. If he says he's the real apostate prophet and we have the apostate prophet right here, are we talking about the same apostate prophet? You got to be talking about the same apostate prophet, right? You got to. So I don't know if Christian Gadfly will be adding any other further awesome points, but that is actually an important point.
That was a very solid point. Thank you.
Okay, so we're back to Father, Doctor, Deacon Ananias, the man of many titles, who is pointing out that there's natural theology, that the Catholic Church has dogmatized natural theology, and he's talking about, he mentioned Swinburne and a rational core. I think he's referring to a rational core of beliefs about God that are derived from natural theology. In other words, what claims apart from the Bible could you know about God? And that has to be sort of a core set of beliefs. I guess that people would then use, maybe saying the Catholic Church uses those sort of core beliefs to decide whether someone is or is not worshiping the true God. Hey, you're lining up with these claims of natural theology. I don't know. We'll have to see.
One, if there is a rational core doctrine.
Back up a little bit. Just, I backed up and I don't know where we were. Let me see.
Correct, and still refer to the same entity. Therefore, the same reasoning can be applied to God. This, however, strawmans our position. It assumes we believe ascribing different attributes to an entity necessary.
Did we cover this already? I don't know where. Oh, hang on. I'm sorry, guys. I scrolled the thing, and I don't know where he started or where we are in this, so we might hear some of the same stuff.
Roman Catholics have affirmed that Muslims and Christians worship the same God, despite Islam having serious errors concerning who and what God is. Much of this is due to Roman Catholicism dogmatizing what is known as natural theology. It's important that I define what's meant by the Roman Catholic version of natural theology, which is different from what Orthodoxy calls natural revelation. For the West, the project of natural theology.
AP, future research project for you. Figure out what Eastern Orthodox Church means by natural revelation, because he's saying it's different from natural theology.
Which is distinct from natural revelation, developed and arguably came to its climax with Thomas Aquinas. Natural theology is typically defined as being what the human mind, by the light of natural reason alone, can know about God apart from revelation. For Aquinas, as with most natural theologians, there's the implicit belief that certain truths about God can be known and demonstrated by reason alone, without depending on divine revelation. Natural theology, therefore, makes an essential distinction between the nature of faith and reason, a distinction that depends on certain epistemological assumptions concerning the nature of knowledge in general. Therefore, in arguing that we Christians do not worship the same God as Muslims, I focus specifically on epistemological assumptions and critique their version of natural theology from epistemological grounds.
So, again, there's a distinction between natural... I'm just trying to understand him, and I'm thinking out loud about what he's saying. There's a distinction between just ordinary Christian theology and natural theology. Natural theology, things that you can learn apart from looking at special revelation. I think he's saying that the Catholic Church has dogmatized natural theology, and so what are the things you can learn about God from natural theology? That has to be, he mentions a rational core, so that would have to be part of the rational core. And I think he's saying that the Catholic Church is using that rational core to distinguish who's worshiping the true God or not. And he's saying that the idea that you are learning these true things about God apart from special revelation, or that you're drawing these distinctions, is all... these are all, there are epistemological assumptions involved. Epistemology is like a sort of study of knowledge. What's the difference between a belief and knowledge and things like that. But you have different assumptions in epistemology. I think he's saying that he rejects their epistemology. He's rejecting this. And it sounds like he's going to say you're not getting to some rational core of beliefs from natural theology. Let's see.
I will argue that their version of natural theology erroneously assumes what Richard Swinburne calls the rational core doctrine. I will argue in the form of a modus tollens the following, that one, if there is a rational core doctrine, then the natural theology arguments for the existence of God can work. Two, there is no rational core doctrine. Therefore, the natural theology arguments for the existence of God do not work.
Natural theology arguments for God do not work.
This is what he is talking about. So the Catholic Church would acknowledge and dogmatize that you can completely by natural means come to the conclusion of God, whereas the Orthodox Church rather believes that you can't necessarily come to a proper conclusion by those means, but rather only through revelation and grace and communion with Christ.
We will see.
Hence, Dr. Doherty and Dr. Tomaszewski cannot prove that
So
the
Tomaszewski.
monotheistic religions worship the same God. Now, Dr. Doherty will argue that the same reference.
I don't want to keep pausing, guys, but he's saying a lot of stuff here, and it takes some time to absorb.
It seems like his argument here is denying natural theology to the extent that it would like exclude the God of the philosophers, which makes me uncomfortable because I think there's really, really good reasons to believe that the unmoved mover or like Plato's conception of God has a ton of overlap with the actual God.
Now, this is I'm not amazingly knowledgeable in this field, but this is one of the aspects that, to my observation and my knowledge and my experience, the Orthodox Church and Orthodox theologians generally appreciate, and in which they think that the Western way is a mistaken and worldly way, where they say that the West dogmatizes philosophy and natural theology to such an extent that it relies too much on human reason and human seeking, whereas in the Orthodox Church, one does not rely on natural theology and on reason as proof for God, but rather relies on revelation and unity with Christ alone. That's it. There's an example here. So in the I have the Catechism of the Catholic Church. It says on a very surface level, created in God's image and called to know and love Him, the person who seeks God discovers certain ways of coming to know Him. These are also called proofs for the existence of God, not in the sense of proofs in the natural sciences, but rather in the sense of converging and convincing arguments which allow us to attain certainty about the truth. These ways of approaching God from creation have a twofold point of departure: the physical world and the human person. So when it says that this is a way of coming to God and these are proofs, pretty sure that the Orthodox position, which is what he's basically explaining here, the Orthodox position would completely reject this and say that we shouldn't even be talking about this or dogmatizing something like this, but relying solely on revelation.
I think you could run all kinds of arguments against Allah being the God of Christianity without even attacking natural theology. I don't think this is a necessary step at all, because you could just start talking about all these attributes of Allah and how, a lot of how we, conceive of who someone is how they fit into a narrative. And the way that Allah fits into the narrative of the Quran is He needs everyone to submit to them and to go kill in His name so that they can go to an afterlife with a bunch of women and deflower them for eternity. And that's so different and foreign to the biblical God or even the God of the philosophers. I feel like the natural theology God is the same God, but just at a really low resolution, where you just don't know as much about Him. But it's not like a conflicting idea.
Yeah, as far as I'm trying to think of like where he'd be going with this. So you've got arguments that philosophers would say you can learn these things about God apart from any specific revelation. I think you could go in two directions with that. You could say, well, that's not how we would decide whether you're worshiping the true God or not. It's not going to be based on just what you conclude from natural theology. So you go in one direction with that. But it sounds like he's saying he just rejects that you come up with this core from natural theology, and therefore you shouldn't be using that because it doesn't even work. It doesn't even work. So one, you could say it does work, that natural theology does work as far as establishing that there's a creator of the universe and an intelligence and even a personal creator and so on. You could argue all that from natural theology. You could say, yes, you can know a lot of things about God from natural theology, but that's not the deciding factor on whether someone is worshiping the true God or not, because we know way more about God than that. Or, as what it sounds like he's saying is, I reject that I don't think you're getting to that core from natural theology, and therefore you can't use it because it's a bad argument. It's bad to say that you've concluded all this and that you're basing your idea of who's worshiping the true God on that or not.
Yeah.
But let's see. Go ahead.
Jay is in the chat, and he said that our analysis of the whole of the point that Father Deacon and I is making is quite accurate. Of course, he said that before you started talking, David. So you might be wrong.
Oh. Okay.
But yeah. So yes. Anyway.
All right. Let's see where he's going. I have to say he sounds smart. At least on the look. I just thought he was getting. They got some priest or something like that, but he's talking like a philosopher.
Can be fixed despite two groups having radically different concepts, or what Frege would call guises or senses.
Let me back up a little. Sorry. Just want to let it.
Or the natural theology arguments for the existence of God do not work. Hence, Dr. Doherty and Dr. Tomaszewski cannot prove that the monotheistic religions worship the same God. Now, Dr. Doherty will argue that the same referent can be fixed despite two groups having radically different concepts, or what Frege would call guises or senses. One can even ascribe attributes or predicates to the subject that are incorrect and still refer to the same entity. Therefore, the same reasoning can be applied to God. This, however, strawmans our position. It assumes we believe ascribing different attributes to an entity necessarily means we are talking about a different entity. That is, there is no common referent. This isn't our position. We admit that people can attribute different predicates to a subject and radically disagree about those predicates without the subject phrase referring to different things.
Everyone get that? That's the stuff we've been talking about before. We've addressed that. It's if someone is arguing, Allah is described with some differences from the God of the Bible. Therefore they're different. Therefore, they're talking about different gods. The response to that would be, but people can refer to the same person or the same being or the same thing, and someone be wrong about it, and yet they're clearly talking about the same thing. He's saying that's a straw man because his position is not that, well, Allah is described differently from the God of the Bible, and therefore they're different gods. He's saying that's not his argument. And therefore, the response doesn't work against what he's arguing. So let's see his argument.
Our argument does not hinge on the fact that because Muslims have different predicates attributed to God, that therefore they must be referring to a different entity. Our opponent's error, among other things, is their failure to recognize the special semantic and logical behavior of terms like God, which are different from natural objects when it comes to fixing reference. Consequently, Dr. Doherty's examples will not work to establish his thesis when it comes to God. Different religions cannot share a common nature due to the special behavior of the term God.
I'm going to rewind that a little bit, guys. Repeat.
It's very solid.
So God can work. 2, there is no rational core doctrine. Therefore, the natural theology arguments for the existence of God do not work. Hence, Dr. Doherty and Dr. Tomaszewski cannot prove that the monotheistic religions worship the same God.
I know I'm playing this again, guys, but I want to understand his argument.
Now, Dr. Doherty will argue that the same referent can be fixed despite two groups having radically different concepts, or what Frege would call guises or senses. One can even ascribe attributes or predicates to the subject that are incorrect and still refer to the same entity. Therefore, the same reasoning can be applied to God. This, however, strawmans our position. It assumes we believe ascribing different attributes to an entity necessarily means we are talking about a different entity. That is, there is no common referent. This isn't our position. We admit that people can attribute different predicates to a subject and radically disagree about those predicates without the subject phrase referring to different things. Our argument does not hinge on the fact that because Muslims have different predicates attributed to God, that therefore they must be referring to a different entity. Our opponent's error, among other things, is their failure to recognize the special semantic and logical behavior of terms like God, which
One second.
are different from natural objects when it comes to fixing reference.
Okay, guys, this is what I meant earlier when I said that some philosophical ideas and concepts are difficult. Others aren't, but they sound difficult because they're using philosophical terminology. As far as I understand him, what he's saying here is when he talks about objects in the natural world and how a word would come to refer to them, it's in the simplest sense, it's like pointing, like, hey, this is a cup. Imagine you're the first person to call this a cup and say what this is. This is a cup. And then you get other people to agree that this is a cup. And then we all know what you're talking about when you're talking about a cup. The idea is there's something in the world that you're pointing to and saying, this is what we're talking about. So if I described this as blue and you described it as red and we're both looking at it, we know we're talking about the same thing. We know we're talking about the same thing because it's right here in front of us. Got that? So even with like Superman and Clark Kent, we know we're talking about the same person because we're familiar with the movies and the story and stuff like that. So we already know that. So the point is, in this world, or even in like a fictional world of making up characters and so on, there are ways to know exactly what you're talking about. There are ways to know that even if someone's wrong about something, you're still talking about the same thing. He's saying that God isn't like that. God isn't like that. A term like God is not the same thing as something you're pointing to, and you can know if you're describing God differently that you're still talking about the same thing, because God isn't in the natural world. God isn't in the natural world like that. And something, hey, that's what I'm talking about over there. Right there is what I'm talking about. So he's saying the word God isn't like that. And therefore, how do you know you're referring to the same thing when you don't have something to point to? And I think it sounds like that's why he's going after natural theology. If you had natural theology, you could say we're talking about that God that we've concluded, that core doctrine, that core set of features. That's what we're talking about. And that's what we clearly agree on. Even if we disagree about other details, we're still clearly talking about the same thing because we have this in the natural world. If he's saying that you don't get that from natural theology, then things in the natural world and how we conclude that we're talking about the same thing, that doesn't apply to God, and therefore completely different kind of thing, completely different category. All right. I hope that's all correct. Let's see.
Consequently,
Hey, David,
What's up?
check your messages.
What messages? Chat?
Your phone message.
Oh, my phone messages. Don't tell me what to do, man. I don't like being told what to do.
Check it now.
Oh, Jay wants to jump on?
Yeah.
I can ditch if you want to have just the 3 screens.
No, we can have 4. I'm just deciding whether, hey, how about we finish going through this and then AP, you can send him the link to join and stuff now, and we'll finish going through this opening statement, and then Jay can jump in. Does that work?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and send him whatever he needs to.
Doherty's examples will not work to establish his thesis when it comes to God. Different religions cannot share a common nature due to the special behavior of the term God.
Different religions cannot share. What did he say? Let's see.
Behavior of terms like God, which are different from natural objects when it comes to fixing reference. Consequently, Dr. Doherty's examples will not work to establish his thesis when it comes to God. Different religions cannot share a common nature due to the special behavior of the term God.
Okay, so different religions cannot share a common nature because of the way the term God, or the unique character of a word like God. In other words, we can have all kinds of disagreements, but in this world, we're all kind of sharing things. Like this cup, we can all point to it and say, this is what we're talking about. If God is not like that, we're not pointing to something, then how do you know you're talking about the same thing? You can't just assume you're talking about the same thing because it's not something that you're pointing to, at least as far as I understand. Let's see.
The argument I developed following Gerby is to identify this error with what is known as the fallacy that results from the non-substitutivity of identicals in belief context.
Did you guys just hear that?
What?
Did you hear him say what his argument is?
It would have been nice to have it written out.
Yeah, Father Deacon Ananias. I was thinking this guy's got it. This guy is not just a priest or something like that. Father Deacon Ananias, PhD, is the founder of Patristic Faith. Father is an Orthodox apologist and teaches philosophy at Fullerton College and Carroll College. He has a BA in liberal arts from Thomas Aquinas College, together with an MA and a PhD in philosophy in epistemology, philosophy of science, and philosophy of mind from University College Dublin. His current academic work. What'd you say?
David is impressed.
No, actually, it's a downside. We call this the curse of knowledge. Namely, you understand what you're saying, and just so everyone knows, like he knows he's debating guys who understand a lot of difficult terminology and so on. But he's debating exactly like he would be debating at a conference of the Society of Christian Philosophers. But this is on like a live stream debate, and it's kind of an issue if the audience doesn't understand. Like it's Trent understands what you're saying, but if the entire audience doesn't know what you're saying, it's that's kind of a problem of having a short opening statements. It would take some time to flesh out what he's saying. I want to hear what he's saying again.
As someone way dumber than him, the way I would push back is say I would have my position that's based on the predicates being different, but there's like a gooiness to language where you can define your terms. Of course, a lawyer's going to say that there's ambiguity in language, but the question needs to be more, should we say that the God of Islam is the same God as the God of Christianity, rather than is the God of Islam the God of Christianity also? Because, I mean, just depending who's speaking, you could define it as, yes, it's the God of the philosophers, so it's the same God. But is that really helpful for the kingdom? Is it helpful pragmatically? Does it confuse things theologically? So I think, like, with the ambiguity of language, we should use language as a tool to help further the kingdom and keep things clear and this sort of thing. So as a should statement, I would say we shouldn't say that Allah is the God of Christianity.
I think this is where the difference of orthodoxy comes in, which tends to be significantly more about the meta of things when it comes to discussions like these than about the the appropriateness of it, which would be a more common thing to do in Western Christianity or Western theology.
Yeah, my issue is make sure that people understand what you're saying. Again, it's an issue of, hey, who am I debating? Oh, I'm debating. I mean, he's on Jay's side against two philosophers who probably argue like this all the time, and therefore, okay, I'll go ahead and argue using terms these guys understand. But there's an audience of lay people who are not understanding a lot. But I will do my best to get what he's saying right here.
So what you're saying is, but the people.
Yeah. Yeah, and you've got people go in the chat going, yeah, I didn't understand, and you've got other people going, oh, it was perfectly clear. Unless you're another philosopher, I guarantee you didn't understand some of what he said. Let's see.
Thesis when it comes to God. Different religions cannot share a common nature due to the special behavior of the term God. The argument I developed following Gerby is to identify this error with what is known as the fallacy that results from the non-substitutivity of identicals in belief context.
You get that? Are you jotting this down, Christian Gadfly? The non-substitute.
I'm trying to. I gotta Google it later.
The non-substitutivity. Yeah. One second. Let's hear that again.
Not share a common nature due to the special behavior of the term God. The argument I developed following Gerby is to identify this error with what is known as the fallacy that results from the non-substitutivity of identicals in belief context.
The non-substitutivity. You jotting this down?
Yeah, non-substantivity of identicals.
Non-substitutivity. Play it one more time.
Nature due to the special behavior of the term God. The argument I developed following Gerby is to identify this error with what is known as the fallacy that results from the non-substitutivity of identicals in belief contexts.
So you can't just change out identicals within a belief system.
Yeah, normally you can change out identicals. If this is identical to that, then if you're arguing about then if you're saying something about this, you can say it about that. They're identical. AP, do you have AP? Grab something that you can use as a mask right now. Anything you can use as a mask. You got anything? If not, okay. Let's call that a mask. Let's call that a mask, everyone. It's actually perfect. So I think this is called I think it's called the masked man fallacy. I think that's what he's appealing to. So here's the fallacy, ladies and gentlemen. Suppose I just looked at this, and I just looked at this screen right now. Who is this masked man? I don't know. So think about this argument. I don't know who this masked man is. I know who AP is. Therefore, the masked man is not AP. Did you catch the reading? I have a problem with my camera real quick. 1 second. We have a couple things. So we have Jay coming in, and let me see if they fix this camera. 1 second.
He's just still holding that mask.
What? Yeah.
AP's still holding the mask.
No, it's good. He does what he's told, like a good cat human. All right, there we go. So I'm going to bring Jay's calling in, so I'm going to grab Jay here in a second. But so the fallacy is if whoever I'm talking, that's obviously AP. The masked man is AP. They are identical. They're the same person. My knowledge of the two is not identical. I don't know who the masked man is because he's wearing a mask. I do know AP because I've known him for years. Therefore, if I were just looking at this and I made this argument, I don't know who the masked man is, but I know who AP is. Therefore, the masked man is not AP. Why? I don't know who the masked man is, but I know who AP is. There, I'm shifting. You can take that down to AP. I said you could take it down, AP. Masked man, take your mask off, masked man. Okay. So the idea here is you can't make an argument based on what you know or believe or think about something in turn. You can't argue based on identity if you're just talking about the things you believe, because your beliefs can be wrong. So I'm trying to think of where he's going with this, because I think that's what he's talking about. And what do you call it? The unsubstitutivity of identicals in belief context, right? You can substitute identicals. You can't substitute beliefs about identicals, because your beliefs may be all wrong and you may think all kinds of wrong things. And so this is going back to God being a different kind of concept. All right, so I hope I got that right. This is difficult stuff. Hang on, let me get Jay on here, and then we're going to finish going through this.
Look at David is like, the Orthodox is wrong because it's too complicated.
Let's see. Hey Jay, just wait a second, because I have to close out of this to bring you in. But let's go ahead and let's see where he's going with this real quick. Then we'll bring Jay in.
There are several ways I show this. Because the term God is not a rigid designator, nor is it a proper name, it operates much more like what's called mental objects in philosophy.
God's not a rigid designator, so a rigid designator would be something that always refers to the same thing. And so God, you could use the word God in lots of different ways. So God is not a rigid designator, and He's saying it functions, what did he just say? It functions more like, I just backed it up again. Sorry, I keep doing this, guys, but I want to understand him.
Comes to God. Different religions cannot share a common nature due to the special behavior of the term God. The argument I developed following Gerby is to identify this error with what is known as the fallacy that results from the non-substitutivity of identicals in belief contexts. There are several ways I show this. Because the term God is not a rigid designator, nor is it a proper name, it operates much more like what's called mental objects in philosophy, as opposed to natural objects, and possesses a special logical and semantic character that makes it the substitutivity of the term God in belief context something that natural theologians assume. Well, it makes that impossible and fallacious. I demonstrate this by showing how the rational core doctrine, which assumes a common referent when substituting the term God in various deductive arguments, leads to contradictions.
All right, I think I get it, guys. I think I get it. So he's saying you have a mental object. So that's something in your head. That's something in your head. And it may also be something outside your head, but you've got an object in your head. And he's saying the concept of God is more like that. He's not saying God just exists in your head or something like that. He's saying it's significant. The concept of God is more like that because not something you're looking around at pointing to in the natural world. And I don't know what his arguments for natural theology failing to establish some sort of core doctrine. I don't know what those arguments are, but for the sake of argument, let's assume that there is no core set of doctrines from natural theology. So that's why he brought up natural theology, because there's nothing, you're not getting to some core from the natural world, which means you're not pointing to the natural world, which means that different people from different belief systems aren't pointing to the same thing or even arguing from the same set of conclusions about the natural world or something like that. It's, you have the claims of your religion, which are more like ideas in your head in terms of, again, you're not pointing out into the world and saying there's this thing and we all know what we're talking about here. So here's what I think the argument is. Guys. If you take an idea in your head, something like a triangle, right? If you take an idea in your head, something like a triangle. So assume that there were no triangles in the natural world for anyone to point to. If I say I have an idea and it's a triangle, it's an idea in my head, and you say you also have an idea of a triangle, and I describe my idea of a triangle. I say, yes, it's a three-sided figure. And you say, oh, I have my idea of a triangle. It's a four-sided figure. You wouldn't say we're talking about the same thing, but one of us is wrong. I would say you're not talking about a triangle. If you're talking about a four-sided figure, you're not talking about a triangle at all. So whatever you have in your head is not the same thing I have in my head. I have a three-sided figure. You're thinking of a four-sided figure. You could call it the same thing. You're not talking about the same thing. Notice the difference. If we were like way off in the distance of some structure, and I said, we're looking at it way off in the distance, and I say, hey, I think that structure is shaped like a triangle. And you say, I think it's shaped like a square. We can obviously be referring to the same thing just by, hey, I'm talking about that thing over there on that hill. We can know we're talking about the same thing, apart from the way we're describing, apart from our beliefs. So we can point to it and you can say, hey, I think that's a triangle. I can say, hey, I think that's a triangle. You say, no, I think that's a square. And we can obviously be talking about the same thing. If you're just talking about ideas in your head, you don't have that common reference that you're pointing to. What you have is, I have my idea and here's a description of it. And oh, your idea is not matching up with mine at all. So are we talking about the same thing? So I think what he's saying is, in the natural world, you can be talking about the exact same thing and someone is wrong about it. But if you're just talking about ideas in your head, mental objects or something like that, then it's not clear you're talking about the same thing. In fact, you're probably, if you're describing it and you're coming up with completely different descriptions, you're not talking about the same thing. You have no common, there is no common reference there. So I think if he's saying that God is more like that, then it's basically, if Muslims have a description of God and it doesn't line up with the Christian description of God, there's nothing in the natural world you're pointing to say we're talking about the same thing. All we have is a descriptions that we're going by, and our description is different from yours. Therefore, we're not talking about the same God. Everyone got that? I think that's what he's arguing.
Nobody understood what you just said.
Everyone understood exactly what I said. All right, let's let him
Yeah,
finish.
and then trying to get rid of the natural theology was just a way to make sure there's not a rigid designator there. So there's no common ground. It is just like the belief of the shape in the head. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing. All right.
I also show that the rational core doctrine commits a quantifier
1
shift
minute.
fallacy. Next, I argue that because the term God operates more like what we call mental objects and cannot be established independently from a religion, independently of the context of rules and instructions which it's used, it's similar to a long conjunct. Dropping any of the principles or attributes established by that religion will result in a different truth condition and change the referent.
All right, guys, I think he's almost done, but I wanted people to understand. He says the difference between an object in the natural world, you're pointing to it, and something like God is that your description of God or your definition of God is basically going to be a bunch of conjuncts. That just means this and this and this and this and this. So all powerful. So if you're saying, hey, what is God? Say, oh, it's a being who created the universe and is all powerful, all knowing, perfectly good. If you're a Christian, triune, and you'd have a and the second person became incarnate as Jesus of Nazareth and so on. You'd have this description. And if Muslims say, no, your description is wrong, if your description is wrong, there's nothing in the world that we're pointing to saying, actually, we're talking about the same thing. It's, wait a minute, what we have is my description and your description doesn't line up with it. So we're talking about two different things here. So it sounds like that's what his argument is. I think he's almost done. Let's see.
Lastly, I'll critique natural theology's assumption that they can justify that the human mind can know things by the natural light of reason alone apart from revelation. Although there may be conditions that serve to be justifications that give rise to real instances of knowledge, the natural theologians claim that knowledge exists entails meta-theoretical validation that requires justifying fundamental premises of epistemic theory at the second order. These fundamental premises either cannot be justified because they're merely assumed without any supplementary warrant, or they're justified because of other premises, so on ad infinitum, either being the theory itself, which is epistemic circularity, or gives rise to an endless chain of reasons. The justification being... Okay.
All right. I didn't catch what he was saying at the end, but I think I got the rest. I think I understand his argument. So everyone get that? Just to break it down real quick again. I'm not clear on why he says you're not getting to a rational core of natural theology. So we'd have to see his argument for that. But if we granted that for argument's sake, because again, he's only got 5 minutes. He's got 5 minutes, so he may have awesome arguments in favor of that position or whatever. But he's saying his opponents are saying, look, you can be talking about the same thing and describing it differently, and someone could be wrong. And he's saying that works in the natural world where you're talking about the same thing because you can see it and you can point to it and things like that. It doesn't work if you're going by some sort of definition or concept in your head where how do you know you're talking about the same thing when you don't have anything to point to? You're talking about, if you were to describe your concept of God, it would be a long conjunction of claims of various attributes and so on. And if you have a different set, you've got a different description. And how do you know you're talking about the same thing? There's nothing you're pointing to. How do you know you're talking about the same thing? And therefore, if your description in your head is different from mine, we're going to conclude we're talking about two different things here. I think that's the argument.
I'll make it very simple. If you just give me a second. So to my understanding, I'll make it very simple. What he's just saying, in very, very short and dumbed down words, is that the Catholic Church dogmatized natural theology, and basically dogmatized and normalized the idea that any person can naturally, without appealing to revelation at all, come to the understanding of God, find God in nature, and then arrive at the knowledge of God. Whereas in the Orthodox Church, this is rejected. In the Orthodox Church, the perspective is basically that you can through natural theology find things that point at God, but you cannot actually understand or know God unless you directly engage with how God himself reveals himself. So you have to engage with God's revelations in order to come to the understanding of God. So natural theology, which is accepted in Catholicism, is kind of then rejected. It's because God is not like other things in nature that you could rationally understand. God is very distinct from those things. You have to rely on scripture in order to understand God. So therefore you can't say that Muslims worship the same God, because no matter what they worship, it is not the God that is in the revelation of the Bible.
And I just put up the poll. Did Ananias's arguments prove that Christians and Muslims don't worship the same God? All right, we've got Jay here. Let's bring Jay in. All right.
Yo, what's up?
I've got Jay in the purple room. Hey, what's up?
Thank you guys for bringing me on. I appreciate that. I didn't mean to be annoying. I mean, it's y'all's show. Of course, you don't have to bring me on, but I appreciate it.
I always appreciate having Pastor Randy Bowles on here.
Well, I'm here to set y'all straight because, of course, we all worship Jesus, even if we don't know him, if we just come down to the monster truck rally this weekend at my mega church.
Truckapillar versus Fordzilla. I used to watch those commercials.
Yeah.
All right, so we got this poll up, ladies and gentlemen. Jay, our audience is clearly biased in favor of the idea that Christians and Muslims do not worship the same God.
Well, I think you were right when you said that the polls could reflect a lot of Protestant perspectives. And I have to say that the Protestants have been pretty spot on this one versus the Catholics, because all the Protestants I've seen, for the most part, have the correct take that it's pretty clearly, intuitively, just not the case that it's the same deity being, quote, worshipped. And then, like you said, there could be some, ortho bros as well in the polls. But there's just something I think innately confusing about the idea that it is the same God, given how different the theology is. So I think, and you guys probably already touched on this, but the question was worship. And in Orthodox theology, particularly, worship is not just mental assent. And so there was a constant equivocation going on between the idea of mental referent or abstract conceptual pointing at or intending a thing versus the worship of the thing. And that's why it was very important to talk about the magisterial statements of the Roman Catholic Church in terms of how they're supposed to view it. Because remember, Roman Catholicism does have a lot of intellectual schools. You got Thomists, you've got Scotus, etc. But ultimately, it's supposed to be guided by the magisterium. And that's kind of what I came to debate. We were going to split it between FDA and I. I would take the magisterial side, and then FDA took the linguistic philosophy and epistemology side of it. But to be more specific about FDA, he's working from a paper by a guy named Dr. Garraby. And the reason he's relevant is that both Garraby and Dr. Trent had studied under Swinburne. And it's Swinburne, who is a Thomist, who came up with this idea that there's a rational core doctrine of what makes up natural theology's idea of the essential core attributes of identifying the one God. And so Garraby argued that in his paper, if you could demonstrate that there is no rational core, then the whole natural theology project falls apart. And one of the arguments that he makes, there's many, it's a pretty long paper. It's really good. I recommend anybody read it. But one of the arguments that he makes is that you kind of assume from the outset what's in question if you think that, oh, well, of course, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam all have the same core doctrine because they all believe in a monotheistic, omnipotent, omnipresent, etc. You start listing these omnis and so forth: eternal, free, good, creator, personal, etc. But the problem is that, first of all, some of these attributes don't actually apply to Allah, not at least in the way that the Orthodox conception of them or even the Roman Catholic conception of them eventually fleshes them out. For example, Allah, when we talk about Allah as a creator, well, in the Quran, Allah is also the creator of evil. evil seems to have a kind of an actual substantial existence. So even the notion of what a creator is in Islam is kind of already right there, very different from what it is in Christianity or perhaps Judaism. You have this idea that God desires to be worshipped and obeyed. But what that means to worship and obey, this is one of Swinburne's core doctrines for natural theology, is very, very different. In Islam, it's a submission to a kind of Arab warlord version of a deity. And in Christianity, it's worship involving sacrifice. Islam does not have a notion of sacrifice. And so that's why I kept pointing out that if the premise of the debate is how, or the question of worship, do they worship the same God? Constantly through the debate, you would hear, and I've heard Roman Catholics ever since, just going back to this idea that, well, Muslims assent to the mental notion of there being one God. But the debate was not just about sense and referent or abstract conceptual pointing at and intending a thing. It was about worship. And God specifically is worshiped through sacrifice, whether we want that or think that. And Islam notoriously doesn't have that. So ironically, Protestantism, which does admit the sacrifice of Christ, is much closer to our position as Orthodox, you could argue even Judaism perhaps, than the Islamic conception, which is further removed on the question of worship, because you would have to restrict the whole debate and the idea of worship to an assent to propositions. And in the Thomistic conception, I'm not saying that they don't believe that worship is about sacrifice or the Mass or whatever, Christ, they do. But if you ask a Thomist or Roman Catholic, like, what is the faith? Usually it's cashed out as assenting to the propositions that the magisterium proposes for belief. So that's what the faith is. And so their idea is, if you can get a Muslim to assent to this proposition, this proposition, this proposition, this one in common, then aren't we referring to the same entity? And you absolutely were spot on, David, in the way that you described the argument that FDA is presenting there, that because God's more like an abstract object, not that he is, but he's more like that than a sort of an empirical natural object, that to get one thing wrong is enough to disqualify the referent. Whereas in empirical objects, you could conceivably get multiple things wrong and still be referring to and intending the same object. But God is more like something like a set. I'm not saying that God is a set, but even the argument that we have a core set of doctrines, I mean, for an Orthodox Christian, triad would be a core doctrine. So it's very odd that triad is God being Trinity, or God also being God the Son. Right? It's odd that that would not be an essential core identifier or thing that picks out this referent. And I think you would have to go in that direction to argue it. And I think they just never did really establish that. And last thing I'll say, I don't mean to keep rambling. I know this is y'all show. I don't mean to barge in, but when he talked about something like a conjunct or a set, FDA was basically just saying that if you think about, say, the Nicene Creed, or something like the way that God is described in the Creed, I believe in one God, the Father, and then it talks about the Trinity, right? That's kind of a set that you could say defines the Christian conception of the deity of God. And even though a Muslim might assent to or agree to certain propositions like eternal and God is omniscient or whatever, although you could actually argue that, because Ibn Taymiyyah argues that God isn't omniscient. The Quran speaks of Allah updating his knowledge and kind of being limited. So I'm not even sure you could argue that Allah is omniscient. But regardless, it's more like a set of things. So if you had a set of numbers, right, 1 to 6, and if I just take out one of those numbers, even though there's the other 5 still in common, it's actually a different set because I've taken away one of the numbers of the set. And so he's arguing that the way that we define God or speak of God is more like that than it is like an empirical object like Clark Kent and Superman that you could be confused over. And so when you remove those essential attributes, even if it's one essential attribute, it actually fails to obtain hitting the referent. And that's FDA's argument. So the other thing that Garibay points out is that it's kind of like, and this is more in the domain of the critique of natural theology, is it's kind of like a card game. He says, if you think about playing Go Fish, and then if you think about playing poker, between the two, there's a lot of things in common. There's cards, there's rules, there's strategies, there's techniques, etc., betting or whatever. But there's no common card game between the two card games just because there's a bunch of things in common. They're mutually exclusive, unique sets of games that are determined by the rules and structures of that game. And so if you start taking away rules, it's, even if you take away one rule, well, it's no longer poker. It's no longer Go Fish. The game is pretty much kind of spoiled at that point. And that's, I think, what FDA was trying to argue.
Did they, I don't know what the response to that would be, because the examples that people give when they want to say, hey, you can have completely different, even contradictory descriptions and still be referring to the same thing. And then him saying, yes, in this world where you have other means of knowing that you're talking about the same thing, you could say we're talking about the same thing, even if we're describing it differently or in a contradictory fashion. And him saying, but that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about something where, oh, here's how we know we're talking about the same thing. We've got your idea or what your creed or whatever. And so if yours is different, that's what you got to go on. And so you're not talking about the same thing. Did they respond to that?
Yeah, what I recall is that the response is because they come from a perspective of empirical theology. And I'm not saying they're empiricists, but Thomistic philosophy and theology is very empirically based. And so from them, the perspective is that the only things that you do know about God, whether it's the natural revelation that you get through causation in the natural world and reasoning back to the original cause, or whether it's the text that you read in Scripture, they're all empirical. And so you're really just sort of piecing together from created causation things that you can derive about this ultimate principle. So there's natural revelation or natural theology, and then supernatural theology from Scripture and tradition in the Roman Catholic system. So, but for them, they would not, I don't think they would grant the argument that God is more like an abstract object and not a natural object, because their theology kind of prioritizes God like a natural object.
One question that I have, Jay, I think there's also something like this, I think came up. I didn't watch the whole debate, but I think I saw a clip or something like that. But somebody might argue that the way it is qualified that Muslims would not be described as worshiping the same God because they get certain core aspects wrong. Wouldn't it jeopardize, or wouldn't this also be in some way or the other applied to, for example, from the Orthodox view to Catholics or others who, for example, hold the idea of the filioque, or to Orthodox or to Oriental Orthodox Christians, for example, who have, even if you want to reduce it to semantics, who have a different description of the nature of Christ, for example.
Yeah, and I just someone raised up the. I just wanted to put it on the screen there because we got the same thing. But Heisenberger, actually, I can put these in the middle and they don't block people. Heisenberger here said something pretty similar. Considering FDA's argument, couldn't certain Christians not be considered worshiping the same God since their exact mental views of God are different? And even further, as I was pointing out earlier, I mean, you would have millions of Christians who believed in some sort of differences in terms of things God has done or how God created or something like this. So wouldn't that mean that we're all worshiping different gods, basically?
Yeah, this is actually, in both of you guys' questions, you actually anticipate where the debate goes. So the next section of the debate ends up being about knowing God through sort of empirical data. And they end up debating about the Eucharist because FDA argues, well, don't you also as a Catholic believe that you are empirically encountering God in the Eucharist because you believe that it's body, blood, soul, and divinity? And that becomes a really interesting kind of detour because they end up saying as Thomists, not really, even though they do believe in the real presence in the Eucharist. It just kind of goes weird. I'll put it that way. You can determine for yourself how you think that section goes. But then the debate goes to this question, and they press FDA on this. Well, wouldn't this mean then if you have a heterodox conception of the deity, that would also then kind of negate it, and it would be basically another kind of false god or idol. And actually, we would argue as Orthodox that yes, in the traditional patristic argumentation, at least in the Orthodox Church, and what you see in people like St. Gregory Palamas has a really good discussion of how heresy creates a kind of a mental idol that is the replacement fake god. So an idol doesn't have to be, a statue of the thuggy cult Kali or whatever, like in Temple of Doom. An idol can also be a kind of a mental conception that is an idol, ideolatry, you could say. So yeah, actually, FDA argues that. But to be really clear here, that doesn't mean that everybody who's got something wrong is a heretic, because in our theology and anthropology, we would also say that heresy is something that is not so much a sin of knowledge as it is mainly a sin of obstinacy and will. So you have to be obstinate in the rejection of truth to be specifically a heretic. And that's why you see, for example, when Basil is writing against the Arians, who are basically Jehovah's Witnesses or even basically proto-Muslims, because the Oxford Handbook of Islam says that Islam comes out of Arian Christianity. Even the Arians, Basil says, have essentially erected a false god. So it's no longer the same referent, even though they might intend to be worshiping the one true God. If I think a rock, is the one true God, or the Kaaba, or so, if I think a rock is the one true God and I worship it as the one true God, like, it's not me accidentally worshiping Jesus or the Trinity, because it's still an idol. And so you can also have a heterodox conceptual idol as well. Now, we don't know men's hearts. God only knows men's hearts. And so we can't sit here and judge every single individual Protestant. But a person who obstinately persists creates their own kind of idol.
This is what I meant earlier when I said that that within the Orthodox theology, the discussion here generally seems to be focused much more on something deeper than about what can be on the surface, or legally be said to be true, or what could be considered appropriate. For example, what I'm trying to say is, when Father Deacon Ananias made his point here, it seems to really bring forth the difference in what the Orthodox side is actually talking about and what the Catholic side is actually talking about. So the two seem to have a completely different understanding of what it actually means to worship God in a sense. So the Catholic side simply says, well, if they direct themselves toward our God in one way or another, and say that they do, then to us they worship God. Whereas in the Orthodox, in the Orthodox perspective, it goes much further than that in order to be qualified as worshiping the same God, because you have to.
I think you nailed it right there. When you said meta earlier, you said it's like it's holistic versus the kind of bottom up, like the Roman Catholic approach is kind of like a bottom up, and then the other perspective is just holistic. So I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And that's why we have the Eastern Orthodox Protestant Brotherhood Alliance.
on this issue, it's weird because for so many years you hear, the Catholics and the Protestants are so close. I mean, Catholics and Orthodox are so close, and then it's this comes up in the last few days. It's like,
we will humiliate everyone.
Protestants are we're on the same page. It's crazy.
Wouldn't you say that this is also one of the grievances that Protestants have had historically with the Catholic Church, and which kind of developed to this level as well, where the Catholic Church went a little bit far in terms of scholasticism and legalism, and defining everything with 100% rationality, and not letting it go unless you can totally rationally define it. And Christian theology is generally a little bit different from that.
Yeah, like Aquinas said, it's almost like by the Middle Ages, they want a kind of a scientific definition of when exactly within the Mass the confecting of the Eucharist actually occurs. And it's like, how are you going to scientifically define that? It's like, in the Orthodox conception, it's like there's no scientific oh, it's at this point, and then if you scale it down, this is the essence of the Mass. And I mean, that's literally, so that in Roman Catholicism, you have matter, form, and intention, and all of those are necessary to have a sacrament. So it's very, like you said, it's very scientific, or at least it tries to be. And yeah, absolutely. Like the paradigms determine even things like the worship. Like we wouldn't restrict worship to merely mental assent. And I'm not saying that they restrict it to that, but in order for this argument to work, that Muslims and Christians worship the same God, worship has to be restricted to mental assent to God is one, God is eternal. But wait a minute. Worship is, according to, the book of John and the book of First John, like directed to the Son, who directs us to the Father, and it's in the Holy Spirit. So you can't really divorce this Trinitarian relationship from worship in the Christian scheme. And that's what you would have to do to retool this idea that, well, they're not worshiping the Trinity or Christ, but they're worshiping these sort of like abstracted attributes over here. But in Orthodox Trinitarian theology, like there's no attributes that come to you from the essence of God that aren't Trinitarian attributes. So Basil says, for example, that all the energies that come down, or the attributes or operations that come down to us from God, come to us in the mode of from the Father through the Son and in the Spirit. So the attributes are in the mode of the triad from where they come. So there could never be attributes divorced from or understood, abstracted from God as triad. And once I read Losky saying that, a long time ago when I was still Roman Catholic, and I was like, whoa, I never thought about that. And Losky's like not just an Orthodox dude, like he studied under Etienne Gilson, who was like the premier Thomist. So you had somebody studying under the top Thomist who became, a very famous Orthodox theologian. And so he knew Thomism very well to critique it. And that kind of transformed this whole discussion of natural theology for me.
So this is why you could basically say that if you don't,
Hey, Pete. Oh yeah, 1 second. I don't know how long everyone wants to go. I'm good all night long, but I'm dying of thirst and I need some more beverage. So you guys go ahead and chat for a second while I grab some water.
Okay. So this is why. No, I forgot my thought. No. This is why. So this is why you would say that if unless you have the right, unless you know God truly through the revelation, through the way he reveals himself, and therefore then establish correct worship, as you just described it, you could describe any other form of worship as idolatry, whether deliberate or not.
Yeah, St. John Damascus wrote a book called On Heresies. And he goes back to the very beginning in Genesis, and he says, when Adam and Eve fell, that's the beginning of paganism and idolatry. And he says that's the original heresy. And he argues that Satan is a kind of heretic. So basically, even all the world religions could generally be classed as heresies. And so that, I think, ties into this notion that you're saying right there. Like if you look at Romans 1, the way that a Roman Catholic or a Thomist would usually explain Romans 1, where Paul's talking about the pagan world, Roman Catholics usually exegete that as kind of like the highest elements of pagan society, like Plato and Aristotle, were able to sort of reason from the created order to a principle, first principle, a monad, a first cause, or something like that. But in the Orthodox perspective, it's more so like if you read St. Gregory of Palamas on it, it's like, no. It's not a problem in their intellect. It's a problem in their heart or their nous. So Paul says that they exchanged the worship and love of the true God, going back to Adam and Eve, for universal idolatry. And Paul says in verse 25 that they changed the truth about God into a lie and worshiped and served the creature, not the creator. So that's specifically saying that when you go after false gods, like Deuteronomy 13 says, or Deuteronomy 18, God warns the Israelites. He says, do not go after other gods, or else you're no longer worshiping me, right? In the Song of Moses, Moses says that they sacrificed to devils to gods they didn't know, and they forsook the God they did know, the one true God. So we would argue that those are texts kind of making the same point. Like Paul says in 1 Corinthians 10, he says, the things that the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to God. And so every heresy, every false religion is basically making a fundamental mistake in not worshiping God the way that he has to be worshiped according to the Ten Commandments.
Wow.
And I would say this is actually a very Hebrew principle. This is like, for example,
Jay, your camera went out, buddy.
Oh, it's my battery died on my. Yeah, I'll fix that in just a second. But
yeah,
I think it's a Hebrew idea that, like, it's not all intellect. It's actually more of a heart problem. And this is what I tried to stress in the debate too. Is like, it's not really an error in reasoning. It's more so a spiritual kind of a heart issue.
I liked, so it seems like there's kind of two different arguments running. One is kind of more of a relational one, and more is like understanding the attributes of God. But you're kind of blending them, though, with the idea of worship in Eastern Orthodox. But I really like the first argument where you're talking about just the intuition of how this doesn't seem like the same God, because intuition is a huge part of language. And really what we're arguing about is like what this term God, how it should be used. And the idea that you were talking about putting it into a story, and I had that same contention where like the way we'll understand God is in a story. And in the Christian story, he's worshipped with sacrifice and with love, and he's wanting this loving relationship, and that's so completely different. And so it would be like knowing a person in my normal life, and they just get so many facts completely wrong about me. At what point do I just say they don't know anything about me? Where it's like they think that I want them to go out and kill people so that they can sleep with houris for all eternity. It's like, at what point do you just say that they just don't have any knowledge of me? You know?
Yeah, and again, even knowing, you could equivocate on that, because in the passage in John 4 with the woman at the well, Saint Fotini, right? Jesus is talking to her, and he says very specifically that you do worship this thing, this idea that you have of the God of Jacob, but you don't know it. So there has to be some kind of knowledge in order for her to, quote, worship, but it's not a true knowledge. And this is where in Scripture you'll find pretty consistently, both Old and New Testament, two different notions of know, right? Like Adam knew his wife Eve. That's an intimacy. That's an intimate knowing. And that's the true kind of knowing that we're talking about here. Knowing God in a true loving way, love and adoration way, versus what James says about the demons who know God, but do not love God and cannot love God, right? And I think the best argument that actually ended up being made on my side of things in the debate was the topic of Jake. When Jake came up, I pointed out that, and I think this is a key point that you guys will definitely understand. And the reason this is resonating with people like David and AP very well in terms of not agreeing that it's the same deity being worshipped is because you guys know Islam. The people that we're talking about, I don't think they actually know much about Islam, because, for example, Tomaszewski, he didn't seem to know much about it at all, especially not the history of he thought that the Middle Ages was the early period of Islam. No. Medieval popes were already into a well-developed, warfare-based movement and religion on the part of Islam. It wasn't early. And so what that means then is that if you understand that Islam, for example, rejects that God is Father, Allah is not Father and has no sons, then you can't even say that it's the same referent of the God of the Old Testament anymore, because that would be one of the fundamental things that, say, a Jew or ancient Hebrew would say. Well, Yahweh is our Father. And if a Muslim is from the outset saying that Islam is predicated on rejecting the Trinity and rejecting the deity of Christ, then the religion is not like a pagan. Even if I granted natural theology and we were talking about a pagan who's out in the middle of nowhere and he happens to reason from the created order that there must be some first thing, that is not what Islam is. Islam is already a religion that has some knowledge of Christianity and explicitly rejects it. So that's why it was so, I think, damning to point out Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, because Jake used to be in our Discord for many years, and he acted as if he was interested in Orthodox Christianity and all this. And really what he was doing was just learning what our theology was, right? So when Jake had a very, I would say, pretty advanced idea of what we believe the Trinity is and the deity of Christ and all that, I would say amongst the Muslims, I think he's kind of kooky, but he probably understands the Trinity better than all the other Muslims.
Yeah.
But he explicitly rejects and does not at all love God, the Trinity, or love Jesus. So the idea that he's still worshiping the same deity just is patently absurd. And they affirmed that in the debate. And I think that was probably the weakest point. And I think people are noticing that just makes absolutely no sense. Jake knows a lot about the Trinity, but he doesn't know the Trinity in a loving, intimate sense. And that's exactly what happens with the woman at the well. Jesus says, the Samaritan conceptions that you have, they might be of a God, but it's not the one that the Jews have, because salvation is of the Jews. And that's very important because that restricts the conception and the worship to a specific way. And that's the point.
Well, they're just so drastically different, it gets ridiculous. It's you either have to say it's two different gods, or you have to say the word God basically does not mean anything at all. That's
and at that point, you would be at the position like perennialism or something, or you would be at this position like, well, all religions then are just unknowingly worshiping God. And some of the some of the post-Vatican II statements actually do say that. In fact, I found one today, and it was actually Lofton that was making this point. So props to Michael Lofton, because there's post-Vatican II documents I've got right here that say that basically the Holy Spirit is operating in Islam and other religions to save people in the religions.
That can be true, but they're still not the same God, And I think even a Muslim might have an earnest prayer that they're trying to get to Allah, and God would hear it and take it as a prayer coming to him. But that does not mean that the God of Allah is the true God of, that created creation.
Well, I think, again, like, even if you did, like, as Orthodox, we might say that the Holy Spirit could reach anybody, and anybody could be given a revelation of Christ. We've heard, for example, many Muslims these stories have been going around for a long time, that Muslims sometimes have dreams and Christ comes to them and they learn that Islam is false. So that's definitely possible, but that's still some kind of specific like revelation of the person of Christ. And even in the Roman Catholic Church, this is interesting. I've found this in Denzinger, and I think it's very pertinent to this discussion. You can go back to the 1700s in the Roman Catholic Church, and there were certain doctrines that were considered, quote, absolutely necessary to receive, quote, the faith and baptism. One of those was, according to the Holy Office under Pope Clement in the 1700s, you had to, quote, admit, this is for the baptism of Muslims or Mohammedans. If a Muslim or Mohammedan wanted to be baptized, the response of the Holy Office is that they must first be told the Trinity and the Incarnation, the two, quote, central doctrines of the faith. And then there's another question, a proposition that comes up earlier in the 1600s in Denzinger. Is faith in just one God necessary, or must there be also the confession of God as the rewarder and belief in the Trinity and the Incarnation? So Rome, at least at one point, did not think that having the faith was merely having some assent to the idea of a generic creator. It was also necessary to profess the Trinity and the Incarnation to receive baptism and thus to receive the Catholic faith.
Jay, have you ever read I spoke about this earlier during the stream, but the Declaration Dominus Jesus, published in 2000 by the Catholic Church,
Yes.
approved by John Paul II. It seems to, I don't know. I haven't read the whole thing through. I've only looked at certain parts of it. I want to go through it, but it seems to actually kind of disagree and contradict with the idea that that Cameron or Trent or the other guy were presenting, and it seems to actually elaborate on the position of the Catholic Church, and seems to say that they don't actually properly worship, or that they don't actually worship the same God, that they actually lack the assent to God. So I don't know. I have to watch the whole debate to see how that fits in. But just wondering.
It's a great question. I haven't actually thought about this document since I used to be a trad cat. So I'm not even sure. I'm looking at it now. I don't remember exactly what all's going on, but I would just simply say that when I was looking at a lot of the medieval texts and the medieval councils, you especially have that one from Fourth Lateran Council. No, Council of Vienna, excuse me. Council of Vienna is the one that said that the Muslims adore their reprobate, faithless prophet Muhammad, and then he was also called Antichrist earlier on by Innocent III. And it's like, I mean, just look at the change of language, right? Like between if you're Antichrist, which is consistent with First John talking about how if you don't confess Christ coming in the flesh as divine Son of God, you are spirit of Antichrist, versus this idea that, well, we're all kind of on a spectrum, and maybe you worship God 60%, but the Catholic Church worships God 100%. It's like you either do or you don't. Like, I mean, you can have false conceptions, but in terms of what defines worship, I think my point is simply that the Catholic Church has said a lot of different things. And so you can kind of paste onto it what you want. Like if you want to be like Mother Teresa, where you can go into Hindu shrines and pray, which she actually did on record. If that's what you think Catholicism is, it can be that for you. If you think it's medieval crusaders following Innocent III to fight Antichrist Muhammad, you can make it into that. So there's enough documentation to kind of like paste together the type of Roman Catholic system that you want. And that's, I think, both a strength and a weakness. I don't think it's true, but it's a strength because a lot of people can find ammo to make it what they want. But it's also a weakness because at a certain point, it's like, what exactly is Roman Catholicism? Is it calling a crusade, multiple crusades for many centuries, to fight against the godless race of the heathen Saracen Muslims?
That's
or
exactly
is it,
that's right.
or is it Pachamama, like we're praying, to this human sacrifice idol, and we're going to notice it's the same argument. The argument for why Pachamama is okay is like, well, but it's kind of like Mary. Okay, but like every action, I mean, satanic abuse, right, or something like that. Like if I human sacrifice, and if I'm in the Thuggee cult, we watch Temple of Doom. Well, there's some sacrifice going on. They have a liturgy. Right. So there's some things in common. So like, what's wrong with it? That was like when they did the Pachamama thing, like there was actually Roman Catholics were arguing it's okay because it's kind of like Mary. She's a goddess and she, likes to be honored and whatever. It's like, but no, it doesn't work like that. Like it's not a thing where it's acceptable because there's some things that are similar. It's like, there's a specific way that God has always been worshipped, and it can't be mixed with the ways that the gods of the nations are worshipped.
Mm-hmm.
So they might both be like necessary beings, but I don't think it helps because it feels immoral to me, because it would be like, calling God, saying that he's affirming everything Muhammad did, sleeping with kids, mass murder. So it would be like, if I said, Jay Dyer is a mass murderer, and the mass murderer Jay Dyer that I'm thinking up has to be the same guy because the real Jay Dyer and the one I'm thinking are both human. It's like, just because your conception of God is a necessary being doesn't mean it's the same God.
Exactly.
And it feels immoral to attribute the horrible actions of Allah to God. It feels like satanic to me. It feels very
He's the richest of deceivers, right?
Yeah. The counterpoint. I'm making this argument as well, and I also posted about this earlier when I made a list of how the Islamic God is different from the Christian, from our understanding of God. while I can talk about the moral differences and how the Islamic God is completely morally messed up, the counterpoint that Catholics in this discussion, for example, would bring up probably is that they can have a completely warped, completely messed up understanding of God while still turning toward the same God and therefore being described as worshiping that same God from their perspective. But then again, we have to have a long discussion about what do you mean by worship.
Yeah, I think this. Yeah, I mean, God can draw and does draw anybody at all times who's sincere and sincerely seeks Him. You know, Paul says this in Acts 17 when he's talking to the pagan philosopher, you know, the Greeks and everybody. And he says, you know, God has set the times and the seasons and the nations, and you know, arranged providence such that if anyone should seek out, right, that he might be found. So I think God does meet us where we are, but we don't conclude from that, I don't think, that therefore anything counts as getting you to that referent. And I mean, I just think that the weight of the evidence in so many passages is just the only thing I can think of that even kind of speaks this way is Romans 1. But even that, I think, is the heart being darkened. And Paul specifically says they exchange the worship of the true God for darkness, and they're in pagan darkness. So even though they might get some things right, it's sort of like, I mean, there's a great critique that Father Seraphim Rose has of Hinduism in the book, Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. And he says the push for the sort of ecumenist one world religion movement is first premised on the idea that, well, many of the religions believe in one God. And he says, but if you look at the way that the Hindus conceive of that one God, and by the way, Vatican II in Nostra Aetate actually says Hindus have a flight to God, capital G, and love and trust. So it almost acknowledges like Shakti, which is a version of Hinduism, which is quote monotheistic, and it's like, but I mean, saying that you're monotheistic, but also having this like pantheon of other deities and a kind of henotheism. I mean, at this point, anything can be monotheistic. You see, it can be so broad as to encompass. I mean, you know, there's theistic Satanists, right? There's people who worship.
Yeah, even the demons believe. Yeah,
exactly. The Temple of Set believes there's one God. He created everything. He sustains everything. I don't know about all the other attributes, but like, and they say, but it's Set. It's the Set of Egyptian theology, which is the Satan of the Jewish, Hebrew, Christian Bible. So would we conclude then that, as these people do in the debate, they're like, yeah, it's still worshiping the Trinity. It's like, that's still accidentally. It's just ludicrous to me.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a religion premised on rejecting the Trinity and the deity of Christ. I think that's the hardest thing for them to really get over. Because Jesus says, Jesus says it in John 5, John 8, and then in 1 John 2, it says, if you don't have Son, you don't have the Father.
So we were all kind of visibly confused when I keep forgetting his name, but the second Catholic speaker, when he
Kowalczewski.
Yeah, when he said that that they wouldn't qualify everything as worshiping the same God. For example, he wouldn't
Mormons.
describe Mormons as worshiping the same God, and we were all a little bit confused about that because it seemed from Trent Doherty's reasoning that Mormonism would have to be described as worshiping the same God as well. And from everything else that they described, let's leave aside all the implications of Mormon theology and how we can describe that Mormon theology results in actually worshiping like an infinite number of gods that are kind of in a loop or whatever you want to call it. They do claim to worship the God of Abraham, and they do claim to be monotheistic. They do claim to it does emerge within the context of the Bible narrative and so on. So it seems rather arbitrary that they would say we don't qualify Mormonism as worshiping the same God.
Exactly. And this is that point of that core doctrine thing. It's like, okay, so what's the core doctrine? Oh, well, it's clearly Richard Swinburne's 9 or 10 list. Okay, but if we're going to include the Mormons like Dr. Trent does, then it can't be that 10 list because the Mormons miss about half of those, right? Because God the Father is a man with a body who's created and who evolved to become God. That's the official Mormon doctrine for those that don't know. Matter is also eternal. So God is not, when a Mormon says creator, it's the architect rearranging existing prima materia. They do not believe that God created matter. Matter is also eternal in Mormonism. So they believe in many principles, and so it is fundamentally polytheistic, even though a Mormon says our one God, though, is God the Father, who's a dude, just a dude, right? So it's like, well, so does that count as mono? So in other words, it's arbitrary, exactly. So for Dr. Trent, Mormons make the cut. For Tomaszewski, because he's a Thomist, Mormons do not make the cut. They don't get enough of the, quote, essential attributes.
And then even when coming up with a list, there's, to include Islam, he had to be kind of arbitrary by not including like God is triune or something like that. And so that's kind of the issue with you. If you're going to say, hey, if you if you have this on your list, then you're in, and if you don't have this list, then you're out. Well, who's making the list here? Who's making the list? And you can easily add one thing and rule out Muslims, and you could easily take off a few, and then you get Mormons back in there, and so on. And so, yeah, Trent's argument basically, I don't even understand how Trent's argument would rule out polytheists. I mentioned this earlier. Like, well, as
the debate progresses, he actually says that if you worship, he says literally that you can worship God and demons at the same time. So he makes this argument that, he says that because Israelites, for example, at one point were including Yahweh amongst the pantheon, they were worshiping demons and Yahweh. And so he was arguing that, so Muslims are worshiping, even if they got it wrong, even it's still the same, but that's not the same. And that's the point is that when God castigates the Israelites, again, this is where the golden calf comes in as a great example. It's like, no, you can't say the golden, well, here's your Yahweh. Here's this, golden calf right here. Right. I mean, it just doesn't work.
It would be like sleeping around with a bunch of people and then being like, but I'm still married to my wife, which is actually, that's the metaphor that the prophet, remember, the Old Testament. Yeah.
Exactly.
Prostitute. Yeah.
Wild stuff. You guys have more stuff you want to talk about, or should I jump into some super chats?
This is the issue that I just want to go back to that point just for a second again. This is the issue where, I mean, when Trent says that you can worship demons and also worship God, and that you are worshiping the same God, and to you and to us, this is then of course completely unacceptable. This once again brings to the surface the whole difference of the two perspectives. As I said, the meta which we are arguing about versus the very surface level worship that they are talking about.
Yeah, last thing, I don't want to take too much of y'all's time. I appreciate you having me on. Last thing I would say is just, and I'll let you guys move on and finish the debate. But I was so a lot of them were using this analogy of like, okay, so look, like let's say there's Superman, there's Clark Kent, and you can get the reference wrong, but it's still the same. But this was funny because in this, if you use the Superman story, this doesn't really work very well because Superman is actually Kal-El, right? So he's actually this sort of deity that's tricking people with two different identities that aren't really who he is, right? Some people know him as Superman, but some people know him as Kal-El or as Clark Kent, but he's actually Kal. So this analogy that they kept wanting to go back to actually works to disprove the position, because it means that basically the true God is sort of like hiding amongst the different religions, right? And you don't actually, you're actually worshiping him, but you don't know it, even though you think you're worshiping, Kali. It's actually, I mean, so that analogy I don't think worked very good for them. And I thought of a better analogy. I'll leave you guys with this. Here's my last analogy for how I think this really works. And I'm going to say it's the Bill Cosby analogy. So let's say that people think that Bill Cosby is the great American comedian. It's 1978.
It's America's dad.
Dude. Yeah, right. Even though this is not true, but let's just say that Bill Cosby is like the premier comedian in 1978. And these group of clever marketers come up with this idea that, no, actually, didn't you know, the whole time, the real source of the comedy was his cousin, Charlie Cosby. And He's the real funny man. In fact, he's 10 times funnier. And here, look at all these posters we've got. And doesn't it look like him? It's his cousin. And they just took pictures of Bill Cosby and they tweaked it a little bit with 1978 Photoshop, whatever that was. And they put a hat on him, and he's still got all the same feeble fobble, zeeble zobble jokes and ha ha ha. And they sell the tickets $100 to sell out the stadium, and people come. Turns out there is no Charlie Cosby. It was a gimmick, and it's a fraud. It's a fake. There was only Bill Cosby the whole time, but these demonic marketers came up with this clever con or this clever scam. And that is, I think, the key point that you guys understand, because you know Islam so well. Most of the Roman Catholics that we're talking about in this sphere, except for perhaps Shamoun, who has seemingly completely changed his position on this, by the way, they don't actually know what Islam teaches. And I didn't know 10 years ago. I thought, oh, Islam's very similar. You know, they think there's one God. But once you really get into Islam and see how different it is, then you see it's just kind of silly to say this. And the Bill Cosby, fake Charlie Cosby scam, I think, is a much better analogy. And after you debate the Muslims a bunch, as you guys have a million times more than me, like, you realize this is a retcon, as you said perfectly. That's the way better. It's a scam. It's like, you know, a fake, you know, blue market special and Kmart version of something versus the original. That's a better description than the Superman Clark Kent analogy.
Well, the funny thing is, both of the analogies that you just gave, the whole Superman analogy and also the Bill Cosby analogy, would actually totally make sense and point toward a true God if Allah was the true God, considering that Allah is a deceiver. Works perfect.
Hey, your sound went.
It's a deception. It's a con. It's not. Yeah. It's not. We're all looking at the same thing, trying to kind of see through the fog and figure out what it was. It's like there's this one true thing, and then there's these con men copies of it.
Yep. Hey, I think you could actually. I think you could use someone else for the Bill Cosby thing, because remember Gallagher? I think he had like a twin brother or something like that who used to tour as him. But I mean, you might be able to like.
Oh, he smashes cantaloupes. It's way better than smashing watermelons. You got to see.
I forget the story because this was a long time ago, but I think Gallagher eventually had to like sue his brother for stealing his act and pretending to be him, because he's still Gallagher, right? That was his name too. So I think it was something like that. You could actually, because there you actually had someone who was a different person who was nevertheless imitating.
What, did he like rip him off and he tried to do the same type of stuff?
I forget the details, but I think, yeah, he would also tour as like Gallagher and stuff like that. And then he's like, wait a minute, you can't.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Back when I did criminal law, my partner had a case where the client was saying, no, it was my twin brother that did the crime. Turned out actually his twin brother really did do the crime, and he got arrested for it.
John McRae has a twin brother. He said that was just natural if one of them got in trouble. No, that was my brother, and you couldn't tell who did it, so you didn't get in trouble. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you guys. I appreciate you letting me come and yap and come on, and I'll let you guys continue on with. If I keep yapping, it'll never happen. So this is a long discussion. So,
are we even going to continue reviewing this? I don't know.
No, we're not going to go through the debate anymore. I am going to go through super chats. AP, I know you're sick, so I can basically stay here by myself, or anyone who wants to hang out can. I'm going to go through super chats.
What the heck? It's been 4.5 hours? Jeez.
Been a long time, man. No, AP, you're sick. You're sick, man. You want to go to sleep or something, go to sleep. I'm basically going to be up. I'm going to be up all night anyway, so I don't mind.
Did Jay just leave? Very rude of him.
Yeah.
He waved. He did like a little...
Well, thank you, Jay. That was very, very helpful and very, very good, actually. Yeah.
And yet now, did you even tell him that tomorrow you're going on with his nemesis, Cameron Bertuzzi?
I'm going to surprise him.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
In your face? Haha, look where I am.
All right, AP, I'm going to start going through super chats. Either one of you, anytime you want, can dip out.
I'm not going to leave, man. You're not getting rid of me.
Oh, good. Well, we have a lot of super chats here, man. Daniel says, the question is stupid. You can't definitively prove whether the referent is the same or not just by pointing out similarities or differences. Yes, that is correct. That's why we said that the Superman response is a good response. If you say, hey, defining something differently means you're talking about two different things, it's a good response to that. It does not mean if you're talking about things with different characteristics, you should assume that they're the same thing. Do general semanticists believe in the same Chomsky? I don't know. So would he also accept that Christians and Pastafarians also worship the same God? That is where his argument leads. As far as Trent, that is correct. It does lead to that. As long as the Pastafarian said, hey, nope, this is the same God as everyone else or something like that. Wild stuff. If we say Islam worships our God, then all paths lead to God like the Pope proclaimed. No, again, everyone clarified. Trent clarified. Christopher clarified that they're not saying you're good, or you're saved, or you're right with God, or you're going to heaven, or anything else. They're just saying you can be worshiping the true God as a Muslim and getting all kinds of other things wrong.
Yeah. So they all say that there is no salvation outside the church, and that they have to be converted, and that they must worship the true God and become Christians. They hold that. However, the position alone that they do worship the same God just entails a lot of difficulties there.
Did one of the past popes kiss a Quran? If so, why would he respect a book of lies? An ecumenical push still seems an angle to beware of.
That was indeed the same Pope, John Paul II. He did indeed kiss a Quran.
I don't think these people, they just think it's like an Arabic form of Judaism. That's what I thought before I ever studied Islam. I thought it was like, oh, I bet it's a whole lot like Judaism, but it's just Arabic. Nope.
Yeah.
And so you actually think like maybe the Pope back in the day actually thought that, and hey, come on, why does my camera keep going out, man?
Let me just smooch this.
Attack.
That is weird. I have to say,
I want to smooch this book.
That's very weird stuff, man. It's weird, creepy stuff. Dang it. Anyway, you see.
Whoa, calm down there. Somebody fan him. Is that Mein Kampf, AP?
No, it's the Catechism of the Catholic Church.
Oh, okay, good. I don't. As weird as it is to kiss a book, it'd be even weirder if it was Mein Kampf.
Beast.
That would be strange. Yeah.
Beast.
My jihad.
Yeah, when you and Jay were talking about Allah. And no, matter of fact, I think it was you, Christian Gadfly, talking about Muhammad. Like, apart from like the Trinity and stuff like that, like the most messed up difference is Allah sending Muhammad as the pattern of conduct. That's like, it's very different from like God's attributes or something like that. But when I'm like, okay, this is clearly not the God we're talking about. He sends Muhammad, and not just as a messed up prophet. I mean, God in the Bible uses all kinds of messed up people. Here's one of the most messed up guys ever, and that is the pattern that everyone needs to imitate. Hey, do you guys think a faithful Christian would hire and defend an abusive sex scandalous who often blasphemes and flies off the handle on a large Christian channel? I don't know who this is talking about. I'm assuming this is talking about someone specific.
Hopefully not lawyers. It's going to get weird here.
Well, I mean, obviously lawyers.
I find it so funny that Christian Gadfly pretends to be a lawyer this whole time. It's like, when I was in criminal law. Then.
Yeah, and it's funny. Well, he's like 15 years old. He's talking about, first I was doing criminal law, and then I decided, you know what, I'm going to do a different kind of law. So I went back to law school, and then I started focusing on this. It's like, dude, you're like Muhammad, man, making stuff up left and right. Hey, Francis said Christians and Muslims are spiritual brothers and told Muslim youth to read the Quran and find spiritual benefit.
What the hell? Did he?
JP2 kissed the Quran.
I know that JP2 kissed the Quran, but Did Francis say that?
That would be weird. Yeah, you should check that out. Said Francis said that. It sounds like something Francis would do. Francis. AP source is not Vatican. I tagged VatDoc on X showing salvation of outsiders. AP source
What are you
is not.
talking about? I literally read the Catholic Church's own sources from the Vatican's own website. They
Well, is
do
that
not
the same
believe
website that that guy who said that Alexander the Great started the Catholic Church went to? Kenny Bomber, what's his name?
Kenny
No,
Palmer.
that's Eusephestus, although they.
No, you.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think Kenny
It's on
Bomber
their
copied-
website.
It's on their website. Where's that? Oh, they must
No,
have
they-
erased. They must have erased it.
the Catholic Church says, with all criticism aside, the Catholic Church very, very clearly says that there is no salvation outside the Church. So I have to see proof to the opposite of that.
You don't know. If you disagree with Catholics, then do you think they worship a different God? Just to be consistent, how can you worship their God? Slippery slope. I've only explained this kind of 9 times. You have the extremes, and then you have some position in the middle. If you're talking about worshiping the same God, you'd kind of be referring to some important characteristics of the God of the Bible. And if you're talking about other things that aren't like really, really significant, you can have some disagreements. So for instance, like Anthony, right? Anthony was just on with us. Anthony believes that God determines everything. Everything is, God has determined everything that will happen before it happened. Notice Anthony believes in the Trinity. He believes God is all powerful, all knowing, perfectly good, all these things. Suppose you disagree with him that God determines everything. Well, you could say you're talking about 2 different gods. You could say, well, this God is triune, all powerful, all knowing, and so on, incarnate, all of that, and determined everything. This God is triune, all-powerful, all-knowing, incarnate, and didn't determine everything. So you're talking about 2 different. You can say that. I think most people fall somewhere between the extremes and say, okay, if you're talking about the triune, all-powerful, all-knowing God who became incarnate and so on, then we're talking about the same God, even if we have some disagreements.
Always has to attack Anthony Rogers, man.
Calvinists. God bless you, brothers. Thanks for all you do to combat Islam. It's what we do. We're just getting warmed up. Not even starting. Do and AP should do a segment on Syriac folklore to show where some Quranic stories actually originated from. Oh yeah, there's a whole. I actually have my laptop sitting on it, but yeah, this right here, this guy right here,
Great.
full of that stuff. Full of stories about where these Quran stories come from.
I made a video a while ago about how Islam gets how Islam gets Jesus completely wrong, where I addressed a few of those aspects. Islam gets some things about Jesus from those sources.
It's interesting because you could make videos about that entire book, right? You could go through dozens and dozens of passages on the Quran and show where those stories came from, and there would all be little like separate videos and stuff. Tons of stuff there. Counterpoint: Mo's referent is always the Al-Zut. Powerful counterpoint.
Good point.
Do Trinitarians worship the same God as the Unitarians when they have the same scriptures?
I think it's a spectrum thing, like he was talking about before. And this is a little bit further than the previous example. But like we were talking about how relationships are a big part of like identity, especially with something like God, where relationship is so fundamental to what he's trying to accomplish in the world. So this would be a super bizarre attribute, not seeing that he's 3 persons in one being. So this is further off than the earlier example. But like I still think you could call it the same God if it's the God of the Bible. You're a heretic at that point. But like way softer of a heretic than like the God of Islam would be.
This is the thing where the question gets really. I didn't even understand how complicated this whole debate is when orthodoxy actually comes into it. I only understand it very much now after listening to Father Deacon Ananias and also talking to Jay about this, about how their issue with this whole topic of worshiping the same God is completely different from the Catholic perspective. So if you want to go strictly to truly worshiping the same God, which the Orthodox side is about, which J and FDA are about, you would say no, they don't worship the same God at all. But then, from a different, even from a non-Catholic perspective, you could argue that they kind of do, you know. So the Orthodox side gets much deeper into this.
I feel like God would be less likely to be angry about this sort of thing. You're not attributing all these horrible moral disasters to him. You're just conceiving of him incorrectly. It'd be like if I tried to make my kids no longer have a relationship with me just because they, thought I had a robot arm or something, like it feels very different than the God of Islam.
There's also, even biblically, like Paul seemed to be fine with people having different beliefs and so on. Like, hey, one person esteems one day more important than others. Another person esteems every day alike. Some people think that it's wrong to eat certain things. Some people think that it's fine to, eat any kind of food. And he says, let each one be convinced in his own mind. Now, so technically you could say you're talking about, if I believe in a God who says you can't eat this, and you believe in a God who says, no, you can eat that, technically you could push it and say, we believe in different gods and so on. But the point here is, even biblically, there would seem to be, now, here are things you have to be on. You have to be on the same page on these issues, and here are some others where it's fine if you disagree. But I think that's how most people would look at this issue. Like, okay, there are some important things you got to get right, or we're talking about something different here. Let's see. Zeus and Hercules are Yahweh and Jesus. Same history, no? No, but I'm sure some people may argue that. Do you know this, AP? Does papal supremacy mean the Pope is above ecumenical councils?
Powerful.
Do you know? Do you know? I have no idea. I would assume not, but I don't know.
No, I think it just means that there are certain aspects, certain dogmatic aspects related to the church that when the Pope says them and officially publicly declares them, then he's considered infallible or something. I don't know. Somebody should have to explain that in a better way. I don't know.
To establish a common subject, we must agree on at least one relatively unique attribute about the subject besides the reference itself. Simply using the name and claiming him to be a goat doesn't make sense. If you were what?
By the way,
he's talking about. I think he was talking about the Cameron Bertuzzi example, where I said, if I call this Cameron Bertuzzi, like, what do you mean? If I said this right here is the guy, the same Cameron Bertuzzi who runs the channel Capturing Christianity, there I would be saying I'm talking about the same guy who shares a characteristic of Cameron Bertuzzi. So, would you say that we're talking about the same Cameron Bertuzzi? If I say I'm talking to Cameron Bertuzzi right now, would you say that I am indeed talking to the same Cameron Bertuzzi that you're talking to if you're on the show with Cameron Bertuzzi?
Yes.
If you say no, then you got some problems with Trent's argument.
I think the question earlier is kind of doesn't make that much sense because pretty sure that an ecumenical council has to be led by the Pope, so he would have to call it and lead it as well.
IP, why did you read Tom Holland's book? But Raymond Swola Heems, are you scared he will crush you intellectually? He would, and physically. Hey, we got Capturing Christianity here. David, you should join AP, Trent, and I tomorrow night. Same topic AP is in. I already have a live stream tomorrow. Show in your faces.
So what David is saying that he doesn't join Catholics.
Yeah, I don't want to be... I want to be associated with Catholics. This is the Eastern Orthodox Protestant Brotherhood Alliance, not the Eastern Orthodox Protestant and Cameron Bertuzzi show alliance.
Get your own alliance, man.
Yeah, get your own. Form your own alliances. You're the one. Matter of fact, you're the one who's made it his singular mission in life to cause as much division as possible. You get no alliances. D-Wood and AP, you decry Islam a lot, but Roman Catholic Church says that except for some Jesus differences, it is virtually the same. For normal people, they will open their arms wide to Islam. Why would Europe then be worried? Oh, this is a different kind of issue. Hey, if you're going around saying that we all worship the same God, just a couple minor little differences, that this actually leads to dangerous consequences like, hey, bring in as many Muslims as possible. We all believe the same thing.
Well, I agree that saying we worship the same God leads to such problematic consequences, but I wouldn't say that the Catholic Church just reduces it to a few differences.
To Trent's second argument, so that was the disagreement argument.
Yeah.
Predicates may refer to properties, kinds, or relations. Why should we believe that is triune, for example, refers to an accidental property rather than the kind of being God is? So the idea there is if triune is the kind of being God is, and not an, I don't know anyone who thinks that would be an accidental property. The kind of being God is, why would you think that if someone is referring to a God that is not triune is referring to the same God? I don't know if that came up in the debate, but that would be one of my thoughts. The Mark Twain analogy is good. The Catholic argument is essentially the masked man fallacy, which I know D-Wood will be familiar with. Oh, this person, I think, brought up the masked man fallacy before I did, so that's interesting.
What's the masked man fallacy?
You'll put a mask on.
He wants to do it again.
Well, AP, you want me to explain it? You got to find something you can use as a mask. The best Superman analogy is that the Christian God... this is better. The best Superman analogy is that the Christian God is like Superman, while Muslims' God is like Bizarro Superman. I'm stealing that. I don't know how I didn't even think of that, man. Bizarro was the opposite of Superman, except he was not the opposite. He was very similar to him in terms of like strength and all this stuff, but he's the opposite in terms of Superman has freeze breath and Bizarro has heat breath, and Superman has heat vision, but Bizarro had cold vision and stuff like that. So they made him opposite in certain ways. But yeah, that would be funny to use the example, but use Bizarro. I think the Superman argument could work if God actually revealed himself in different ways, behaved differently, and told humanity contradictory things about himself, but no Catholic would say that. That's true. IP Sujuwade wrote a paper on this. Read it yet. Why are you asking IP? He's not even here. The Christian Godhead is persons. Which of the three persons are Muslims directing their worship when they refer to Allah if it's the same God? No Roman Catholic can answer this.
None.
Yeah. Yeah, because they reject all three. They reject Father. Allah's not a father to anyone. Son, and they believe the Spirit is the angel Gabriel, and so on. So Samaritans worshipped the same God with wrong understanding, John 4:22. Pharisees worshipped same God with wrong application, Matthew 23:3. Quran made Allah God. Quran's dumb. David Wood, Christian, wears glasses, makes YouTube content, has bookshelf. Mike Winger, Christian, wears glasses, makes YouTube content, has bookshelf. Wait a minute.
That makes sense, man. Wow.
What did Samuel say to Saul after he brought the Amalekite sheep and oxen back to the Israelites to be sacrificed to God instead of utterly destroying them as God commanded him? Samuel flipped out on him. Why? In what sense are Muslims worshiping the Christian Godhead if they explicitly reject all three persons? That's similar. God is a who, not a what. Yep. Islam is self-declared Gnostic as per the Reliance of the Traveler. Has Yahweh become Gnostic recently? I missed the memo. What would matter?
No.
You could, as long as you're talking about God, it's all the same. Didn't Cameron make videos how Islam and Mormonism are identical? Show we worship the same God. Well, Cameron might reject Christopher's claim and agree with Trent on this. Dr. Doherty has written multiple books on Islam. He's very aware of all the evils and Gnostic origins of Islam. Well, he says he helped work on Answering Islam, which again is one of the best books there are. In 2021, Q said Trump was still president. Who? Who's Q? Q said Trump was still president. Islam and Christianity may refer to the same office, God, but not the same person, just as the Q guys referred to the same office, president, but different persons. They refer to the same office, God, but not the same person. That is a way to describe it. Islam's God has the exact same ontology as Augustine's evil. It isn't a thing. It's the privation of the perfect thing. There is no positive nature to him. Muslims deny the Trinity but affirm one eternal, uncreated God. Mormons teach God was once a man, rejecting core divine attributes entirely. Oh, to be clear, Mormonism and Islam teach very different concepts of God. That's not the point. The point is, if you take Trent's argument, I don't see how you could rule out Mormons as worshiping the one true God. And if you take Christopher's approach, I don't see how you're not just being arbitrary with the list you come up with.
Yep. Bigly.
Heisenberger, if the Pope said Mormons worshipped the same God, I guarantee these two would accept it immediately. Definitely a double standard. Oh, yeah, so that's interesting. So what if Vatican II had said Mormons worship the same God? He's saying Christopher would then be defending it.
I saw my wife made a very good point earlier. She said it's because of DEI, because Mormons are white.
That's true.
That makes sense.
Let's see. It's a matter of revealed versus natural theology. I'm guessing that was part of the discussion earlier. He probably chose characteristics because classical theism.
Yes.
Oh, as far as this list? Yeah. Honestly, a better question to ask is, do Christians and Muslims have the same concept of God? Clearly, no. The answer is obviously being no. Yeah, there you go. The problem is that Jay shared a fake quote of Pope Urban II, which is why sources were asked for. Is that true?
It was not a fake quote. It was just a different translation.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the one you were explaining earlier.
Yeah.
Could C and M believe in the same God but worship... Oh, Christians and Muslims. Could Christians and Muslims believe in the same God but worship two different beings, like Muslims worship Momo despite believing they worship God? So could you believe in the same God but be worshiping two different beings? Well, I mean, your worship's going to be kind of based on your beliefs. So if you're believing in the same God, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that would work. We can only really experience God's energies. The God that Muslims worship and refer to is the concept they have in their mind and assert beyond their mind, not the same referent, not the same God. Even if you can see that we are referring to the same God, the jump from referring to an object to worshiping it has not been demonstrated. Yeah, I've kind of been wondering about that. Like if your beliefs are significantly messed up, are you really worshiping? So use like a human example and use something different from worship. So suppose there's a woman and a guy knows her, knows everything about her, and loves her, and someone else thinks completely false things about her and loves her based on all these completely wrong ideas. Does he really love her? Like it's a false idea of her. Do you love the same woman? Well, kind of in one sense, because you're talking about the same person, but if all your ideas about her are wrong, do you even really love her? You're loving a wrong idea. Bless you. No. So anyway. AP,
right.
it's the
I'm going to
Gnostic.
head out, man.
Good. Head out, man. Head out. Go to sleep. You're sick. You're sick.
All right.
I wish I had my soundboard to say how sick you are.
All right, that was awesome. Thanks, everybody, and stay away from Islam.
No, it's all the same. Boom. AP, it's the Gnostic origin, not the revelation, so to speak. They recognize Mary as the mother of God and revere her. They believe in an antichrist, etc. They have a basis as Gnostics did, although severely misguided. Not sure which part of the discussion this is a response to. God's essence and person is unknowable to reason. God's essence and person is unknowable to reason and can only really be known through condescension, divine revelation. Muslims deny what God is and who God is, and thus is not the same referent. So you're saying I worship the same God as Mike Wingeling? Yeah, I'm out. That is the danger of this kind of reasoning. It leads to that. AP, read Goark's Social Ethos Documents. AP will never read that. And he doesn't even know you told him to. Bring back based popes. No, we want more popes who kiss the Quran. Zoroastrians worship the one creator, Ahura Mazda. Apparently they're worshiping the same God as Christians. Obviously not. Why are we extending a courtesy to Muslims that they would never extend to us? Well, Islam is weird because they're told in the Quran to say that our God and their God is one. And yet, if you described the Christian concept of God and to a Muslim and said, hey, is that the God you worship? They're probably going to say no. Thanks, David AP, for agreeing with his basedness. Our Eastern Orthodox Pope, J. Dyer, very based, hyper, win. Also, hi, IP, glad you are here. Praise the orbs. We got Christian Gadfly back. How is this going on for? Oh, how long is this going on for? It's been a minute. The Orthodox position is that Muslims are atheists. Read St. Simeon of Thessalonica and St. Palamas. Well, we've lost the Orthodox among us, so they might say that you're right. They might say that you're wrong. No way of knowing, apparently. But it's whatever anyone believes, according to Trent. Fun fact, IP is the most knowledgeable Christian because of the size of his bookshelf. He paid someone to make those bookshelves. Hi, guys. I was holding more to your understanding, but you should check out Cameron's debate review. I'm with Trent. You are completely wrong about it. The argument became how far can you deviate? Who gets to decide? I was hoping I was holding more to your understanding, but you should check out Cameron's debate review. What debate review? He reviewed the debate. Is it the one that says that just like exposing Jay Dyer or something like that? I'm with Trent. You are completely wrong about it. Wrong about what? The argument become how far can you deviate? Who gets to decide? Well, so I mean, do you agree that if I come out and I say, "Hey, this is the God of Abraham," and I worship this, that I would be worshiping your God? I don't see how you avoid that based on Trent's argument. And so if you believe that, then okay, you can think that's a great argument. And if you reject that, then that's what I do. The true Mahdi says Muslims and Christians worship the same God. He seems legit. Yeah, that's true.
If he were legit, he'd have a chain of transmission for that saying, and he doesn't. So
Needs that.
we know that.
Needs that. Cameron's new video has Trent explaining why he was eating and challenging Jay Dyer to Mubahala. That'd have been funny. That's how debates should go. It should just be Mubahala challenges the entire time. AP, Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America teaches they are the same God. So do most of the patriarchs. Can't just dismiss, say it's not in a council.
Remember, this guy is a layman, so don't take it too seriously.
Natural theology leads to the incarnation being a created God. The incarnation being a created God. I don't know what you'd even be talking about there. That would not be.
Yeah, I don't see why that would
not be.
entail
That wouldn't even be natural theology if you're talking about the incarnation. What is your response to a Muslim who says Surah Al-Tawbah was just contextual and that Islam doesn't command violence against the kuffar? What their verses or ahadith do you go to refute them? I wouldn't go outside of Surah At-Tawbah. If Allah says, fight those who do not believe in Allah, and you say, oh, that's just contextual. He's only talking about, where does he say that? Where does he say one word about only speaking in a certain context and not? Check. Did this start back up?
I can hear your voice.
Oh, I think it started a new live stream or something, man. Oh, whoa. I think, guys, my internet cut out on my desktop and I switched to my phone, but this, I don't know why my internet died. I did get we did put a new router in today because the other one was broken, but apparently, I don't even know if I'm on right now. It says